Chapter 2. Several shrill female screams rang out in the hot spring, which sounded extremely harsh even in the bustling and noisy Konoha village. "Naruto, you bastard! Don't run! I'll break your legs! Asshole Naruto, he saw me naked! I am so embarrassed! Catch him now! We must teach him a lesson today and see if he dares to come again! Ha ha ha, sorry, sisters! I saw a 6-year-old boy running away while shouting with a playful smile. I didn't mean to peek at you sisters. I came here to find materials to develop ninjutsu. When I succeed, I will become Hokage. I will definitely thank you sisters then." He couldn't help laughing and ran away in a flash. "I, Zhang Wei, can actually live such a heavenly life. I dare not think about it." The yellow-haired man thought happily while running, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up to the back of his ears. Naruto in this life is a time traveler. Before crossing, he was staying up late at home to watch Naruto. He was bored and wanted to force himself to go to bed when he saw that it was almost dawn, but he felt that he had energy that he could not vent. Helplessly, he did something that all the gentlemen present had done. Although Zhang Wei regretted it as soon as he put down the tissue afterwards. He skillfully opened a favorite URL in the browser and logged into his membership account. It was full of high-definition traditional art films of the island country. After that, he began to frequently, fast forward, study. Zhang Wei really likes these movies. He watched many of them unconsciously, of course, most of them were watched at the climax. Zhang Wei usually fast-forwards to the most exciting part of this kind of movie and then watches it carefully, very carefully. I don't know how many times it happened, but the pack of tissues next to him was unknowingly empty. After venting his energy, he opened his eyes again and turned into a baby, held in the arms of a yellow-haired man, and there was a red-haired woman next to him. Although he couldn't understand what they were saying, after watching so many anime and Japanese art films, he could probably tell that they were speaking Japanese. Combined with the surrounding wooden decorations and the words "fourth generation" on the man's clothes. Zhang Wei, who was very familiar with Naruto, immediately realized that he had traveled through time and space to become Naruto. Then he experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion, and everything was the same as the plot in the original book. The only difference is that Naruto in this life has all this firmly in his heart. Although he is powerless to change it, he must seek justice in the future. After remembering his parents who died after only seeing them once in this life, Zhang Wei knew that his miserable days were coming. Now he is still a baby, although his life is not in danger, but his life will be very hard. According to the original work, Danzo has always been eyeing him, but the third generation may consider that Naruto is at least the son of the fourth generation, a Jinchuriki or something. Although he guides the villagers to hate Naruto as an emotional outlet to achieve the purpose of accelerating post-disaster reconstruction, he is determined not to give in on this point. His reason is that the village has just experienced a disaster, and the villagers cannot seek revenge on the Nine Tails, so they shape Naruto as the incarnation of the Nine Tails and let them vent their hatred. Zhang Wei naturally cannot understand this, but he is just a baby and cannot change anything. He can only cheer himself up in his heart. Although I will be hostile to the villagers, at least they will not let me die here. As long as I don't die, with my wisdom from 2 lives and Naruto's physical talent, I will work hard to become stronger and soon I will be able to control my own destiny. As his body grew bigger day by day, Naruto's life improved a lot. The daily necessities provided by the village were of poor quality, and the food was often expired, but with the strong physique of the Uzumaki clan, at most they would have diarrhea, and Naruto had long been accustomed to this kind of thing. With the thinking of an adult and the physical fitness far beyond his peers, Naruto could go fishing in the creek to improve his life when he was 3 or 4 years old, and it was common to borrow chickens from villagers. At the same time, those pranks were not left behind. Don't you hate me? Do you curse me in secret? Then I will charge some interest first. Whoever curses the most will eat his chicken. Ordinary people can't catch up with Naruto, although I am short, I am strong and flexible. As for peeping at the young lady in the hot spring, it is a personal hobby. Other children play with toys, fly kites, and pee and play in the mud every day, but he is an adult soul after all, and he can't play these childish games. How boring! As for entering the female hot spring, as long as you use the body of a child to operate, there is still a chance of success as long as you see the right time. Discovered it's okay, after all, what do kids know? If they are caught, the most they will get is a spanking. Low risk and high return, the girls are pretty gentle. It's okay if they are caught for other pranks. Naruto knows that as a Jinchuriki, the village has always sent people to follow him secretly. As for whether it is surveillance or protection, or both, he doesn't care too much, because the village will definitely not let him, the Jinchuriki, have any accidents. With them around, he can just act out a play and tell the third generation what he wants to convey through them. As for what he wants to convey? Of course, it is to love the village that gave birth to him. He is the inheritor of the will of fire. He is determined to become a great protector who is loved by all the villagers. As for why he played a prank? Of course, it was to attract everyone's attention. He wanted to get everyone's recognition. He is a child. What he thinks and does is naturally a bit childish. How normal. The third generation had long heard from the Anbu that Naruto kept talking about the will of fire and becoming a Hokage, and sometimes even asked him when he saw Naruto. "Little Naruto, why do you want to be a Hokage?" The third generation said with a smile. "If I become Hokage, everyone will like me." Naruto looked like a child eager to be recognized by everyone. "I will work hard to become stronger. Become the most powerful ninja, so that I can protect the village and make it a better place." Naruto naturally knew what the third generation wanted to hear. At this moment, speaking as a child, with innocent big eyes and a cute tone, it was so true. The third generation was very pleased to hear this. As an old man, he now hopes that the village will be peaceful and stable. His state of mind is no longer the same as when he was young and was called a ninja hero. "Ha ha ha, then little Naruto, you have to work hard. Grandpa believes that Naruto can do it." The third generation said with relief, and felt that Konoha had successors, and the new generation of inheritors of the will of fire has grown up. The future is promising. At the same time, he was more determined not to hand Naruto over to the root. After that, the surveillance of Naruto became looser. The days that followed were very regular. Every day, Naruto would run, do sit-ups, and practice the blind chicken boxing technique to enhance his physical fitness. He would practice anything he could think of. Although he can't refine chakra now, Naruto knows that the physique of the Uzumaki clan is also extremely strong, and this natural treasure cannot be wasted. At the same time, every day they all caught fish, stole chickens, and ran away. This was for the application of experimental training in actual combat, at least that's what Naruto himself thought. Naruto was very satisfied with his body. This low-end sage body inherited from the six-path sage does have many unique advantages. Even at present, the strength alone is not comparable to that of an ordinary child. It's just that his hair is not as yellow as in the original book. It was still very yellow when he was born, and then it felt like it was slowly turning orange. In the previous life, I knew that orange is composed of yellow and red, which means that there is more red in the hair. What's going on? There's no such situation in the original work. Naruto couldn't figure it out now, he could only wonder if his Chinese soul had brought some different changes to this body. Also, whenever he had time, he would chat with the nine-tailed fox silently in his heart, but the nine-tailed fox never responded. He knew the nine-tailed fox too well in this life. After all, the nine-tailed fox had always been a part of the plot he saw in his previous life. Naturally, he started to chat with this arrogant fox early in this life, wanting to build a good relationship early. And Naruto had no friends, and the only one who could listen to him was the nine-tailed fox. Although he was an adult soul, he would be depressed sooner or later if there was no one to communicate with, so he simply kept the nine-tailed fox as a companion. Anyway, he knew that the nine-tailed fox could hear him. But in this way, the nine-tailed fox suffered a lot. Chapter 3. After a week of basic learning, Naruto finally learned the chakra extraction technique. After school, he borrowed a chicken and roasted it in the suburbs before rushing back to prepare for his first practice. As for why he had to eat chicken in such a hurry to practice, it was because he was afraid that if he ate expired food at home, he would suddenly have diarrhea while practicing, which would be troublesome. After Naruto entered into a state of meditation according to the method taught by his teacher, all the cells in his body seemed to become active all of a sudden. A trace amount of chakra could not wait to split from the cells and slowly connected into lines and flowed through the body. The whole process was extremely smooth. It's strange. The school clearly taught that different people would generally succeed in extraction within 3 to 5 days to a month for the first time. How come I succeeded on my first try? Is Naruto's talent so good in the original work? And I remember that there is also the interference of the nine tails chakra, which should be more difficult for me to extract. Naruto wondered. Is my golden finger activated? System? Panel? Grandpa? Give me some deep blue. Naruto called out all the systems he had seen in the novels, but saw no response at all. In fact, he had already tried all of these when he first traveled through time, but he had seen that many protagonists in the novels had to practice martial arts to generate energy in their bodies before activating the system, so he tried it again, but still no response. However, Naruto also discovered that there were still many differences between himself and the original work. First of all, he had always been much stronger than other children, and he was half a head taller than his peers. His hair color had completely turned orange over the years, and there was also the chakra talent he showed today. He was a very careful person before he traveled through time, and many details slowly accumulated in his mind over the years, so he analyzed some of the differences. The fusion of my soul from China and the original soul should have caused some unknown changes. The hair of the Uzumaki clan is red, and my hair should be turning red now. My physical strength is obviously stronger than Naruto at this time in the original work. Perhaps my Uzumaki bloodline in this life is becoming purer. I have to observe it carefully in the future. Naruto analyzed silently. After all, the ninja school is not specially opened for a certain child. The teaching content of the school is planned in advance. Naruto has an adult soul, and his understanding ability is not comparable to that of a child. In addition, his physical talent is far beyond that in the original work. What the school teaches at this stage can no longer meet Naruto's learning needs. For Naruto, who is eager to become stronger, he must plan a way to enhance his strength. What can be learned in school is the entry-level abilities of ninja survival, infiltration to obtain intelligence, and chakra extraction. In terms of actual combat, there are only basic 3 body techniques and physical techniques. No wonder many geniuses of those family children graduated early. Children from knowledgeable families such as chakra extraction have long been taught by others, and they have also laid a good foundation in physical techniques. Currently, there is no way to learn ninjutsu. According to the original book, there is no danger for me in the ninja school, so I should improve my chakra, just like Zhongwuji, and practice internal strength first. After the internal strength is mastered, learning the moves will be a piece of cake. Let's set a small goal of 100 chakras first. Physical skills cannot be neglected either. My body is stronger than Naruto's at the same time in the original work. From now on, I will practice physical skills during the day and extract chakra at night. It seems that it is time to meet the Kappa combination of Konoha. Naruto is not going to be the last one in this life. Theoretical knowledge can be easily mastered, and ninja physical skills are also easy to learn. However, for the sake of the multiple shadow clone technique, Naruto is still prepared to pretend that he is not very good at the 3-body technique. After all, that ninjutsu is too suitable for him, and it will be very practical in the future whether it is used for fighting or to assist in learning ninjutsu. Naruto was immersed in the rapid increase of chakra, and a night passed in a blink of an eye. The chakra in his body has increased from a hair at the beginning to as thick as a child's little finger. My chakra is so thick right after training, and I don't know if there will be any problems, or if my body can't take it. Naruto thought a little worriedly. Combining what the teacher said, this should be the dual feedback from his extraordinary mental strength and physique. Because it is the first time to extract chakra, it will emerge explosively, and the speed will be significantly slowed down in the future. But this is already very good. In this world full of cheaters, it is not too much to call me the king of cheaters with my Ashura chakra reincarnation and low-end sage body. Thinking of this, I can't help but be full of confidence, and look forward to a better life in the future. But the road still needs to be taken step by step. It's a bit tight to borrow chickens early in the morning. Naruto ate some bread and milk and rushed to the woods outside the city for a stroll. Because of the diligence of the kappa combination, they must have practiced physical skills before dawn. I just don't know, will we meet today? Naruto's luck is pretty good today, and he didn't spend too much effort to find Guy and Lee. Their features are very conspicuous, and he could hear someone shouting "Youth, hard work" from a long distance away. Following the sound, he saw two kappas wearing green tights, and he was sure that he had found the right person. Naruto also shouted the slogan of working hard to become stronger, pretending to be running by. At this time, Guy was showing off his powerful physical skills to Lee, and he bent his body and exerted force, then punched out. The wooden stake in front of him, as thick as an adult's waist, exploded instantly. It turned into countless sawdust and scattered everywhere. Lee was stunned with shock, and with his knowledge, he had never seen anyone so powerful. Sajayi. Teacher Kai. Is this the power of taijutsu? Can I be as strong as the teacher? Xiao Li shouted in shock. When yes, Li, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will be as strong as the teacher. This is youth, Kai said proudly with his iconic white teeth. Naruto was not shocked when he saw this. Compared with the earth-shattering scenes in the later part of the anime, this was really child's play. Kai is now only showing his skills to Lee Xiaolu, who is only in the 2nd grade. But Naruto also admires and likes Kai very much. He knows how powerful this man who almost kicked out the finale is. After all, this is the man known as the Emperor Kai. So he immediately shouted with admiration's Gai, Skoina. Hey, uncle, you are awesome. I have never seen a ninja as awesome as you. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, can I learn taijutsu from you? Naruto asked with an expectant look in his eyes. Ha ha ha, another kid who was shocked by the charm of taijutsu. Uzumaki Naruto? Turns out he's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kai thought to himself. Naruto's identity as the Jinchuriki was no secret to the Jonin in the village. They knew that the Jinchuriki was only a container to seal the tailed beasts and not the tailed beasts themselves, so they were not hostile to him like ordinary villagers, except that they didn't know he was the son of the 4th Hokage. So he immediately said, of course it's no problem, little Naruto. My name is Kai, the blue beast of Konoha. Let's sweat out the sweat of our youth together in the future. Oh, Naruto and Xiao Li cheered in unison. Let's run around the village 50 times first. Chapter 4. Call, ha, call, ha. Accompanied by a panting voice, hold on, Xiao Li, you can do it. As long as we surpass ourselves again and again, we can definitely become a strong physical ninja like Teacher Kai. Naruto cheered for Xiao Li while running. You're right, Naruto-chan. Constantly surpassing yourself is the meaning of youth. Don't give up, Lee. Guy followed. Naruto has been learning taijutsu from Kai for a month. Lee started a little earlier than Naruto, but Naruto has caught up with him and even surpassed him a little. It is true that there is no absolute fairness in any world. In the ninja world, All kinds of bloodline limits have various innate advantages, and poor ninjas may not be able to catch up even if they work hard for a lifetime. Lee can be said to be the most hard-working genius in Konoha. He has undoubtedly paid the most sweat and persistence. Even Naruto, who has lived 2 lives, is not as good as Lee in this regard. After all, in addition to practicing taijutsu, Naruto also has to practice chakra, while Lee has no talent for ninjutsu, and all his energy is devoted to taijutsu. But the gains he got were far less than Naruto's. Naruto knew that he took advantage of his bloodline. For example, if 2 people do 1,000 push-ups at the same time, if Lee's gains are 1, Naruto's gains are at least 2, because the physical potential, physical strength, and recovery ability of the Uzumaki clan all crush ordinary people. This has led to Lee's obvious efforts in taijutsu, but now he is slowly falling behind Naruto. Looking at this, Naruto admired and felt sorry for Lee's desperate efforts. But he also knew that the world was like this. If he traveled to an ordinary person, he would definitely be worse than Lee. Therefore, he could only guide Lee more. Fortunately, Lee also had his own way. He knew how terrifying it was to practice the 8 gates to the extreme. Kai had also discovered Naruto's talent in physical skills a long time ago. His perseverance was not much worse than Lee's, and his physical potential was the best he had ever seen. No matter how tired Naruto was in training or how many injuries he suffered, as long as he slept, he would be completely recovered the next day and start training again with vigor and vitality. Even Kai was amazed at such physical talent. It was simply a monster. Naruto had never squeezed himself so much in his previous life. At the beginning, he wanted to exercise confidently and took advantage of the discount for the nearby gym to apply for an annual membership card, but he never went there again after just 1 week. Now, even if he has no strength left, he still tries to move again every day. Looking at Naruto, who was so tired that he stuck out his tongue like a dog and insisted on getting up, the Nine-Tails seized the opportunity to laugh and said, "Ha ha ha, you are so embarrassed, kid. It's useless. Mortals are just mortals. Can you become stronger by doing these meaningless training every day? It's wishful thinking. I am dying of laughter. Little brat, you might as well give up as soon as possible, and be more filial to me every day in the future. When I am free, I will protect you and guarantee that you will have unlimited glory." Naruto has been busy with study and training recently, and the Nine-Tails has complained less to him. The Nine-Tails, who has had a few rare days of peace, is not used to it. The Nine-Tails is actually very lonely after being sealed for so many years. Although Naruto nagged him every day before, it seems much more interesting than being imprisoned in the seal. Naruto doesn't want to nag the Nine-Tails all the time like Tang Seng, he just wanted to lure the Nine-Tails out before. When I watched anime in my previous life, I felt that the Nine-Tails was still very arrogant and likable. So he said, "Hey, Kurama, I will let you out when I am strong enough. Just don't get beaten up and then come to me for protection." "Haha, you are smart." "Hey? What? You said you want to let me out?" "Yes. Kurama, you must be very lonely after being sealed for so many years. I will give you freedom when I am strong enough," Naruto said. The Nine-Tails was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes, but his tsundere character made it difficult for him to say anything soft. "Don't brag, kid. Just because you can let me out, don't expect me to do that in this life." Humph. After saying that, he returned to the depths of the seal and didn't come out. But his heart was a little warmed, and he felt that this kid seemed a little cute. Naruto remembered that in the original work, it was said that the Jinchuriki had to use chakra to assist the seal against the tailed beasts, but after mastering the chakra, he found that he didn't need to separate chakra to suppress the Nine-Tails. After a patient induction, he finally found the trace of the Nine-Tails chakra. The Nine-Tails chakra disappeared inexplicably after wandering in his body. Since it didn't emit out of the body, it could only be absorbed by the body. But his chakra didn't increase because of this, and he didn't know what the reason was. It was just that his hair had a tendency to turn red, and his body was stronger than in the original book, which might be related to this. It seemed that his body should have undergone some changes that he didn't know about. 3 years passed in a flash. Naruto's chakra flowed like a stream, and he didn't know what level it had reached, nor did he know if he had reached the first card. Although there was a generation gap with the little brat, Naruto still made 3 friends. They are Lee, Kaiba Inyazuka, and Koji. Lee practiced taijutsu every day in the past, and developed many taijutsu moves in advance under Naruto's intentional guidance based on the original work. Kaiba Inyazuka and Koji didn't like to learn from their teacher and skipped classes. Once they found Naruto, who also skipped classes, roasting chicken. They were instantly conquered by the smell and have been in cahoots ever since. Naruto had a good impression of them in his previous life, so he recruited them as his followers and took care of them more in the future. Naruto also mastered the 3 body techniques well, but he practiced the least because he had to maintain the reputation of being poor in ninjutsu. He always made mistakes deliberately during practice to prevent the Anbu and the wretched old man of the 3rd generation from seeing him with the telescope technique. Hand seals are also the focus of practice, because I saw a saying before that whatever you shout will come true when you clap your hands may not exist. It is said that it may be intentionally omitted in the later comics. Hand seals can only be reduced, not completely omitted. Therefore, Naruto also spent a lot of time practicing hand seals. Now his fingers are quite flexible, and he must be able to do hand seals or other things with ease. Lee, I have something else to do. You practice first. I'll practice with you tomorrow. Hey? Naruto, you always leave early every now and then, what are you doing? Xiao Li asked suspiciously. Stay out of my adult business. I still have a ninjutsu to perfect. You practice first. Bye. After saying that, Naruto ran away. You are cheating, Naruto. You and I are both ninjutsu idiots. What ninjutsu can you perfect? Damn it, what good things are you doing, Xiao? Li has a tone of being abandoned. And you are obviously 1 year younger than me. Naruto was indeed on a serious business. He had to perfect a very powerful self-created ninjutsu in the original work. Bang! A puff of smoke flashed, and a girl with a relatively ordinary appearance appeared. Then she entered the hot spring with a calm face. As for the various scenes in the hot spring, I won't talk about them here. Everyone is knowledgeable and I guess they are not interested. Naruto is not as dirty as everyone thinks. He is collecting materials just to perfect the seduction technique. As for the fact that he has come more frequently recently, it is also to practice ninjutsu as soon as possible. It is definitely not because he will not be let off as easily as a child if he is discovered when he is older. In fact, the probability of being discovered is still quite high. After all, there are so many female ninjas in the village. If you accidentally meet a Chunin or Jonin, you will be discovered. After so many times of collecting materials, the results are also very gratifying. Combined with the high-definition and uncensored teachings of countless Japanese female teachers in his previous life, Naruto feels that his seduction technique has been developed to its peak. Once it is used, the power will definitely exceed the original. Chapter 5. Free-range chicken is so delicious. Naruto was intoxicated by the aroma of chicken and spices roasted over flames. He skipped classes again. He had already mastered the contents taught in school, including the 3-body technique, but he was always hiding his incompetence in school and his skills were sometimes effective and sometimes not. So today, he took Kaiba Inyazuka, Koji, and Lee to skip classes and have a picnic. Lee is a level higher than them, and with his personality, he would definitely be more willing to practice. It took Naruto's emotional and logical persuasion to finally persuade him to relax. With Lee's training intensity, his body's recovery speed could not keep up with the speed of injury, and he had already left many hidden injuries. He did not have Naruto's abnormal recovery ability. That's why Naruto used the picnic as an excuse to let him take a break and eat something good to replenish his body. Boss, are we ready to eat? I can't wait. It smells so good. Boss, your cooking skills are better than my mom's. Inyazuka Kaiba said anxiously, drooling. Woof woof. Akamaru also quickly agreed. I have never seen anyone who cooks better than you, boss. I, Dinkai, would like to call you the best in cooking. Dinkai said with certainty. It's just a small thing. Compared to my strength, my cooking skills are not worth mentioning, ha 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 ha. Naruto said proudly with his head held high. You're right, Naruto. Although I'm 1 year older than you, I must surpass you. Youth cannot be slack. Lee was full of fighting spirit again. They had eaten so much grilled fish and chicken in the past few years. The grilling skills that Naruto brought from his previous life seemed too advanced for these aborigines. They had eaten only plain soup every day, so how could they have seen such delicious food? The reason why they were willing to call him Big Brother was that he was stronger than him, and another very important reason was that his cooking skills impressed them. Whoosh! A figure instantly appeared in front of the 4 people. Naruto. You guys skipped class again. And you stole chickens again, this time you stole 4 at once. They even found the ninja school. Iruka pointed at Naruto with a look of disappointment on his face. Hey! It's Iruka-sensei, you've come just in time, you're in for a treat today. My chicken is just ready, come and enjoy it together. Naruto ignored Iruka's words and made an invitation. Naruto, did you listen to me? Iruka said helplessly. And you stole chickens if you want to, but you stole 4 at once, and you only stole from 1 family. With the ones you stole before, there are only chicks left in his family. Haha, it's okay, Mr. Iruka, don't say such harsh words. I borrowed these, and I will pay them back when I have time, okay? You ask them not to be so stingy. We are all from the same village. Naruto said generously. Okay, Mr. Iruka, if you don't eat the chicken now, it will get cold. Come on, I'll give you my chicken neck. He also knew Naruto's character, and he probably didn't listen to a word he said. He couldn't resist Naruto's invitation and soon joined the picnic team. And I, Mr. Iruka, I'll give you my chicken neck and a chicken wing. Thinking of being caught for skipping class, Inyazuka Kaiba was a little unsure and was ready to please Iruka. Woof! But the dog Akamaru obviously disagreed. The foodie Koji didn't care about the food, he just ate first. So he didn't even raise his head and went straight into the eating state. Naruto still had a good impression of Iruka. In the original work, Iruka was very caring towards Naruto, and in this life, Iruka also treated Naruto as his younger brother. I have to say, Naruto, your cooking skills are really amazing, this chicken neck is really delicious. But you should spend more time on ninjutsu. Iruka couldn't help but teach him with regret. How he hoped that all his students could become excellent ninjas. He has always been worried about Naruto's shortcomings in ninjutsu. Naruto also knew Iruka's love and expectations for him, so he comforted him. Don't worry, teacher Iruka, I will be able to master the transformation technique soon. I won't let you worry too long. This sentence was added in his mind. The group of people ate up all the food quickly. Only Koji was still chewing on the leftover bones. A chicken was just enough to fill his teeth. Akamaru even ate up the bones. Now he kept barking to praise Naruto's cooking skills. It was a pity that the ingredients were too few. Naruto couldn't borrow too many chickens at once, otherwise it would easily arouse public anger. This time, borrowing 4 chickens at a time to take his younger brother to dinner was already excessive. After all, he had been borrowing chickens for 6 years, and half of the families in the village had been patronized by him. It would be better to catch a wild boar in the woods outside the village. Naruto felt that with his strength, he could easily kill a wild boar with his bare hands. Unfortunately, he couldn't get out of the gate without the village's permission. Listen, I have something else to tell you. I'm going to give you a test to check your progress. Please prepare well, okay? Especially Naruto. Your theory and physical skills are the best, but your transformation skills have always been a weakness. An excellent ninja cannot do without ninjutsu. This time I will focus on you. Iruka patiently reminded. Got it, Mr. Iruka. Naruto said impatiently. Naruto silently apologized to Iruka in his heart. After all, he was really worried about Naruto's future. The next day, Naruto came to school on time to take the exam. After all, Iruka had just reminded him yesterday. Naruto in this life is not called the last one. After all, he is good at both theory and physical skills, and the little brats who are not convinced have been beaten by him. After all, Naruto's fists in the previous sparring with classmates made these little brats suffer a lot. Bang! Bang! At this time, Naruto felt his heart beating suddenly. It was getting faster, the blood seemed to be boiling, and the breathing was speeding up involuntarily. Looking back, as expected, it was Sasuke who was nearby. Naruto was also puzzled about this. He was not gay. It was the same when he met Hinata before. Naruto thought that he was reborn and more perverted. Seeing Hinata was so cute, his body had a reaction. It was not until he met Sasuke that he found that it would also cause abnormalities in his body. You don't even need to see it with your eyes. As long as you are within a certain range, you will have abnormal movements. Fortunately, the performance is not serious, and it can be suppressed a little. Naruto did not approach or alienate Sasuke specifically. In his previous life, he felt that the people of the Sharingan family were a little bit eccentric, so he was normal about Sasuke. Moreover, he had experienced the catastrophe of extermination and became more withdrawn and extreme than before. Naruto didn't want to stick his face to a cold butt. The first test today was still theoretical, and Naruto solved it easily, so I won't explain it here. The second test was the clone technique, which was the same as I remembered. In the original work, Naruto just couldn't master the transformation technique, and every time he had an exam, he would be tested on the transformation technique. Chapter 6. The three-body technique is the most basic ninjutsu. Except for a few students with less talent, all of them have mastered it well. Next Hinata, Hinata-san. Iruka saw Hinata was distracted and called her name again. Hey, okay, teacher. Hinata came back to her senses and responded quickly. She was looking at Naruto and lost her focus again without realizing it. Bang! After a puff of smoke, an identical Hinata appeared in the same place, with the same appearance and expression. Passed. Iruka said. Hinata, relieved, quickly released the ninjutsu and looked at Naruto with concern before returning to her seat. Naruto-kun must succeed this time. Hinata blushed and said silently in her heart. Next Naruto. When his name was called, Naruto quickly separated his thoughts from the idea of the two Hinatas surrounding him. The transformation technique required very few seals, and Naruto completed the seals in just a moment, so fast that it even created an illusion. An expert knows the tricks, and Iruka was also shocked when he saw this. Regardless of the effect, only Sasuke could compete with Naruto's seal speed. Skoina, you are indeed Naruto-kun, so fast. Hinata blushed and thought to herself. Seeing this, Sasuke couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. With his pride, he required himself to crush his peers in all aspects. Bang! A huge smoke came, just like a smoke bomb, filling the entire classroom, and everyone was choked and coughed. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? If your ninjutsu is so bad, why don't you just stop messing around? Sakura was the first one who couldn't help but yell. She was not gentle to anyone except Sasuke. After the smoke finally cleared, Naruto was seen crawling on the ground with twisted limbs as if he was hit by a car. The whole class immediately burst into laughter, and Iruka covered his forehead as if he had expected it. Naruto just scratched his head pretending to be embarrassed. In the original work, Naruto had to try his best to become like this, but in this life, he relied on his own fine control to deliberately become like this, and the meanings of the two are very different. Currently, Naruto has full marks in theory and 0 marks in ninjutsu. There is only one practical exercise left. Naruto drew the first round of lots for the boy who had said he wanted to marry Hinata before, and he still can't remember his name. He came up and shouted, "Finally I found a chance to fight you. I want to bet with you that the loser can never get close to Hinata again. Miss Hinata can only be mine." "Ah! Naruto-kun, are you going to duel for me?" Hinata blushed again when she heard this, and her heart was pounding like a deer. "Tisk, I don't understand." Naruto was so embarrassed to see this kid being so immature that he clenched his toes. He didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. "Watch my fist," Naruto said, and then he punched the opponent in the face without any fancy moves. Seeing that it was just such a plain attack, the extra boy couldn't help but think that it was nothing special. He immediately raised his left arm to block the attack and then immediately counterattacked with his right fist to kill Naruto instantly. As soon as the thought came to his mind, his left arm met Naruto's fist. This contact was like a wooden board meeting a cannonball. He didn't even have a moment to block it before he was hit in the left face by the fist. The powerful impact made him spin 3 times in the air and then rolled 5 times before he stopped. He fell to the ground and fell asleep. Seeing that he slept so soundly, he would probably wake up tomorrow. Seeing such a powerful punch, the classmates in the class couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Sajayi. The boss is indeed the boss!" Inyazuka Kaiba exclaimed. The others gradually recovered from the shock of this punch. They couldn't help but sigh, "We are all in the same grade, how come Naruto's taijutsu is so strong? They are not in the same league at all." Sasuke couldn't help but sweat on his forehead, he didn't know if he could take this punch. Naruto wins. The next match is Sasuke vs Inyazuka Kaiba. Iruka said. At this time, the school's medical teacher had already carried the sleeping classmate away. Sasuke was frightened by Naruto's momentum just now and couldn't help but want to fight quickly, so he waved his hand and said, "Come on." A faint pretentious atmosphere spread. Seeing him pretending like this, Inyazuka Kaiba couldn't help but secretly spit. "When it comes to pretentiousness, you are far worse than my boss. Akamaru, let's go." Woof. Akamaru agreed very much, and then he and Kaiba launched an attack one after the other. Although Sasuke was not as good as his brother, he was worthy of being a genius of the Uchiha family. Facing the attack of one man and one dog, he still seemed calm. After blocking Kaiba's attack with a punch, he turned around and kicked from the side to block Akamaru's dog mouth attack. Akamaru is still too small now. Many ninjutsu of the Inyazuka family need to cooperate with ninja dogs to perform. Many moves they can't perform now. Finally, Sasuke found an opportunity. After blocking the attack again, he flashed away and instantly formed a seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. A scorching fireball was seen gushing out towards Akamaru. Seeing Akamaru in danger, Inyazuka Kaiba immediately jumped up to rescue him. Fortunately, Iruka saw that the situation was not good, and immediately entered the field to block the attack. Otherwise, even if Inyazuka Kaiba was thick-skinned, he would at least be seriously injured. All the classmates were amazed at the magnificence of Sasuke's ninjutsu. Where had they seen such a powerful ninjutsu, and they couldn't help but admire him. "You are worthy of being the #1 genius in the grade." The other classmates also took turns to complete the sparring. It should have ended here, because this was just a practical exercise. As long as all the students had performed on the field, it would be fine, and there was no need to distinguish the first, second, and third place. But Sasuke became more competitive after encountering family changes, and he was eager to become stronger. Therefore, the punch he saw from Naruto just now actually put pressure on himself. He was eager to prove that he was the strongest and the fastest progressing, so that he could catch up with his brother and even defeat him. So he said to Naruto, "Naruto, let's have a fight." Hearing this, Naruto was not interested. The Uchiha clan's cheat is the Sharingan. Although the second pillar has opened a Megatama when the clan was exterminated, he has not yet mastered how to use it. Although he has not learned ninjutsu, it is meaningless to use the advantage of the Uzumaki clan's physical skills to fight against Sasuke now. "Naruto, are you scared? Don't you have the courage to fight me?" Sasuke said. "Chikexio, Sasuke, stop bragging. Our boss just doesn't want to compete with you. If you have the guts, defeat me first." Koji couldn't help but said as he was about to move forward. Just as he was about to move, Naruto stopped Koji. "If you want to compete, I will grant your wish, but don't cry if you lose," Naruto said. "Then teach him a lesson, just to save the day for Inyazuka Kaiba." "Wow, it's great, there's something interesting to watch. Whoever wins will be the strongest person in our class." Someone cheered. "Of course, my Sasuke must win. His temperament is too charming." Sasuke's brainless female fan yelled. "Baka! Sasuke will always be mine. And Naruto, if you get Sasuke hurt, I will never forgive you." Sakura's violent personality roared wildly. "Come on, Sasuke, let me see how strong you are," Naruto said calmly, making a move like a man. His status instantly reached the maximum. Chapter 7. Naruto's slender figure and this cool action instantly boosted his momentum. Although everyone had never seen the so-called master style, they couldn't help but feel that Naruto at this moment was undoubtedly a master of physical skills, and had surpassed themselves by more than one level. "Humph, you are just pretending. I want to let you know that ninjutsu is the foundation of ninja. No matter how good your taijutsu is, you can't become a powerful ninja." Although Sasuke said this to Naruto, he was actually more of a booster of confidence. Naruto's punch before had put a lot of pressure on him. Naruto was not arrogant. He knew that Sasuke had mastered at least 2 fire-based ninjutsu now. If he was hit head-on, he didn't know if he could withstand it. He didn't want to give him the opportunity to perform ninjutsu, so he started to attack. Naruto rushed forward in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Sasuke at a distance of 5 meters. The punch that was ready to go went straight to Sasuke's face. Sasuke's heart tightened, and he found that Naruto's speed was faster than before, and he still underestimated Naruto's strength. He made a judgment in his heart that this punch could not be avoided or taken head-on. The only way was to parry it by unloading the force and then use the force to avoid it to increase the distance. This set of coping methods was thought of in his mind in an instant. Sure enough, as soon as his arm touched Naruto's fist, he felt a huge force, and his bones were creaking from the impact. Sasuke took advantage of the impact of Naruto's fist and quickly retreated. He retreated 5 or 6 steps before unloading the force. How can it be repaired? I still underestimated his strength. Is this really the strength that a human child can have? Could he really be a fox demon? After personally feeling Naruto's strength, I couldn't help but be even more shocked. I wanted to use the force to create distance and then immediately release ninjutsu to catch Naruto off guard, but Naruto didn't stop after the punch, relying on his speed advantage to follow up again. Before Sasuke could stabilize his posture from the impact of that punch, Naruto's fist had already attacked again like a storm. He had no choice but to dodge and block desperately. Naruto was like a dogskin plaster, and he had been sticking to him since the beginning. His powerful fists made Sasuke use every time to block. He tried his best and his whole body seemed to be falling apart. Naruto's punches were continuous and powerful, leaving no chance for him to form hand seals. Sasuke knew that he would only fail if he continued like this, so he found the right moment and took a punch from Naruto to escape from Naruto's attack. At this time, the group of people watching the fight realized that they had been immersed in Naruto's attack and forgot to breathe, and only now did they breathe a sigh of relief. They all thought that if it were them, they would be knocked down in an instant. A crazy female classmate couldn't help shouting, "Don't hit Sasuke's face! It hurts so much!" The male classmates were shocked by Naruto's strength. They didn't expect that Naruto, who was an idiot in ninjutsu, was so good in physical skills. "Sasuke, can you face me like a man? Don't hide like a rabbit!" Naruto laughed and mocked. "Tisk, reckless man, what's the point of being good at physical skills? Let me show you the power of ninjutsu." After saying that, he immediately began to make hand seals with his hands that were shaking from being beaten. Fire style, big fireball technique. A line of fire spewed out from Sasuke's mouth and shot towards Naruto. In the blink of an eye, a fire pit with a diameter of 4 meters exploded on the ground. The scorching temperature could be felt even by the people watching from a distance. "Come on, Sasuke!" Sakura was instantly happy when she saw Sasuke showing off his power. All the classmates also started to worry about Naruto. Especially Koji, Kaiba and Hinata, their hearts were in their throats. This time Iruka did not step forward to stop him, so they were eager to find Naruto and rescue him. If he was hit by such a powerful ninjutsu, they didn't know how badly he would be injured. Naruto knew the power of various ninjutsu very well. When Sasuke was making a seal, he no longer held back and instantly increased his speed to the limit. All the students saw the flames burning but not Naruto. When Naruto appeared again, he was already above Sasuke. Sasuke, who finally discovered Naruto, reacted instantly and was about to repeat the trick, but Naruto disappeared again in an instant. Where is he? Too fast. Naruto's speed has exceeded the limit of his vision, and he kept changing his position. Even if he tried his best, he could only see Naruto's blurry afterimage, and the next moment Naruto entered his blind spot and lost his trace. At this moment, everyone was refreshed by Naruto's speed. Except for the teacher, everyone's eyes could not catch Naruto's figure. Is this the speed a student can have? Everyone thought in shock. Although Sasuke had awakened a Megatama on the night of the genocide, he didn't know it yet. If he opened his eyes, he could still catch Naruto's trail with the insight of the Sharingan, but unfortunately the result was already doomed. When Naruto showed up again, he was already beside Sasuke. At this moment, Sasuke could only try his best to block, but his physical strength had reached the limit and he completely lost his balance under the impact of this punch. Taking advantage of the moment when Sasuke fell backwards, Naruto kicked him into the air, and then he jumped up and performed the lion combo. This kick knocked Sasuke back from the air to the ground and he fell heavily to the ground, causing double critical damage. This is this set of the power of the combo. Fortunately, Naruto knew that Sasuke might not be able to withstand his kick, so he let it go at the last moment. Otherwise, after taking the complete lion combo, Sasuke might have died today. As soon as the onlookers spotted Naruto's figure, they saw that Naruto had completed this set of combos and ended the battle in a flash. They were dazzled, and before they could react, Sasuke fell down. This series of combos followed one after another, leaving no time for Sasuke to react. From the moment he lost his balance, he was doomed to fail. The boys excitedly surrounded Naruto and cheered for him. And Sasuke didn't have to worry, the girls rushed to him eagerly to ask about his well-being. Except for Hinata, she was outside the crowd. She looked at Naruto shyly and congratulated him silently in her heart. Naruto looked at Sasuke, who was surrounded by girls, and couldn't help but sigh that the world was unfair. It was not until he saw Hinata secretly looking at him that he felt balanced. Seeing Sasuke's amazing ninjutsu and Naruto's gorgeous taijutsu, Iruka was also relieved to have such outstanding students under his command. As a teacher, the happiest thing is to see his students become successful. After checking that Sasuke was fine, just external injuries, the teachers also went to do their own things. Looking at the black and blue face of the second pillar, Naruto felt a little embarrassed. When he watched the anime in his previous life, he had a very contradictory impression of him. He sympathized with him because he had been carrying the hatred of the extermination of his clan since he was a child, but he also felt sorry for him. Because she was upset that he abandoned his companions in order to become stronger. After hesitating for a while, she walked towards him and stretched out her hand. Seeing Naruto coming, the girls hesitated for a while, but still made way for him, because Naruto's performance just now completely shocked them. If Naruto's temperament was a little more melancholy, they would definitely be crazy about him. I don't know why girls of this age like guys with expressionless faces. Faced with Naruto's kindness, Sasuke struggled for a long time in his heart and finally stretched out his hand to let Naruto pull him up. But with his tsundere personality, he could only do so much, and then he left the crowd with a blank expression. Just like a wounded lone wolf. Naruto didn't force it, and Naruto's personality has been like this for a long time. Hinata-chan. Kaiba, Koji, and I are going to have a barbecue, can you come with us? When did the boss say that we should go to the barbecue? Koji was stunned. Bang! The boss clearly said, you idiot! Are you so blind? Ya immediately gave Dinkai a slap on the head. Naruto-kun, are you going on a date with me? This is so sudden. Should I be reserved? Faced with Naruto's sudden invitation, Hinata blushed instantly and was at a loss. Her heart was beating fast again. I do. After saying that, I felt like my answer was a little weird. Chapter 8. Konoha Tornado. Konoha Tornado. Two sweaty bodies were fighting fiercely. They were Naruto and Lee. This was a real-life sparring match between the two of them every now and then. This is youth. Guy, who was standing by, was pleased to see the two people gradually becoming proficient in physical skills. Naruto is 12 years old this year, and his hair has completely changed from orange to red. His strength is now able to defeat Lee without weights, even with weights. His chakra has also become like a lake. I just don't know how many chakras there are, after all, there is no instrument to measure it, and he has not come into contact with Kakashi yet. In the past few years, he has learned all of Kai's powerful fist style, and started weight training a year earlier than Lee. Naruto, you really don't want to learn the 8 gates? Think about it carefully. Kai asked again without giving up. I've made up my mind, Mr. Kai, thank you. Naruto wants to be a big muscle man who can cast spells in the future, a hexagonal warrior with full attributes. When the 8 gates are used, the chakra will become agitated and difficult to control, thus affecting the use of ninjutsu. It also takes a long time to practice. Naruto has a lot to learn next, so he can only decline Kai's kindness. What a pity, Naruto, you have a talent for physical skills that I have never seen before. If you change your mind one day, you can always come to me. Why don't you learn it, kid? It's useless to learn it with your useless talent. It would be better if you practice until you die, then I will be free. The Nine Tails couldn't help complaining again. Originally, the relationship between Naruto and the Nine Tails had eased a lot, but as Naruto grew up day by day, his body actually grew from absorbing the Nine Tails' overflowing chakra at the beginning to actively absorbing the Nine Tails' own chakra. This made the Nine Tails even more difficult to accept. Although the amount of chakra sucked is not much compared to the Nine Tails' so-called infinite chakra. But being sucked non-stop for 24 hours like this would make anyone feel irritated. He was sucked during the day and still sucked when he slept at night. He couldn't stand it anymore and sternly warned Naruto to stop such immoral behavior, but Naruto spread his hands to indicate that he didn't know about it. So the relationship between the man and the fox deteriorated again. Don't worry Kurama, I'm getting stronger day by day, I feel like I can live at least 10,000 years, just wait patiently, Naruto replied. And I was wondering why you are so stingy at your age. I just sucked some of your chakra, didn't I? And I couldn't suck all of it. Why are you always angry with me? Humph! I will never let you go, you little monster boy. Kuwabai knew that arguing would not lead to any result, so he left after saying some harsh words. At first, Naruto did not believe Kuwabai's claim that his chakra had been sucked away by him, until Kuwabai came out to curse again and again, then he felt that he was not joking. He also preliminarily determined that his body must have mutated, and the red hair was also related to this, but he did not know whether it was the influence of Kuwabai's chakra or the influence of the Uzumaki clan's physique. After all, Kuwabai's chakra is also red. After saying goodbye to Kai and Lee, Naruto went to school to take the graduation test. Lee had become a genin a year ago because he was going to be a senior. There were only 2 items in the graduation test, one was the basic knowledge of ninja, and the other was the 3-body technique that Naruto had always been hiding. I have been pretending to be an idiot in ninjutsu for so long, and today is the day to reap the rewards. Naruto couldn't help but sigh. He had been acting for 3 or 4 years just to catch fish today. As for whether he could succeed, he had to play well in this last scene today. The first round of assessments passed quickly. Except for Inyazuka Kaiba and Koji, whose scores just passed the passing line, everyone else did well. Especially Naruto, Sasuke, and Shikamaru all scored full marks. Second item, clone technique. Damn it, it happens to be the clone technique that I am least good at. Naruto cried out with a sad face. Everyone passed the test quickly. Naruto, it's your turn. Iruka called out, and at the same time, he was secretly worried for Naruto. He knew that Naruto's clone technique was still not very effective. Sure enough, as Naruto performed it intentionally, a Naruto who seemed to have been drained of his vitality soon appeared next to him, with limp feet, as if he was made of bacon. Failed. Iruka said the result with regret. Teacher Iruka. Please let me graduate. I'm a good fighter, you know. Naruto immediately acted like begging. Teacher Iruka, his theory and physical skills are both excellent, and he barely passed the clone technique. Today's second male lead Mizuki finally spoke. Absolutely not, Naruto. Being a ninja is an extremely dangerous job, and it would be irresponsible for you to let you graduate. There is no way I can agree to this. Iruka said firmly. After getting the forehead protectors representing the ninja, everyone went home happily. Sasuke glanced at Naruto when he left. With his personality, he didn't know how to comfort him for such a result. After all, Naruto's strength had been recognized by him. Although he still felt that Naruto would definitely not be his opponent in the future, because even if he put aside his own more and more advanced ninjutsu in the future, he still had the Sharingan, a powerful weapon that had not been developed yet. Hinata, Inyazuka Kaiba, and Koji also stepped forward to comfort and speak up for Naruto. Boss, this is too unfair. Obviously no one can beat you. Ya said angrily. No need to say anything, you guys go back first, I want to be alone. Naruto wanted to send them away quickly to set up the stage for Mizuki. Naruto-kun. Hinata was interrupted by Naruto as soon as she opened her mouth. I'm fine, really, don't worry about me. Finally getting rid of the 3 people, Naruto walked alone in the empty campus as if he had lost his temper, and he didn't let out a long sigh until he reached the swing in the playground. Then he looked at the campus where he had studied for 6 years with emotion, tears seemed to be swirling in his eyes, and then he curled up and squatted in the shadow of the uncle next to him as if he had lost his temper. At this moment, the bright sunshine formed a sharp contrast with the figure in the shadow of the big tree. This extreme contrast further highlighted the sadness of the person in the shadow. At this moment, Naruto, with his head buried in his knees, was reviewing his performance today to see if there were any flaws. The mood, form, and stage environment are all perfect. If Shoimu is watching, he should be coming out soon. Tread, tread. As the crisp footsteps stopped in front of him, Naruto raised his face with sadness and confusion. At this moment, Mizuki. who was facing away from the sun, seemed to represent hope and light to Naruto in the shadows. Judging from the design of this appearance and the leisurely footsteps, Mizuki must have practiced acting for at least 2.5 years. "Teacher Mizuki, why are you here?" Naruto asked with tears in his eyes. "Teacher Iruka definitely didn't mean to make things difficult for you. He didn't let you graduate for your sake. Don't blame him." The magnetic voice combined with these words perfectly portrayed the image of a caring teacher. "But I really want to graduate," Naruto said innocently. The extreme desire of a child for something was perfectly reflected on Naruto's face. At this moment, Naruto also used his acting skills that he had practiced since cutting the umbilical cord. Now it was not only for Mizuki, but the third generation was also most likely watching this scene through a telescope. After all, without his permission and arrangement, Naruto would never have been able to touch the sealed book. "I really can't do anything about you, so I'll tell you a big secret," Mizuki said, as if he was moved by Naruto's sincerity. Chapter 9. Whoosh, whoosh. Naruto was groping his way towards the Hokage building with a sly look in his eyes, and the road was smooth as expected. He knew that everything today was under the sight of the third Hokage. According to previous calculations, this should be the third Hokage who gave Naruto the shadow clone technique as compensation. Otherwise, with the strict security here, he should have been discovered by the Anbu long ago. The road was smooth and it didn't take much effort to find the huge ceiling scroll. After all, it was too conspicuous, and it was clearly placed in a room. Naruto took a look at the beginning and found that it was indeed the multiple shadow clone technique. After confirming that it was correct, he immediately ran to the woods where he had agreed to meet with Mizuki, otherwise it would be a pity if he took the wrong one and worked in vain. After Naruto left for a while, the third Hokage estimated that the time left for Naruto was almost enough, so he summoned the Anbu. "Uzumaki, Naruto stole the Book of Seals, arrest him immediately." To put on a complete show, the third Hokage sent out all the Anbu and regular ninjas who had no mission. After entering the woods, Naruto did not rush to the agreed location, but found a relatively secret place to study hard. After all, they were all in the third Hokage's telescope technique, so it didn't matter where he hid. The multiple shadow clone technique was not too difficult for Naruto to learn. As an A-level ninjutsu, it required huge chakra and precise chakra control. Naruto had already mastered the clone and transformation techniques that were of the same origin. Naruto's chakra requirements far exceeded the requirements, and he had also mastered chakra control. The tree climbing and water treading skills that Kakashi taught in the early stage in the original work have been quite effective. Naruto was also afraid that it would be embarrassing if he got the scroll but couldn't learn it. After all, this is reality and not anime, so he had already made sufficient preparations for this day. After the initial mastery, Naruto turned the pages of the Book of Sealed, and it was exactly as expected. The third Hokage was too steady in doing things, and he even made a fake Book of Sealed for this matter. Naruto was not disappointed. He put away the Book of Sealed and went to find Mizuki, and it was time for this good show to end. He didn't hide his figure along the way. Whoosh! A figure blocked Naruto's way. Seeing that it was Iruka, Naruto said excitedly without waiting for him to speak, "Teacher Iruka, I have learned some very powerful ninjutsu now. I will show you how to use it, but you must let me graduate." Iruka was stunned when he heard Naruto say this, practicing ninjutsu here. "It's a pity that I have only learned one ninjutsu. If I learn all of them, I will definitely be able to graduate, Mr. Iruka." "Who told you this?" Iruka was shocked. He didn't think that a child who hadn't graduated from the ninja school could know the Book of Seals. It was Mr. Mizuki. He was a very nice guy. He was the one who told me that as long as I learned the ninjutsu, Mr. Iruka would definitely let me graduate. He was the one who told me about the scroll and this place," Naruto said with excitement and innocence, throwing the blame on Mizuki. "Mizuki? Chikexu, what on earth does he want to do?" Iruka was shocked and confused. Whoosh! 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 A gust of evil wind blew, accompanied by a dozen kunai shot at him at high speed. Iruka didn't have time to think about it, and instinctively pushed Naruto away, but he was hit by 3 or 4 kunai, and blood immediately flowed from the wound. Naruto was furious when he saw Iruka injured, and he forced himself to say, "Wait, you are mistaken. Mizuki teacher, why are you attacking us? Naruto, give me the Book of Seals for safekeeping." Mizuki wanted to act again. If Iruka hadn't suddenly appeared, he would have tricked the Book of Seals into his hands. After all, although Naruto didn't know ninjutsu, the physical skills he showed at school also made him very afraid. "Naruto, you must not give it to him. It is a forbidden book that records many dangerous ninjutsu. Mizuki used you to get it." Iruka gritted his teeth and pulled out the kunai in his body. According to the original story, Mizuki said that Iruka said that Naruto was a demon fox, and Iruka's parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. Iruka also blocked a huge shuriken for Naruto. But looking at Iruka who was bleeding, Naruto didn't want him to get hurt again. So he prepared to end the scene early. "So you've been lying to me all along. It's unforgivable that you hurt Iruka-sensei like this. I'm going to kill you today." Naruto shouted viciously. "Tisk, you troublesome kid, do you really want me to kill you myself? Do you think you can threaten me with your little achievements in physical skills? Don't be so wishful. Since you want to get the Book of Seals so badly, I will show you the ninjutsu inside." Naruto solemnly made hand seals in front of Iruka for the first time. As Naruto made hand seals, the huge amount of chakra in his body began to flow violently for the first time, like a raging tsunami exploding. Bang! Boom! The sound of bangs continued. When the smoke that filled the surrounding woods dispersed, hundreds of Narutos appeared. They were standing all over the ground and branches. Some even had no place to stand and were squeezed off the branches. Mizuki saw that so many fists were about to hit him, and he immediately realized that he was in danger today. He couldn't help but pee on the ground between his legs like the yellow river bursting its banks. Iruka was also shocked and opened his mouth wide. Looking at the Naruto in the forest, he saw that they were all high-level clones with entities. He really couldn't understand why Naruto had such a huge amount of chakra, and his brain crashed. Naruto stopped talking nonsense and directly ordered the clones to rush forward. Although Mizuki knew that his chances were slim, he was unwilling to sit there and wait for death. Unfortunately, although the amount of chakra contained in each of these hundreds of Naruto was only a few hundredths of the original body, their physical strength would not be evenly distributed into hundreds of parts just because there were many clones. Mizuki could handle 8 or 10, but with so many clones rushing over, they were drowned by the sea of Naruto in just a few breaths. Before the clones behind could make a move, Mizuki had already breathed his last with tears in his eyes. The real body didn't join in the fun. After all, Mizuki's clothes were covered with urine and feces. Naruto didn't have that many replacements for dirty clothes, and the only one left was not dry yet. Such a big commotion here quickly attracted the Anbu ninjas. Later, the third generation came forward to define the matter, and Mizuki would be responsible for everything. Afterwards, Iruka took off his forehead protector and put it on Naruto's head, which meant that he had recognized that Naruto had the ability to become a ninja. "Congratulations, Naruto! From now on, you will become a qualified ninja." Iruka looked relieved. Naruto was also quite sad. After 12 years of traveling through time, he could finally enter a new chapter. Chapter 10. Team 7, Naruto, Sasuke, Haruno Sakura. Great! I can be in the same class with Sasuke. And Naruto is also very handsome and powerful. But my heart already belongs to Sasuke. Sakura said excitedly. Naruto? It doesn't matter, at least he's better than the others, Sasuke was also satisfied to see Naruto in the same team with him. As for Sakura, he simply ignored her. The members of the other teams did not change either, which was not surprising to Naruto, because the division of the classes was decided by the upper management and was not randomly assigned. If nothing unexpected happened, the team leader would be Kakashi. Naruto thought that he could finally know how many chakras he had. Teacher Kakashi, could you please help me see how many times my chakra is compared to yours? Naruto was thinking about how to ask Kakashi this question in a polite way. The three of them were already waiting impatiently in the classroom, and the teacher in charge still didn't show up. Sasuke was a person who would not fart even if he was beaten with 3 sticks, so he had been sitting there, with his hands resting on his chin for a long time without moving. Naruto has been acting for so many years, and his character in the village has been stable. In addition, he is not young anymore, so he is not going to continue those childish pranks in the future. At this moment, he did not have the idea of using a blackboard eraser to prank Kakashi like in the anime. Just closed his eyes and planned how to become stronger. Only Sakura complained softly from time to time about why the teacher hadn't come yet. In fact, she had already roared and cursed in her heart. She just maintained the image of a lady in front of Sasuke. With a creak, the door of the classroom was finally opened. A handsome man with short white hair and a mask covering one eye appeared. Although he looked very handsome, there was not much left after the mask was removed. Seeing the iconic outfit of the person, Naruto was sure that the famous Kakashi had finally appeared. Let's introduce ourselves first, Kakashi said in a lazy voice. Teacher, you should take the lead and demonstrate. We don't even know your teacher's name yet. Naruto spoke first. My name is Hatake Kakashi, I like and hate, I don't want to tell you. My future dream, there are many interests. After all this talk, I only know the name. Sakura muttered. Let's start with you. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like roasted chicken. My dream is to become Hokage and let the whole village recognize my existence. Kakashi couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat when he heard the roasted chicken. The third generation had given him information about Naruto and Sasuke. Although he didn't look closely, he also caught a glimpse of the fact that Naruto had roasted chickens for half of the villagers over the years. Next person. My name is Haruno Sakura, and the person I like is, or rather the person I like is, as he said this, he blushed and looked at Sasuke. It seems that for girls of this age, love is more important than ninjutsu, Kakashi saw through her thoughts at a glance. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things, but I don't like anything. My dream or what I must do is to revive the Uchiha clan and kill that man with my own hands. Sasuke said slowly in a low voice. There was an awkward silence, as if everyone was at a loss for what to do with his immature speech. There is no one who is worry-free. Kakashi judged in his heart. Good. You three have interesting personalities. Let's start the mission tomorrow, survival drill. We have enough drills at school. Why do we need to come again? Sakura asked in confusion. Only 1/3 of the students who graduate from this exercise can pass it, and the rest have to go back to school to study again. How about that? Are you scared? Bring your ninja tools, skip breakfast, and gather at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. After scaring the kid, Kakashi changed his previous nonchalant image, and disappeared with a flash of body. Sakura was immediately scared. After all, her grades were not outstanding. If she was eliminated, she would not be able to be in the same class with Sasuke. This was what she was most worried about. The next morning, Naruto continued his physical training as usual. As for Kakashi's 5 o'clock gathering, he simply ignored it. I believe everyone who has traveled through time knows the reason. Kakashi has basically no concept of time. It was 10:30 when Naruto finally arrived at the assessment site. During the period, he roasted a chicken after training before coming here. Naruto, why did you come only now? Kakashi-sensei is the same. Didn't he say 5 o'clock? Sakura complained as soon as she saw Naruto. Forward, when I came, I saw an old lady crossing the road. Naruto, do you believe in your reason? How can you fix it? Sakura said madly. Sasuke didn't say anything, but his stomach growled at an inopportune time. Half an hour later, Kakashi finally arrived. Sorry everyone. I met a black cat on the way here. Seeing that it was the same reason as Naruto's, Sakura, whose patience had already been exhausted, was no longer in the mood to complain. The test will start next. The time is set to 1 hour. Whoever gets the bell in my hand will pass the test. He took out the alarm clock and set the time. Teacher Kakashi, why do you only have 2 bells in your hands? Sakura asked in confusion. That means at least one of you will be eliminated. If all of you fail, you will all go back to ninja school. How could this happen? Sakura made a bitter face. She knew that Sasuke and Naruto were much stronger than her. It seemed that she was the most likely to be eliminated. Come on, little devils. I remind you, you have to have the mentality of killing me. Otherwise you have no chance, Kakashi reminded grimly. Naruto had turned into a shadow and instantly arrived in front of Kakashi. The kunai in his hand was so fast that it formed a stream of light and instantly passed through Kakashi's neck. Dead man! Sakura murmured in horror with her eyes wide open. Seeing the blood spurting out of Kakashi's neck, Sakura was so scared that her limbs kept shaking. Naruto, who succeeded in 1 strike, knew that it was not that simple before Kakashi fell to the ground. The famous copy ninja Kakashi was not so easy to kill. So he immediately took a vigilant posture and looked around for Kakashi's traces. Bang! Kakashi, who fell to the ground, turned into a piece of wood. Substitution technique? I'm so scared. Sakura hasn't recovered from the shock just now. Seeing this, Sasuke immediately hid in the woods and looked for an opportunity. Hey? Where is Sasuke? What should I do? Sakura asked in panic. Go hide! Naruto shouted. Kakashi, who was hiding in the woods and watching Naruto, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The Kyuubi kid is incredible. He is decisive and fast, and he doesn't relax even after he succeeds. He has a keen sense of battle, and he is actually a genius. Kakashi couldn't help but put away his playful mentality. After all, he was only assessing a newly graduated genin, and he couldn't use those powerful ninjutsu. If he only relied on physical skills, he might really make a fool of himself if he was careless. Chapter 11. Seeing Naruto, the only one who hadn't hidden and was on guard, Kakashi decided to take him out first. However, he wanted to read a book while fighting to maximize his taunt value, but now he didn't dare to do that. As an elite jonin, Kakashi's physical skills are naturally not weak. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Naruto. Naruto felt a strong wind behind his head, and immediately turned around and attacked with a kunai in his hand. But after turning around, there was no trace of Kakashi. In the eyes of Sasuke and Sakura, Kakashi had already squatted behind Naruto's buttocks and made a tiger seal with both hands. Oops, Naruto, get out of the way. Sakura thought Kakashi was going to use a ninjutsu. This is the beginning of the fire-style ninjutsu. Naruto, run fast, or you will die. Sasuke also reminded immediately that if you are hit by the fire-style ninjutsu performed by the jonin, you will definitely die without a complete body. Before they finished speaking, Kakashi's finger had already stabbed into Naruto's vitals. Secret technique, 1000 years of death. The power of this move is indeed extraordinary. Naruto's face turned green in an instant, and the whole person jumped forward like a rocket. Seeing this, Sasuke couldn't help but squeeze his buttocks, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Bang! Fortunately, Naruto turned into a cloud of smoke when he flew out. It turned out to be just a shadow clone. Otherwise, if he was hit by such a strange ninjutsu, he would never be able to face people again for the rest of his life. It's such an incredible move. How did Kakashi think of it? Sasuke and Sakura were both very upset. Seeing that Kakashi was tricked by Naruto, he instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Sakura-chan, save me! Sakura, who was hiding in the bushes, suddenly heard Sasuke's voice. She turned around and found that it was Sasuke with shurikens all over his body. Although she was frightened by Sasuke's appearance at this time, the power of love defeated her fear at this moment, and she immediately went forward to help. Unfortunately, Sasuke spit out a mouthful of blood and fell down completely motionless. Sakura, who was too frightened, let out a shrill scream and then fainted. It turned out that Kakashi had already seen Sakura's weakness, and he knocked her down with a simple illusion. Then he took out a rope and tied her to the tree, but the rope tying skills were relatively ordinary, not the tortoise-shell bondage that everyone liked. Sasuke finally found Kakashi at this time, so he found the moment when he tied Sakura and retreated, and shot several kunai at Kakashi. Puff puff puff. All the kunai hit, but unfortunately Kakashi turned into wood in the blink of an eye. Another substitution jutsu? Damn it! Sasuke also reacted very quickly. He knew that his position was exposed the moment he fired the kunai, so he dodged away immediately. Unfortunately, this was still too immature in Kakashi's eyes, and he was caught up by Kakashi in the blink of an eye. Sasuke saw that Naruto had not taken down Kakashi before, and his physical skills were not as good as Naruto's. So he immediately made seals with both hands. Fire style, great fireball. Jutsu. The moment Sasuke made the seals, Kakashi knew the ninjutsu he was going to release. After all, he was a copy ninja who was known to have copied thousands of ninjutsu. He was a little surprised at once. After all, according to reason, the chakra of a genin should not be enough to perform such a ninjutsu. The scorching fireball exploded in front of Sasuke, but it was a pity that even Naruto couldn't hit it with this trick, let alone Kakashi. Sasuke also understood that it was impossible to deal with Kakashi with this trick, so he immediately looked for Kakashi. Here! The voice came unexpectedly from under his feet. As soon as Sasuke lowered his head, he was grabbed by the ankle by a big hand that stretched out from the mud. Earth escape technique, beheading in the heart. Sasuke was pulled into the mud in an instant, leaving only his head exposed on the ground. Seeing that he was the only one left, Naruto was not going to hide anymore, but he knew that Kakashi was not testing their strength, otherwise Sasuke and himself would have passed it long ago. Naruto didn't even untie the weight. It was just a test. Why risk his life? Just cooperate with Kakashi to put on a show. Naruto, who finally showed up, didn't even take the kunai, and came up with a spinning kick. Konoha Whirlwind. This is an attack that concentrates power in the legs and then rotates the body to greatly enhance the attack power. The main features are fast speed and great power. Kakashi, who did not read Naruto's file carefully, only noticed that he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and did not see any evaluation of his physical skills. Originally, he just wanted to casually stretch out a hand to easily resolve the attack, but then he noticed that the air was constantly torn apart by the pressure of this leg. The combat instinct generated by countless crises made his hair stand on end instantly, and he realized that the power of this kick was extraordinary. He immediately used all his strength to block it with both arms. Bang! A huge force was released. The weeds and gravel under Kakashi's feet were blown away by the shock wave. Even though Kakashi had tried his best to defend himself, he was still pushed back several meters by the force. This brat is incredible. If he got hit, he would really die. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Kakashi thought with fear. Looking at Naruto's hair that had turned flaming red, Kakashi thought that it was the power of the Nine Tails that affected Naruto and made him so strong. In fact, if he hadn't underestimated the enemy, he would have had many ways to avoid this attack. Who knew that he missed the opportunity due to carelessness, and the only way left was to resist. Although Naruto didn't remove the weight, it only restricted his speed, and his strength was not affected too much, Just as he was about to make another move. Ding 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 ding, the alarm goes off. The time is up and all three of them failed. How can this be? This is unreasonable. Sakura, who was still tied up, shouted anxiously. The three of you have no coordination, especially Sakura, you only think about Suzuki. The reason why ninjas form a team of three is that you have to work together to face all kinds of difficulties. But you said you wanted us to work together, so why did you only prepare 2 bells? You clearly wanted to cause us to fight among ourselves. Xiaoying suddenly had an idea. I want you to fight among yourselves. The world of ninja is not a game, you will actually face life and death battles. Naruto and Sasuke are qualified for now. Let's have lunch. Sakura is not allowed to eat. Whoever gives her food will be eliminated. After saying that, he put down the 2 lunch boxes and left. Wow, this is too much of a bully. I can't be on the same team with Sasuke anymore. Sakura said inwardly with grief. Not being able to be with Sasuke was the most difficult thing for her to accept. Naruto knew that Kakashi's test was not about strength at all. Because of his personal experiences, he regarded the bond of the team as the most important. When Sakura was about to despair, Naruto delivered his lunch box to her. Sakura was stunned and said in disbelief, Naruto, what are you doing? You will be eliminated like this. Eliminate me if you want, after all, we are classmates who have grown up together for 6 years. If I have to abandon you to become a ninja, then I might as well go back to school and study for another year. Naruto said with a smile. Sakura felt that Naruto seemed to be sublimated at this moment, and his whole body was radiating brilliance. Looking at his handsome face, she almost wanted to give up Sasuke and fall in love with someone else. Seeing Naruto say so, Sasuke no longer hesitated and pushed his chair over. The three of them expressed their determination at this moment, and the previous small estrangement disappeared. They smiled and ate lunch together. Kakashi, who had been observing secretly, nodded with satisfaction. I declare that all 3 of you have passed. We will start our mission tomorrow. Great! Sakura jumped up excitedly. Sasuke's poker face also slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Chapter 12. How long will it take to pull out all these weeds? Sakura looked at the connected rice fields with a look of despair. Sasuke also had a frown on his face. He thought that he could finally become a ninja and do some dangerous tasks. Naruto had known that this would happen, and he didn't bother to nag at these little brats. He just made seals with his hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. As soon as he made the move, 100 Narutos rushed to the rice fields. Sakura and Sasuke were dumbfounded. They had to admire Naruto's imagination. He actually thought of using such an explosive ninjutsu to pull out the weeds. Kakashi couldn't help but feel sad when he saw Naruto like this. He had always been very careful with the use of chakra in his life, for fear of wasting even a little bit. Naruto's generous use of chakra was something he never dared to dream of. He had secretly used the Sharingan to investigate Naruto before, and the result made Kakashi completely give up. Naruto's chakra is more than 5 times his. Can the gap between people really be so big? He is only 12 years old. Kakashi was angry at the injustice of fate. Teacher Kakashi, please teach me some powerful ninjutsu. I still don't know any offensive ninjutsu. Naruto found Kakashi, who was reading a book leisurely in the distance, and said, now that the shadow clone technique is in hand, it is time to start mastering some powerful ninjutsu, otherwise his chakra will be useless. Kakashi pondered for a moment, considering Naruto's huge amount of chakra and solid grasp of physical skills. It is indeed time for him to learn some ninjutsu. Do you know your chakra properties? I haven't tested it. Naruto knew from the anime that he was a wind attribute, but he hadn't tested it in this life, so to avoid trouble, he said he didn't have any. I just prepared some chakra test paper in advance, you can input your chakra into it. He handed the test paper to Naruto. As Naruto injected chakra into the test paper, it suddenly broke in the middle. Naruto thought it was wind. Before the test paper fell to the ground, it suddenly turned into flames and burned. Kakashi thought it was normal, but Naruto was surprised. I should only have wind attribute. Could it be that my body is absorbing the Nine Tails chakra and thus generating fire attribute? Naruto suddenly thought of this. They are wind and fire attributes. They are both very powerful attack attributes. Kakashi exclaimed. Then I will teach you wind style, great breakthrough. Hey? It's only sea level, Kakashi-sensei. Can't you teach me something more advanced? Naruto pretended to be immature and dissatisfied. Learning ninjutsu is not as easy as you think. Especially advanced ninjutsu, it takes a lot of time. Teaching you sea-level ninjutsu right away is already taking into account your huge chakra. You should first master this ninjutsu thoroughly. Naruto had to give up while he was ahead. Fortunately, he had learned wind style, great breakthrough, which was quite good. This ninjutsu was very special. Although it was only a sea-level ninjutsu, it only represented its difficulty in learning. The special thing about this ninjutsu was that its power was determined by the amount of chakra, which was just right for Naruto. Naruto, who had mastered the training method, immediately made a seal and said, "Disperse." Then, with a bang, he turned into smoke and disappeared. Only Kakashi, who was jealous, was left. They are all shadow clones. How can you cultivate more chakra? Kakashi felt humiliated again and exploded. It turned out that Naruto's real body didn't come at all. Even the one who used multiple shadow clones to pull weeds was a clone. He knew that in the early stage, he would do farm work, find lost pets and other tasks. It would be better to practice physical skills with this time, and practice the instant body technique he just learned. Shouldn't the multiple shadow clone technique that he spent so much time to learn be fully utilized? So many uses have been shown in the previous life anime, and Naruto doesn't want to waste this cheat. With the release of the clone who learned the ninjutsu, in addition, all the training methods for wind style, great breakthrough flooded into Naruto's mind. Then Naruto waved his hand and 10 shadow clones who knew the training methods for great breakthrough appeared and went to the river to experiment. He deliberately chose to practice on the river surface to avoid causing environmental damage such as trees. When the task for the day was finally completed in the evening, hundreds of Naruto made hand seals and disappeared. Sakura and Sasuke then realized that Naruto's real body did not come today. Seeing that the two of them were covered in mud and worked hard for a day, they immediately became angry and cursed. This morning, Team 7 gathered again at the Hokage building. Hey! Naruto, you lazy bug just know how to cheat. Is this the real person who came today? Sakura asked tentatively when she saw Naruto. With his strength, he couldn't tell whether Naruto was real or fake. Of course it's true. We are classmates, and I came here specially to see you today. Naruto didn't feel embarrassed at all. Humph! I'd never trust you. Sakura turned away angrily and stopped looking at Naruto. Okay, let's go take today's mission. Kakashi urged. Kakashi-sensei, let's go see Grandpa Sandai and ask him to give us some advanced tasks. I'm tired of catching cats and pulling weeds every day. Naruto begged. How dare you say that? You haven't been here once in the past few days. It's me and Sasuke who should be sick of you. Sakura couldn't control her temper when she heard Naruto say that. Well, let's go and ask for an audience with the third Hokage. Kakashi considered the strength of Naruto and Sasuke and decided to see if the third Hokage was willing to make an exception and allow them to take on higher level tasks in advance. Naruto, what are you doing here? The Sandame's tone was more dignified than when he met Naruto alone. After all, he was in a public place and he had to maintain his dignity as a Kage. Grandpa Sandame, can you please stop asking us to do tasks like taking care of children and digging sweet potatoes? I want to perform more challenging tasks. Naruto said in a childish tone. I knew he was going to cheat here. Kakashi looked as if he had known this. Grandpa Sanda, we just want to do some real tasks quickly and become powerful ninjas as soon as possible to protect the village well. This sentence instantly triggered the Sanda's sigh. This kid who steals all day has grown up. The Sanda recalled that Naruto had always played pranks to attract other people's attention, thinking that this would gain recognition from others. Moreover, he had mastered A-level advanced ninjutsu without knowing it, and his physical skills were also outstanding. Thinking of Naruto's talk of inheriting the will of fire since he was a child, the Sanda felt that the shadow of the fourth generation was slowly overlapping with Naruto. The only discordant thing was that Naruto's hair turned red. He was born with yellow hair like his father. However, this did not affect the self-admiration of the Sanda, because Naruto's mother had red hair, and the Sanda only thought that the genes of the Uzumaki clan prevailed later. After all, saplings have to go through wind and rain before they can grow into towering trees. The future of Konoha still depends on you. Well, there happens to be a C-rank mission to protect someone here, so I'll give it to you guys. Chapter 13. The dignified Konoha village only arranged these few brats? You guys really don't take the client seriously, said a drunk old man. He took another sip of wine while talking. I don't know if he was a drunkard. Is it to protect this drunk old man? I thought it was a daimyo or a princess. Too boring. Sakura looked disappointed and disgusted. Naruto, who had achieved his goal, didn't want to say anything more at this moment. They are all excellent ninjas who have been carefully trained and qualified by Konoha, and there will also be senior ninjas from the village leading the team to carry out the mission. Your mission is C-level. If it is carried out by a Chunin according to the normal process, there will be no Jonin accompanying you. In fact, you have gotten a great advantage. The ninja in charge of issuing the mission said to the old man. Although he looked drunk, the old man also understood that he had indeed taken advantage of him, so he stopped mocking and quickly confirmed the mission. I am the master bridge builder Danaz. You all must protect me while I am back home building the bridge. Half an hour after accepting the mission, Team 7 assembled at the entrance of the village. The speed was still quite fast. After all, it was a temporary mission out of the village, and everyone rushed back to bring their combat tools. Although Kakashi usually has no sense of time, he will not delay when it comes to missions. Standing under the 5 or 6 meter high gate, Naruto couldn't help but feel excited, because he could finally see the outside world. He has never set foot out of the village in the past 12 years. In such a small place as Konoha, he knows clearly which tree has how many bird nests, which girl is pretty, and what color underwear he should dry tomorrow. But after leaving this door, the opponents he meets are all life and death opponents. Naruto secretly hypnotized himself in the future. I will face enemies. I must go straight to the vital points when I take action. I must not be soft-hearted and I must not hesitate. Naruto's instant body technique and wind escape, big breakthrough have been completely mastered after several days of crazy practice with multiple shadow clones. After all, with Naruto's huge chakra to support him, the shadow clones don't consider saving at all when practicing. The wind kept blowing by the river from morning to night, causing the water level downstream to drop significantly. Naruto had already mastered these C-level and D-level ninjutsu a day ago, but he hadn't told Kakashi yet. After everyone checked the ninja tool bags again to make sure they were in the most convenient place to get them, Kakashi gave an order and everyone formed a protective guard formation to surround Danashi in the middle and set off. Naruto began to observe carefully from the beginning of leaving the village to prevent danger. He remembered that there were 2 small shrimps ambushing on the road at this time. Even if there were no shrimps, he had to be careful. After all, he couldn't take his life lightly. Although Sasuke and Sakura were leaving the village for the first time, they also knew that the world of ninjas was full of dangers, so they also remained cautious. Sure enough, not too long after, Naruto found a pool of water in the middle of the road, so he winked at Sasuke and Sakura calmly and walked forward step by step. After the group of people passed by, two figures covered in black robes emerged from the water, and then simultaneously swung out a chain with countless serrations, instantly locking up Kakashi, the only adult ninja. The two ends of the chain were connected to the iron gloves of the two people respectively. It seemed that the two were partners who often worked together. Without any nonsense, they exerted their strength and instantly cut Kakashi into several pieces. Seeing that Kakashi was killed instantly without even a scream, Sakura was stunned by the bloody scene. The two black-robed men thought that they had solved the only threat and immediately attacked again, and the chain attacked everyone again. Whoosh, whoosh. Two shurikens shot out from Sasuke's hand, one shot the chain onto the tree, and the other followed closely to reinforce the chain on the tree. When the two exerted their strength, they found that they could not pull the chain back, so they immediately triggered the mechanism to remove the chain from their hands. The two cooperated tacitly and attacked separately in an instant. One went straight to Danashi, and the other attacked Naruto at the outermost edge. He felt that Naruto was alone. Naruto did not dare to be careless. After all, this was an opponent who was going for his life. However, although the enemy was not slow, he could see his movements clearly. Watching the iron claws on the opponent's hands approaching him like slow motion, Naruto easily blocked them with his left hand and moved his body slightly to the right to avoid the opponent's rushing body, and then took advantage of the situation to rotate his body. Konoha whirlwind was naturally performed. This kick hit the black-clothed man's neck heavily, and the powerful force instantly broke his neck, and the remaining force was not reduced at all to smash his body to the ground. This steel leg was not only too fast for him to react, but also far exceeded the black-clothed man's limit. Not to mention that the bones around the black-clothed man were shattered, even the ground beneath him was smashed into a hole, and a grave could be made by just burying some soil. The other black-clothed man was first blocked in front of Danashi by Sakura, who had reacted, but before he could make contact, he was blocked by Sasuke, who rushed over. Just as he was about to hit Sasuke, click, Kakashi, who had reappeared, locked her neck and she was unable to move. Tears of humiliation welled up in her eyes. Great! Kakashi-sensei, you are not dead. Sakura was happy to see Kakashi reappear. It only takes me a moment to deal with them. I had to see how you perform and to see who their target is. Kakashi said as if he was the protagonist with background music. Sasuke was secretly shocked by Naruto's powerful physical skills of killing people and burying corpses. It seems that my physical skills are far behind Naruto, this monster. I have to double my lead in ninjutsu. Otherwise, how can I surpass that man? After some interrogation, the two mist ninjas reeled in as. Mr. Danaz, the mission you gave is C level, which is the level for dealing with bandits and vagrants. Now that ninjas have appeared, the mission will be upgraded to B level. Sorry, we can't continue the mission. Sakura said immediately after knowing the situation. Please, I didn't mean to hide it from you. We are really poor. The Kingdom of Waves has been exploited by the evil forces headed by Cardo. This bridge is related to the lives of countless poor people in the Kingdom of Waves. Please help me. Please. Danatsu begged in tears. What do you think? Kakashi looked at the three of them. Teacher Kakashi, why don't we give him a hand? As a ninja power, helping a weak neighboring country can also promote the prestige of our Konoha, right? They are indeed quite pitiful. Naruto said. In fact, seeing Danashi's sincere look at this moment, Sakura had already softened her heart. I agree too. Sasuke squeaked a rare sound. Seeing this, Kakashi announced that the mission would continue. Chapter 14. A small boat was sailing slowly in the dense fog, with visibility less than 10 meters. Fortunately, the boatman had lived here for many years and was very familiar with the route, so he didn't get lost. We can see the unfinished bridge not far away. We just need to go straight along the bridge to reach the land of waves. Wow! What a big bridge! Sakura exclaimed when she saw the modern bridge standing in the sea. Hush! Keep your voice down, or you'll be discovered. I took advantage of the fog to turn off the engine and paddle you here. The boatman explained in a low voice. Before the ship docks, I have to find out who attacked you and why. Otherwise, our mission will end when you arrive at the shore. Kakashi said. With a heavy sigh, Danaz whispered, it is true that this mission is beyond the scope of your mission. I have actually been targeted by Kato for a long time. He is a very vicious person. A year ago, he set his sights on the wave country and instantly monopolized maritime traffic and transportation. The lifeline of an island country like ours is the sea, and now the lives of all the people in the country are in his hands. Our only way out is on this bridge that has already been built. The other side has even sent out ninjas. Why do you raise the danger level of our mission? Kakashi asked again. The Kingdom of Waves is an extremely poor country. All of its financial resources have been used to build the bridge. We really can't afford the funds for the B-level mission, so we had no choice but to deceive you. Dana said guiltily. Forget it, cancel the mission after you reach the shore, although I will definitely be killed before I get home. It doesn't matter, anyway, only my lovely 8-year-old granddaughter will shed tears all day long. You don't have to care. Danashi said deliberately, as if my life or death is none of your business. Naruto and others were immediately furious when they heard this. Your acting of pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy is too obvious. But they couldn't help but give up the idea of terminating the mission. After the group landed on the island, the fog finally dissipated, and everyone's vision was completely restored under the bright sunshine, and their mood was also relaxed a lot. When they reached a small lake, Kakashi suddenly felt a hint of murderous aura and immediately gave an order, be on guard. The three realized that they had encountered an enemy, and immediately surrounded Danaz to protect him. Hey! A sword as tall as a person whizzed out of the forest and whizzed towards everyone, as if it wanted to cut everyone in half. Without waiting for Kakashi to speak, Naruto pushed Danashi down and pressed Sakura's head down with one hand. Sasuke reacted quickly and dodged himself. Click! The sword that flew over everyone's head was embedded in the middle of the big tree in front. With a whoosh, a masked figure stood on the hilt, with his hands crossed on his chest and his back to everyone. At this moment, Naruto wanted to call the police and say that someone was pretending to be cool here. Looking at the person's attire and the iconic beheading sword, Kakashi slowly pulled open his mask to reveal the 3 Magatama Sharingan that had been blocked. Sasuke and Sakura thought that Kakashi wore a mask because he only had one eye. You all should be careful, this guy is a rebel from the Mist Ninja. He is a demon who is good at silent killing, Mamakai Zabuza. Even I have a hard time dealing with him. Kakashi said solemnly. What a keen perception. You noticed the slightest hint of murderous intent. It seems that you are Kakashi with the Sharingan. No wonder the demon brothers failed. Zabuza said in a tone of I see. Sasuke was shocked to see that Kakashi really had a Sharingan. Could it be that? What is the Sharingan? It sounds very powerful. Sakura was confused and felt it was impressive. Apart from Sakura, everyone present should know the Sharingan very well, so Naruto did not explain it to avoid wasting words. This time, our opponent is not an ordinary ninja, so you should not participate. Be careful and protect yourself. Kakashi said solemnly to the 3 people. It seems that you are not going to hand the old man over to me. Kakashi, although you are a copy ninja who claims to have copied thousands of ninjutsu, if you insist on doing this, I will have no choice but to kill you. Zabuza said coldly. Is Kakashi such a famous ninja? Sakura asked in surprise. Ninja technique, mist hidden technique. Zabuza instantly stood on the sea not far away. As he made a seal, a thick fog drifted out and soon covered the entire forest. The fog at this time was thicker than the fog they encountered when they came here. In a blink of an eye, everyone's vision was greatly suppressed. Everything within 2 meters of their sight was white. That guy should want to get rid of me first. After saying that, Kakashi took a few steps forward, trying to attract Zabuza's attack so that the 4 of them could be safer. The fog was still getting thicker, and now it was almost pitch dark. One had to admit that Zabuza's mist-hidden technique was indeed extraordinary. And he chose to appear in this place very close to the sea, which seemed to be planned in advance. The abundant water resources here just provided a bonus for his ninjutsu. Watch out, he's pouring a lot of chakra into this silent killing technique that made him famous. Kakashi explained to everyone. What is the silent killing technique? Sakura asked in confusion. The mist released by chakra suppresses the enemy's 5 senses and kills with one blow. Many people were killed before they could react, and this is where he is so powerful. Kakashi explained in detail to everyone in the hope of increasing their chances of survival. At this time, the mist was so thick that only the 4 people who were close together could feel each other because of the physical contact. Kakashi and others who were 2 or 3 steps away could no longer see him at all, which made Sasuke, Sakura, and Inosuke feel fear in their hearts. 8 places: throat, spine, heart. As Zabuza's deep voice named the vital points of the human body one by one, Sasuke and the other 2 were completely brought into the rhythm. Every time they heard a vital point of the human body mentioned by him, they would jump violently at the corresponding position, as if that place would be hit by Zabuza and lose their life in the next moment. Sasuke was more sensitive to murderous intent than Sakura, and therefore felt greater pressure at this moment, and his body kept shaking. He even had the idea of stabbing the kunai in his hand into his heart to end this torture. Sensing his fear, Naruto put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Don't be afraid, he is just being mysterious. Naruto said indifferently. Zabuza is quite popular in the anime, and Naruto had not spoken before because he wanted to see more of this character with a tragic ending. But now the 2 sides are hostile after all, and it is really unbearable to see him pretending to be cool from the moment he appeared until now. Swish, swish, swish. Naruto completed the seal in an instant with his extreme hand speed. The chakra in his body suddenly surged. Then he deliberately slowed down his speech and said word by word wind style, "Great breakthrough. Weave. The previous moment, it was still covered with thick fog and silent. The next moment, a strong wind suddenly howled and raged wildly. Chapter 15. The violent hurricane came out of Naruto's mouth, and wherever it went, it sounded like a ghost crying or a demon howling. At this moment, let alone the fog, even the trees as thick as an adult's waist were either uprooted or broken in half, and a layer of soil on the ground was scraped away. Although Sasuke, Sakura, and Inosuke were behind Naruto, the tiny part of the aftermath also made them use all their strength to avoid being blown away. At this moment, the storm finally stopped, and Sasuke and the other 2 opened their eyes and were stunned. Looking at the scene that was like a tornado sweeping around them for a long time, they couldn't come back to their senses. Kakashi was also shocked and his eyes trembled. He has only learned wind escape for a few days. He can exert such amazing power. He couldn't help but sigh. Is this the power of a sea-level ninjutsu performed by someone with 5 times more chakra than me? The most shocked person was Zabuza. At this moment, he was clinging to a tree stump with the upper half broken off, holding the beheading sword in one hand and the big pants that were almost blown away by the hurricane with the other hand. A sea-level ninjutsu was used with such destructive power by this brat. Is this kid a tailed beast? The mist-hidden jutsu that I am so proud of was broken by a sea-level ninjutsu. Zabuza felt that the world had become unreal. Where was the slightest mist in the field at this moment? The bright sunshine shone on the bare field, and the 2 parties were so alone in the confrontation. The words of the business giants on both sides just seemed to have not dissipated in their ears, and the atmosphere at this moment became a little awkward for some reason. How can it be repaired? Fog, hidden, of, Zabuza, who seemed unable to bear the humiliation, angrily used it again. Little brat, if you dare, release it again. Let's see how much chakra your genin has. Zabuza believed that with the pitiful amount of chakra of the genin, he must have used some desperate means to release the breakthrough just now. Wind style, major breakthrough. This time Naruto did not delay any longer. The fog had just risen, and a hurricane that was no weaker than before swept across the entire venue again. Another layer of soil within a radius of 100 meters was scraped off, because now there was nothing left except soil. This time Zabuza had no place to hide even on the tree stump. He stuck the beheading sword into the ground and held the hilt tightly with both hands to avoid being blown away. At the same time, he clamped his legs tightly around his pants to preserve his moral integrity. I'm going to kill you. Little brat. If eyes could kill people, Naruto would probably be dead now. Kirigakure. Wind escape. Zabuza wanted to try again, but when he saw Naruto trying to synchronize his spells with him without blushing or breathing heavily, he finally gave up on the seal. It really is a ghost. This kid must be a monster. Zabuza was so shocked that he thought his chakra would be drained first if he continued to fight with Naruto in ninjutsu. Zabuza was a famous high-level ninja and he quickly adjusted his mood. Seeing that the mist-hidden technique had no effect, he rushed into the middle of Naruto and the others with his beheading sword and went straight for Danaz's head. Sasuke and Sakura retreated instantly, and Naruto also pulled Danaz to dodge. Zabuza's attack was actually to attract Kakashi to rescue him. Seeing this, Kakashi also dodged and rushed in front of Zabuza, and the kunai he used and Zabuza and Kakashi's huge beheading sword are exactly two extremes. Close combat is a great limitation for Zabuza. As Kakashi charged forward, his kunai had already been firmly inserted into Zabuza's heart, but unfortunately what came out was transparent water. Zabuza had really slashed with his sword behind Kakashi. Kakashi was cut into two pieces in an instant, but fortunately it turned into a pool of water in the blink of an eye. It turned out that when Zabuza cast the water clone, Kakashi analyzed and cast it in the first time. At this moment, Zabuza was counterattacked, and Kakashi held the kunai firmly on his neck from behind. It's over. Kakashi said. Ha ha ha, you are worthy of being the copy ninja Kakashi. You copied and released all my ninjutsu in an instant, but unfortunately, do you think that I can be defeated so easily? Seeing that Zabuza didn't care even though his own shuriken was pointing at his neck, Kakashi realized that something was wrong and exerted force on his hands instantly. Sure enough, it was another water clone. Like a nesting doll, the real Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi again and swung out his sword. The heavy sword possessed great kinetic energy when wielded by Zabuza, and Kakashi's kunai did not have an advantage in strength. The sword instantly broke through Kakashi's defense, and Zabuza instantly turned around and kicked Kakashi out. Kakashi took advantage of the force of the blow to hide in the water and prepare to regroup, but he found something wrong as soon as he entered the water. The water became extremely viscous, and he couldn't get rid of it quickly when he wanted to get away. You've been fooled, Kakashi. Let me show you the water prison technique. In an instant, Zabuza was standing on the water next to Kakashi and had completed hand seals. A huge water ball trapped Kakashi in it, making him unable to move. However, the water prison technique also has a weakness. It requires the caster to keep his palm in contact and input chakra to maintain it. Zabuza naturally had a ninjutsu to match it. He maintained the water prison technique with one hand and used the other hand to form hand seals and release the water clone technique. Naruto and the others saw this and realized that as long as his hand left the water ball, Kakashi would be able to escape. Sasuke immediately stepped forward to attack. He had been stimulated too much today. First, he was frightened and unable to move by the enemy's murderous aura, which made him feel ashamed. Later, he saw Naruto, who was the same age, perform such an amazing ninjutsu. As a result, his confidence and self-esteem suffered a great blow. He thought that his physical skills were not as good as Naruto's, but his ninjutsu was much better than Naruto's. But he didn't expect that reality would slap him in the face. Now when he thinks back to all the praises of his genius since he was a child, it seems that they have become knives that keep stabbing into his heart. At this moment, he shot shuriken at Zabuza like crazy, but unfortunately he just used the door-wide blade to sweep across and blocked all the shuriken. Looking at Sasuke, who jumped high, he accurately grabbed his neck and threw him out in an instant. Sasuke, who fell heavily to the ground, finally regained his composure at this time. He knew that he was far from his opponent and stopped acting rashly. At this moment, Zabuza, who was sure of victory, looked at Naruto. "What's up, kid? Weren't you very capable just now? How dare you embarrass me? You bunch of brats, I'm going to crush all your bones one by one later." Naruto looked at Kakashi with a headache at this moment. He thought that if he broke the opponent's missed hidden technique, he could take advantage of Kakashi, but Kakashi was still careless and fell into the opponent's ninjutsu. It's time to fight. Knowing that he had to go all out, Naruto stretched his shoulders twice and began to unload the weight on his body. "Oh? Are you carrying weights? I didn't expect that you, a kid with such powerful ninjutsu, are still practicing taijutsu," Zabuza said with a little surprise. "But you are not qualified to show off your mediocre physical skills in front of me," Zabuza said with disdain. Chapter 16. Boom! The weight that Naruto casually threw hit the ground with a dull thud, and the ground beneath everyone's feet shook. Zabuza was so shocked that he shut his mouth before he could finish his mocking words. Sakura and Sasuke stared at Naruto with wide eyes as if he were a monster. "Has he been carrying something like this all the time?" the two said in shock. Kakashi was also surprised to see this. He had long seen that Naruto was carrying a weight, but he didn't expect the weight to be so amazing. At this moment, Naruto seemed like a bird that had been freed from its restraints. Every move he made was easy and free, as if gravity had lost its effect on him. After adapting to the weightless body, Naruto instantly turned into a residual image and attacked the water clone. Because the water clone has water as a carrier, the proportion of physical strength inherited is slightly higher than that of the shadow clone, but it is also far inferior to the original body. Naruto's current speed has exceeded the visual limit of Sasuke and Sakura, and they can no longer see Naruto. Zabuza, as a long-established elite ninja, can see Naruto. The speed Naruto is showing at this moment is not much different from his original body. The water clone slashed at Naruto with a knife, but Naruto's reaction was extremely fast. He was running at high speed. He dodged the blow with a smooth backward movement. The moment the two passed each other, Naruto immediately turned around and turned from defense to offense, punching the water clone in the back of his head with all his strength. The water clone had just finished swinging the sword, and it was too late to turn around when facing Naruto behind him. In a critical moment, he forced his upper body to face Naruto, and pulled the hilt of the sword back with one hand to block in front of him. This set of movements was extremely smooth, showing Zabuza's superb swordsmanship. Obviously, he had mastered this big sword as flexibly as his own body. Bang! Naruto's fist collided with the blade and a loud bang exploded. Although the water clone blocked the punch, he was just a clone after all. Although he blocked the fist with the sword, under the shock of Naruto's huge fist, the clone turned into a pool of clear water with a bang. Zabuza's eyelids twitched in shock. He blocked the attack, but the clone was still blown up. This situation has never been seen or heard of. This monster! How can there be such a perverted kid with such abnormal ninjutsu and taijutsu? It must be a tailed beast. Zabuza was shocked. You love using clones so much, now I'll let you experience it too. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! Boom! As the smoke covering the surroundings dissipated, hundreds of Naruto appeared around. Without saying much nonsense, they picked up kunai and lined up to kill Zabuza's body. It was the first time in Zabuza's life that he saw someone use the clone technique like this. He could only create 5 or 6 clones at most. At this moment, looking at the Naruto everywhere, he had intensive phobia. At this moment, Naruto not only used the human wave tactic but also had no martial ethics. It would be fine if the kunai stabbed the chest and neck, but the kidneys and lower body were also among the targets of the clones. Zabuza had to maintain the water prison technique and could not move, so he could only wave the sword with one hand to parry. These clones were not only numerous, but also fast and powerful. He was exhausted after only destroying half of the clones. Looking at the remaining half of the clones, Zabuza seemed to see the dawn of hope, and forced himself to muster up the remaining strength and slashed desperately. After finally exploding the last clone into smoke, Zabuza was so tired that he could only half kneel beside the water prison with his sword hilt propped up, but he couldn't help but reveal a triumphant smile. "Coward! You only dared to use your clone to attack me but hid far away and didn't dare to come forward. What else do you have now? Ha 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 ha, Kakashi can't hold on for too long," Zabuza said with a sarcastic smile, although he was out of breath. "Your chakra is exhausted now, kid. Get down on your knees and beg for forgiveness. Maybe when I'm in a good mood later, I can let you die more quickly." Zabuza was sure of victory at this time. Naruto wanted to attack with his real body at this time. After all, he had consumed a lot of physical strength and one of his hands could not move. He was still confident that he could repel Zabuza. But seeing Zabuza being so shameless, Naruto was ready to slap him in the face. Not only killing people, but also destroying their hearts. Multiple shadow clone technique. A larger smoke than before exploded. Zabuza couldn't help but hold his breath when he saw Naruto start to form the shadow clone seal again, surprised that he still had chakra. When the smoke dissipated and he saw Naruto appear who was twice as good as last time, he could no longer suppress the anger and resentment he had accumulated when he was beaten up just now. His chest was bulging violently like half a bellows, and his eyes were bloodshot and red, comparable to the Sharingan. "Ah! You are going too far. I will kill you, you monster." Zabuza didn't care about maintaining the water prison technique at this moment. He rushed towards Naruto with his sword raised. He had only one idea at this moment, which was to chop Naruto into pieces. Naruto didn't move at all, but just let his clone block in front of him. When the water prison technique lost the chakra to maintain it, Kakashi broke free in an instant and blocked Zabuza's attack route to confront him. "Well done, Naruto!" Kakashi praised. At the same time, he couldn't help but sympathize with Zabuza's experience just now. Seeing Kakashi escaped, Naruto stopped attacking. Kakashi, who had just capsized, should let him show off to save face. Zabuza, who was extremely frustrated, immediately made hand seals and prepared to use powerful ninjutsu to end the battle as soon as possible. Kakashi followed closely behind, and his Sharingan analyzed Zabuza's movements in detail. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi, who made hand seals later, actually completed the ninjutsu at the same time as Zabuza. Two identical water dragons condensed out of the water and violently collided with each other. After a period of entanglement, they were evenly matched and finally turned into water splashes and fell into the sea. Obviously, Kakashi's ninjutsu attainments are far superior to Zabuza. After all, one has been practicing this ninjutsu for many years, and the other is a ninjutsu that can be evenly matched with him. Zabuza, who didn't believe in evil, immediately decided to perform a more advanced ninjutsu. But this time Kakashi's movements were completely synchronized, and in the end he actually completed the ninjutsu before him. Water style, waterfall technique. Kakashi said first. The lake water suddenly spun and formed a huge stream of water, which rushed towards Zabuza with great force. The violent impact force and water pressure swept him hundreds of meters. It was not until the impact force of the water began to weaken that Zabuza was blocked by a tree. Zabuza had basically lost his combat effectiveness at this time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Zabuza was hit by a branch kunai as soon as he emerged from the water. Kakashi did not give him any chance to finish him off in time. "It's over. Kakashi concluded at this moment. You can actually defeat me with my ninjutsu. Zabuza, who had suffered repeated defeats today, couldn't accept such a result. If his eyes could kill, Naruto and Kakashi would have been chopped into pieces by him. Two needle-shaped hidden weapons flew out of the forest and instantly hit Zabuza's neck. Zabuza, full of anger, stared and slowly fell down. A masked figure appeared in front of everyone. Thank you very much for your help. I have been waiting for the opportunity to kill Zabuza. Mask bowed slightly and thanked him. Kaka stepped forward and felt Zabuza's pulse and found that he was indeed dead. Judging from your mask, you are a pursuit ninja from Kirigakure, right? As expected of you. You know so much. The masked figure said approvingly. Naruto knew that this person was by pretending to be a chasing ninja, so he said to Kakashi vaguely, Teacher, is there something fishy? Let's not make things complicated for now, our mission is to kill Danaz. Kakashi said. His body contains the secrets of our village, I will take it back to deal with it. Thank you again for your help, and goodbye. After saying this, he took up Zabuza and disappeared. Send Danaz back to the village quickly. Kakashi said, then he closed his eyes and fell down. Teacher Kakashi, what happened to you? Everyone was shocked and rushed over to check. Chapter 17. Naruto checked and found that Kakashi had no external injuries, and he didn't remember whether he fainted during this part in the original work. Thinking back to today's battle, he didn't see any heavy blows to his body, so internal injuries were ruled out. The only reason was chakra overdraft. After all, it is well known that Kakashi often loses strength due to the Sharingan. Thinking of this, Naruto felt relieved. Don't worry, Kakashi teacher should be exhausted. We just need to take him back to rest. Although he knew that Kakashi's blue bar was very low due to the drag of the Sharingan, he didn't expect it to be so low that he died in just a few minutes. It seems that Kakashi didn't care too much about the identity of the dialogue just now because he knew that he had reached his limit. After resting for a few hours, Kakashi finally woke up, and everyone gathered around. Kakashi-sensei, are you okay? Why did you suddenly faint? Sakura spoke first. I'm fine, I just overused my chakra, sorry to have made you worried. Kakashi explained. How did that masked ninja deal with Zabuza? I don't know. Later he carried Zabuza away, and we didn't see how he dealt with him. Sakura recalled. The recovery work of the chasing ninja is usually to bring back the heads and processed bodies, but he would rather take the trouble to bring back Zabuza, who is much bigger than him, which is very unreasonable. Moreover, the flying needles he used at that time were not lethal weapons, but needles for acupuncture. With special techniques, it can make people look like they are dead. So I suspect Zabuza is not dead yet. Kakashi analyzed slowly. Naruto knew about this situation a long time ago, but Sasuke and Sakura were shocked when they heard it. At this time, the masked ninja on the other side was treating Zabuza's wound. When he was about to pull out the steel needle, Zabuza had already woken up by himself, and he pulled out the steel needle and threw it on the ground. Bye, you are still as annoying as ever. Do you really have to pick my neck to attack me? Zabuza said speechlessly. Because there are fewer muscles in the neck, it is easier to hit the acupuncture points. Yes, Mr. Zabuza, it looks like it will take nearly a week for your body to recover. Bai took off his mask and smiled. Damn Kakashi, next time I will definitely see through the Sharingan. Zabuza swore in his heart. In order to prevent Zabuza from attacking again, it seems that we need to improve your strength. Let's have an intensive training. After saying that, he took the three of them to the forest on crutches. The purpose of this training is to train your ability to finally control chakra and maintain it in battle. Theoretically, after mastering it, you can learn any conventional ninjutsu. Start with climbing a tree, he said as he shot 3 chakras in front of the 3 people. Climbing trees? We have been able to climb trees since we were young, Mr. Kakashi. Sakura asked in confusion. Let me show you how. First, evenly distribute the chakra on the soles of your feet and then maintain it. As he spoke, he walked towards a big tree step by step with his crutches. The amazing thing was that he walked up to the tree at a 90-degree angle as if he were walking on flat ground. What was even more amazing was that his crutches were still on the tree as if he was on flat ground. Even when he walked to a horizontal branch, he continued to walk forward until his body and crutches were hanging upside down on the branch. Sakura and Sasuke widened their eyes at this moment, and only then did they understand how Zabuza and Kakashi were able to stand on the water to fight before. I didn't expect Kikla to be used like this. Sasuke thought in amazement. Before the extermination of the clan, his father was too busy with family affairs to teach Sasuke. Afterwards, the family was tragically exterminated, and the family's ninjutsu scrolls were not left behind, so Sasuke's knowledge and growth were greatly limited. Now hold your kunao and go as high as you can. Leave a mark when you reach the limit. If you can do what I just did, we will start the next step. Then Sasuke and Sakura immediately started practicing. Teacher Kakashi, I can already do this. Can you teach me some new ninjutsu? Naruto stepped forward and said to Kakashi. After that, he walked under the branches of a big tree like Kakashi. Sasuke couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. I'm behind Naruto again. Damn it! It seems that my usual practice is still far from enough. Kakashi couldn't help but feel surprised when he saw this. I didn't expect that, Naruto. Your talent is higher than I thought before. Then try walking to the surface of the water again. Kakashi continued to test. Naruto picked up a stone as big as a human head and threw it into the water. When the water was splashed and extremely unstable by the stone, he stood in the most unstable area. His whole body rose and fell with the swaying of the waves, but he didn't fall down, and not even a drop of water got on his shoes. Kakashi couldn't help but exclaimed in his heart, it's really excellent, Shiur. In short, since your foundation is so solid, I will teach you fire style, great fireball technique. Seeing that Naruto had mastered the sea-level wind style very well in just a few days, he did not hesitate this time and directly taught him a powerful fire style. Naruto was of course very satisfied with this. After all, this ninjutsu was the standard for many big guys, from Sasuke to Itachi, and then to Madara. They had all used this ninjutsu, and the power of this technique was quite impressive. I remember that in the later period, Madara's great fireball forced several water-style ninjas to unite to block it. Not long after, Naruto, who had learned the great fireball technique, immediately created 10 shadow clones to move away from Sasuke and the other man. Practice at the beach. Kakashi watched 10 Narutos lined up in a row and practiced breathing fire facing the sea, and instantly understood why Naruto learned ninjutsu so quickly. He couldn't help but secretly say, what a monster! I've never heard of using the shadow clone technique in this way. Only Naruto's chakra can be squandered like this. If someone else had so many clones and evenly distributed their chakra, they wouldn't be able to perform many ninjutsu. How could they practice if their chakra was exhausted? At this moment, in a wooden house in the forest on the other side of the island, Zabuza was lying on the bed recuperating, and Haku was quietly guarding beside him. Squeak! The door opened and the first person to come in was Cardo, dressed like a nouveau riche. What a mess! I didn't expect that Zabuza would also fail. The ninjas from the Land of Mist are really useless. They can't even do such a small thing, and they still call themselves ghosts. It's really funny. Cardo taunted. Don't be dumb. Say something. He yelled and stretched out his hand towards Zabuza. Before he could touch Zabuza, Bai grabbed his wrist. Don't touch Mr. Zabuza with your dirty hands. He then threw Cardo back a few steps. Hiss, my arm was almost broken, you bastard. Go and take him down. Cardo wailed and ordered his men. Unfortunately, the two thugs were immediately grabbed by Bai and held against their necks, and they dared not move. Humph, I give you a deadline to complete the task quickly. Seeing this, Cardo could only tuck his tail between his legs and slink away after saying something harsh. Chapter 18. Why save him? Zabuza put away the kunai that he was going to use to kill Cardo. It turned out that the kind-hearted Bai knew that Cardo would be killed if he reached out to Zabuza, so he took the initiative to teach Cardo a lesson to prevent him from dying. But Zabuza certainly couldn't do so much. In order to take care of his feelings, he changed the topic and said the Kirigakure's pursuit troops have not given up yet. It doesn't matter if we kill Cardo, but if our whereabouts are exposed, it will be a loss. Mr. Zabuza, your body still needs a few days of recuperation. Humph. Zabuza could only hum proudly to express his acceptance of Bai's statement for the time being. At this time, Kakashi was looking at the three people who were making good progress in their training and felt deeply moved. Sasuke is even more talented than me, and he will have a Sharingan with great potential in the future. I am really looking forward to his growth. And Naruto, at the age of 12, has several times more chakra than me. His talents in physical skills and ninjutsu are also extremely amazing. Even I may not know how far he can grow in the future. What an incredible kid! Naruto's clones are still practicing the Great Fireball, and his original body is walking to the other end of the island. He wants to see if he can run into Haku by chance like in the original book. After all, this man who is more beautiful than many women is very popular in the anime. And he is kind-hearted, and he will not fight if he meets him. At this moment, Zabuza is still recovering from his injuries, so he is not afraid of meeting Naruto. By the way, let's see if we can bring some big fish back. After all, at the seaside, the fishery resources should be more abundant. Fortunately, we were lucky and soon found Haku in the forest collecting herbs for Zabuza. Looking at such a gentle and moving appearance, man, Naruto couldn't help swallowing. Naruto reacted and slapped himself twice in his heart, looking at his slightly protruding Adam's apple, and kept thinking in his heart, he is a man, evil thoughts go away. Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto. Finally I met Naruto, but I didn't know what to say. Haha. Seeing Naruto's somewhat embarrassed look, Bai couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Naruto's heartbeat accelerated again. My name is Bai. Judging from your forehead protector, you must be a ninja. Why do you want to be a ninja? Bai broke the awkwardness and asked. It is to become stronger, so that you can control your own destiny. But you look very strong already. Bai asked doubtfully. Not enough. I want to be the most powerful ninja in the world. Naruto looked serious at this moment. This was the first time he told someone his true thoughts. Bai couldn't help but feel surprised. It was the first time he saw someone dreaming so high. Is it for yourself or for others? For myself, and for others at the same time. Naruto thought of the fourth Hokage, Kushina, and later Hinata, who were hugging him when he first crossed over. After that, the two chatted with each other on many topics, but they did not try to persuade him to leave Zabuza. He knew that the bond between the two had reached the point where they could live and die together. After parting with Bai, Naruto spent some time catching two large fish that were half his body long. He stacked the firewood skillfully, reduced the chakra output to the minimum, opened his mouth and spit out a column of fire to ignite the firewood. Too much chakra is not good, and he has tried his best to reduce the chakra output, but he still almost blew up the firewood pile. Soon the aroma of grilled fish drifted away with the wind, and Sasuke and others did not need to be called specially, and the hungry people who were training gathered around following the aroma. You guys have a really good nose. I was just about to finish grilling when you all came. Naruto joked. I didn't expect you to be able to cook, Naruto. And you're so good at it. Sakura swallowed her saliva and said excitedly. Kakashi also rarely put away his affection and squatted beside him, looking at the grilled fish expectantly. All right, it's done. I also see that everyone is training very hard, so I'm going to give you some nutrition supplements. Naruto divided the two fish into 4 parts, and Sasuke and others started to eat like hungry tigers. 5 days passed quickly as everyone was training. Naruto had completely mastered the Great Fireball technique at this time, and Sasuke and Sakura had also completed the training of climbing trees and treading water. When Kakashi used his Sharingan to observe Naruto, he was shocked to find that Naruto's chakra had increased by 1 card in the short time since graduation. Sasuke's strength is now even better, and he can try to use his Great Fireball technique in battle. In fact, he had learned this ninjutsu a long time ago, but before, if he used it in battle, he would have to use up his chakra for each cast, so he had only used the lower-level Great Fireball technique. Now that Kakashi's body has fully recovered, everyone began to continue the mission, protecting Danaz and restarting the bridge-building operation. Zabuza, I didn't pay you to do charity. Today is the deadline, get rid of Konoha's ninjas. Kato urged Zabuza again. Although he was annoyed by Kato's tone, Zabuza was a ninja hired by the other party after all, so he had to swallow his anger for the time being, and angrily took Bai to find Kakashi and his party. The crowd was patrolling on the bridge with Kato, and suddenly a thick fog swept over. Without thinking too much, everyone immediately understood that Zabuza had come again. Naruto didn't say much, and immediately performed a big breakthrough again. This time he tried his best to restrain his strength, so as not to destroy the bridge that the wave country had exhausted its financial resources to build. Although he restrained his strength, he still easily blew away the fog. Zabuza didn't get angry this time, and let Naruto blow away the fog. After the fog dissipated, it was Zabuza and Bai wearing a mask who were standing together. Not far away, there was a group of thugs with swords brought by Kato. The two sides confronted each other again on the bridge. Sakura couldn't help but taunt when she saw Bai appear again. Hey! The masked man, didn't you lie to us last time that you were a chasing ninja from Kirigakure? How dare you show up in front of us again today after you deceived us like this? Leave that guy to me. I hate those pretentious guys the most. Sasuke first chose Bai as his opponent. Attack! Zabuza gave the order. Bai received the order and instantly turned into a whirlwind and attacked Sasuke, showing his extraordinary speed. Sasuke, whose strength had just been improved, was not to be outdone and immediately stepped forward to fight with him. The two sides fought back and forth for several rounds, but still no one was the winner. At this time, Sasuke used his hands to block Bai's long needle and wrestled with each other. It seems that you will not retreat easily. I didn't want to take your life. Bai said regretfully at this moment. Sasuke felt confused when he heard this, thinking, I have blocked your weapon with both hands, can you still use ninjutsu with your free hand? Chapter 19. Stop talking nonsense, it's ridiculous. Sasuke thought the other party was trying to be mysterious. You won't be able to catch up with my speed. You lost for 2 reasons. First, I had just sprinkled water all around, and second, you only blocked one of my hands. No one except Naruto knew what Bai meant until he started to make a seal with one hand. Seeing this scene, even the experienced Kakashi was shocked and his eyes widened. Right eye. Seal with one hand? I have never heard of such a shocking thing. Secret technique, 1000 killing water flying. With Bai's low shout, the water on the ground instantly floated up and formed several water needles in an instant, firmly locking Sasuke, who could not move. Seeing that Sasuke seemed to be doomed, Kaka could not go to support him because Zabuza's aura was locking him. Teacher Kakashi, don't worry about Sasuke. Just focus on dealing with Zabuza. I won't let Sasuke get killed. Naruto knew Kakashi's worries at the moment, so he comforted him. Sasuke, who was in danger at the moment, calmed down instead. Recalling the results of his hard training in the past few days, he silently gathered chakra under his feet. As the water needle shot out at a high speed, Bai retreated, and Sasuke seized the opportunity at this moment and exerted force with his legs. The chakra that had long been gathered in his feet also burst out suddenly. The whole person jumped into the air like a cannonball to avoid the attack. The water needle rubbed Sasuke's soul with great momentum and pierced his original position. The strong force exploded several huge splashes of water on the ground. It can be imagined that if Sasuke had not avoided it, he would have been completely pierced by the water needle at this moment. Sasuke deserves the name of a genius. With someone teaching him, his strength has increased so much in just a few days. At this time, Sasuke with his bursting self-confidence, he instantly attacked Bai. 3 shurikens were shot out before his body landed in the air, and Bai had to do 3 backflips to barely dodge them. Before he could stand firmly, Sasuke had already arrived behind him and swung a punch, and Bai quickly blocked it with his arm. With his other hand, Sasuke had already picked up a kunai with 2 fingers and showed off a fancy move, and then casually but confidently threw it at Bai's head. Although Bai dodged the kunai, he was exposed because of the hasty move, and then he was kicked and fell to the ground. Sasuke's series of combos at this moment were like antelope hanging horns, leaving no trace, and every move was perfect to the peak. It can be seen from the little stars in Sakura's eyes. Naruto had to admit that although this set of moves was not very powerful, it was indeed ridiculously handsome. Bai actually lost in speed. Zabuza was also shocked by Sasuke's growth in just a few days. Bai, who stood up again, could no longer hold back and his chakra suddenly exploded. Seeing this, Sasuke immediately focused and was on guard. Naruto didn't feel much about this, because he didn't care if Bai couldn't burst out all his chakra. As Bai exploded, the water around Sasuke kept floating and condensing. In a blink of an eye, it turned into a dozen ice mirrors that surrounded him. Secret technique, magic mirror ice crystal. After Bai turned and walked into a mirror, all the mirrors showed the same Bai, and it was no longer possible to tell where the real body was. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The well-informed Kakashi had never heard of such a strange ninjutsu. At this moment, Sasuke could no longer keep up with Bai's speed. Bai in each mirror was doing the same action, and Sasuke could not tell which one was the real one. In a blink of an eye, he was hit by several flying needles, and could only curl up and lie on the ground to support himself to protect his vitals. Fortunately, Bai has never had the heart to hurt others, so he has always used needles, which are weapons with extremely low lethality. Otherwise, if he changed any other weapon, Sasuke would be in danger at this moment. Sakura, who was really distressed, waved her hand and threw a kunai towards the gap in the mirror to Sasuke, but unfortunately, it was easily caught by Bai, who stuck his upper body out of the mirror. Swish, a shuriken hit Bai's face at a high speed. Fortunately, his mask was of good quality and blocked it, but it was also broken by the huge force, and Bai fell out of the mirror. Looking at Bai with a beautiful face, Kakashi and his party were all surprised. They didn't expect that this amazing ninja would have such a weak and beautiful appearance. It's you. Bai, why would you, a gentle and kind person, stay with a wicked person like Zabuza? I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. It seems that we are going to become enemies now. Bai Xin said painfully. Hey? Does such a beautiful girl know Naruto? Sakura asked in confusion. Because of Bai's appearance, Sakura and the other two thought he was a woman at first. Looking at Naruto and Bai talking, Sakura suddenly felt sour. Although she didn't like Naruto, she felt inexplicably uncomfortable when she saw him suddenly find a girlfriend who was prettier and stronger than him. You obviously don't like fighting with others, why don't you live the life you want? Bai Naruto advised. It is true that it is difficult for me to become a ninja with my original personality. If possible, I do not want to be your enemy. But if you must fight Mr. Zabuza, then I can only kill my own soul and become a complete ninja. I will only live for Mr. Zabuza in this life. Please do not resent me. After saying that, he entered the ice mirror again. Naruto has not tried since then. 2 persuasions have been his limit. I really can't understand the values of some people in this world. After the little episode just now, Sasuke also adjusted from the suppression just now. Knowing that he would only fail if he kept avoiding, it seems that the only way to break the mirror is to break the situation. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. Fire escape big fireball technique. A thick column of fire spurted out of his mouth and instantly burned on the ice mirror, but unfortunately the ice mirror showed no signs of melting. Your level of fire cannot threaten my technique, Bai said calmly after letting Sasuke perform the fire escape. At this moment, Kakashi and Zabuza also started fighting. Unfortunately, Kakashi did not suppress him immediately this time. Zabuza also analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of Kakashi's Sharingan and responded. Sasuke could only use a big fireball to repel Bai's attack, but he could only maintain his undefeated status temporarily. After all, his chakra was almost exhausted under such high-intensity use. Naruto was not in a hurry to help. The previous wave of operations by the second pillar was really too showy. Now let him suffer for a while as a punishment for pretending to be cool. Moreover, in the anime, he forced out the Sharingan with one Megatama under the pressure and stimulation of Bai. If Naruto took action at this moment, Sasuke would have missed this opportunity. Chapter 20. Panting, Sasuke stopped casting ninjutsu. After all, the previous few fireballs did not cause any damage except tickling the ice mirror. Now he could only stare with wide eyes and try to find the trajectory of Bai's attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more flying needles came. After enduring such a long period of stimulation, Sasuke finally saw the trajectory of the attack and dodged it instantly. This was the first time he avoided Bai's attack since entering the mirror. At this time, Sasuke's pupils had turned blood red, with 2 Megatama in his right eye and only 1 Megatama in his left eye. Bloodline limit? It was awakened in the battle. Although it is not complete at the moment. Bai sighed at Sasuke's talent and thought to himself. In fact, he really had to thank Bai. After all, apart from Bai and his brother, where else could he find such an opponent who could put pressure on him without harming his life? Everyone also noticed Sasuke's changes at this moment. Has he awakened at this time? Sasuke's talent is even higher than I expected. Kakashi was relieved. It turns out that he is the descendant of the tragic family. No wonder his strength has improved so quickly. Zabuza exclaimed. It's a pity for Kakashi that such a promising disciple of yours is going to die here. Bai is not an ordinary bloodline ninja. After saying that, he attacked Kakashi again. Bai was not worried when he saw Sasuke breaking through in danger. With his knowledge, he judged that Sasuke's previous fireballs had already exhausted most of his chakra. Now he opened the bloodline limit, which consumed a lot of energy, so his chakra would soon be completely exhausted. And the fact is indeed so. He couldn't show off again after showing off twice today. Facing the flying needles that were shot again, he was no longer able to dodge. He couldn't just be shot all over, so he fell down with an unwilling face. Naruto saw that Sasuke had completed the awakening and stopped watching. After all, the two sides had different positions, and the battle with Bai was inevitable. Naruto moved like a rabbit, instantly changing from standing still to extremely fast, and smashed a mirror with a punch carrying huge force. After throwing Sasuke to Sakura to take care of, he said to Bai, "You are not my opponent, surrender Bai." "I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. I can't let Mr. Zabuza down." Then he used ninjutsu to repair the broken mirror. "You are so stubborn." Naruto no longer held back at this moment. Bai also launched an attack instantly, but Naruto was not Sasuke. He dodged all the flying needles easily. At this moment, Naruto was the perfect combination of speed and strength. Wherever he went, the ice mirrors exploded like a bulldozer of the demolition team. The two of them at this moment were like Katarina with only a pair of straw sandals against Garen with 6 divine suits. Naruto, who was pushing all the way, shattered the last mirror in a blink of an eye. The moment Bai just appeared from the mirror, Naruto's fist hit his abdomen. Bai, who was beaten into a shrimp shape, flew a long distance and fell to the ground, unable to move. Naruto deliberately beat him to lose the ability to move. He didn't want Bai to die for Zabuza again. At this moment, Sakura looked at the violent Naruto with excitement and flushed, muttering hiss, "Sajayi Naruto." Seeing the battle here come to an end, Zabuza couldn't help but feel more stressed. He knew Naruto's strength. Bai Shengsheng must have been seriously injured and lost his fighting power after being hit by Naruto. Zabuza was also at a disadvantage in the battle with Kakashi. Although both of them were famous ninjas, it seemed that Kakashi was more skilled now. Zabuza had been beaten with several deep wounds that could be seen to the bone, and his arms were also broken. Summoning technique. Kakashi summoned the ninja dogs Parker and his family to bite Zabuza's limbs tightly. "I will show you my real ninjutsu later." Kakashi was ready to use this blow to finish off this extraordinary opponent. Lightning style, Reikari. The azure lightning condensed in Kakashi's hands, and in a blink of an eye it condensed into a ball of lightning. The violent lightning kept raging around. This was a powerful ninjutsu that was said to be able to cut off lightning in the sky. Kakashi did not hesitate, and was ready to end this respectable opponent with his own ninjutsu. Seeing that the ninjutsu was about to hit. Whoosh! Bai's figure finally stood in front of Zabuza, and the next moment, lightning pierced through his chest, and hot blood splashed on Zabuza's face. At this moment, sadness, guilt, and anger flashed in his eyes. It was sad that Bai, who depended on each other for survival, died in front of him at such a young age. It was guilty that he had never given him a good face, and gave him this sad world. Bai and I obviously just wanted to live a normal life, but because of this world of the jungle and our identities as ninjas, we were displaced and lived in fear all day long. Sakura and Sasuke, who had just woken up, had never seen the sorrow and helplessness in this world, and they all stood there with heavy hearts. Zabuza finally took off his cold-blooded mask and said slowly, "He is such a gentle person. For me, he would rather sacrifice himself and fight with you cruelly, even though he hates fighting with others the most." At this moment, a tough guy like Zabuza also shed hot tears. "It's great to meet opponents like you in the end. I warn you from now on, work hard to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you protect the people you cherish." What a pathetic bunch of ninjas. Hey Zabuza, you and your useless companion are really useless. You can't even handle a small matter. In the end, I have to solve it myself. At this moment, Cardo appeared with a group of thugs and taunted. "Kill them all." Cardo ordered dozens of thugs. Zabuza looked at everyone in Konoha. "Let me do what I want to do at the end of my life." Naruto, who knew what he was thinking, threw a shuriken at him. Zabuza, whose hands were disabled, bit off the mask wrapped around his face with his teeth and held the kunai in his mouth, and rushed towards Kato without hesitation. Unfortunately, Zabuza's body had already reached its limit at this moment, and he could only rely on the foundation of an elite ninja to kill into the crowd. Fortunately, the opponents were just a group of ordinary people with swords, and Zabuza could kill them even with the kunai in his mouth. Finally, after dealing with more than 10 people, he rushed to Kato and stabbed the kunai into Kato's heart. Kato, who thought he could fight against the ninja with his large numbers, was just confident of victory, but in the blink of an eye, he could only regret painfully at the last moment of his life. Although Zabuza killed Kato, he couldn't help but be stabbed several times in the process. Naruto stepped forward and carried him to Bai and put them together. Zabuza was already on his deathbed, so let them stay quietly for a while at the end. No one can separate them anymore. Chapter 21. Ninjas are just like this. Kill them all, and the boss's wealth will belong to us. Go ahead, brothers. Seeing that Zabuza was killed by them, and that they didn't see how powerful he was, they thought that ninjas were not much stronger than them. The confident thugs couldn't help but covet Kato's inheritance, and shouted to kill Naruto and others. Naruto, who was in a heavy mood because of Haku and Zabuza's matter, saw this scene and immediately rushed towards the crowd. "Don't interfere," Naruto said to Kakashi and the others. Kakashi did not stop them, he understood everyone's feelings. The pain of seeing this world for the first time will indeed have a great impact on them. At this moment, Naruto urgently needs to vent. He didn't even use weapons, just rushed into the crowd like a bull, and the swords and knives that slashed at him couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Wherever Naruto's fists and feet were filled with anger, bones and tendons were broken. Some fearless people jumped up to block Naruto's chopping, but Naruto didn't care about his chopping knife at all, just punched, retracted his fist and attacked the next target in an instant. The man he hit was like being hit by a cannonball, his chest collapsed instantly, and the whole person flew back 20 meters like a broken sack before falling to the ground, and he was no longer breathing before landing. However, within a few breaths, more than 20 people were killed. The remaining people saw that this kid was like a monster and killed almost half of them in a blink of an eye. He was not as easy to deal with as Zabuza, so they got rid of the temptation of money. "This guy is a monster. Run away!" The rest of the people cried and fled in all directions. "Isn't it too late to run now?" Naruto didn't plan to give them a chance to live and immediately formed a seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. Naruto took a deep breath and suddenly exhaled forward. A huge fireball rushed towards the crowd. The diameter of the fireball reached an astonishing 10 meters. The surging flames instantly enveloped everyone in it. Under the scorching heat, they all died in the sea of fire without a scream. Under the burning of this terrifying flame, the surface of the steel bridge had slight signs of melting. Sasuke looked at Naruto, who was like the god of fire, and felt as if a basin of cold water was poured on his heart. When he first opened the Sharingan, he thought he could surpass Naruto. But in the blink of an eye, his confidence was hit by Naruto's great fireball. He had practiced the great fireball developed by the Uchiha family for so many years, but he could only use it barely in battle. However, Naruto, who had only practiced for a few days, could use it easily, and the power was no weaker than the time Itachi used it when he was a child. Sasuke was not confident in his talent again. After venting his anger, Naruto returned to Zabuza and Haku and silently watched them say goodbye. Haku, who had a good impression of him in his past life and now, was gone just like that, and who knows how many tragedies are happening in unknown places. What a world full of sadness! The world of ninjas is so cruel, and perhaps you will encounter even crueler things in the future. What you should do now is to work hard to become stronger, protect yourself and the people you have found. Kakashi stepped forward and patted Naruto on the shoulder and said to the three people. Kakashi was also very depressed at this time, probably because he thought of his own experience. Afterwards, everyone buried Zabuza and Haku in a beautiful place, but did not set up tombstones for the two, and their bodies were cremated at Naruto's suggestion. Naruto knew that the pursuit team of Kirigakure was still looking for the two, so if a tombstone was set up, they would definitely find them, and in that case, the bodies of the two would be reprocessed by them. Now, except for the four of them, no one else knows where the two were buried. Now this place is just an inconspicuous flat land. The beheading sword was brought back to the village by Kakashi to be handed over, because Kirigakure would definitely try its best to find it. After all, it was one of the 7 ninja swords. Kato was dead, and there was no obstacle to the construction of the bridge. In addition, the huge amount of wealth of Cardo was returned to the hands of the people of Wave Country. Kakashi took part of it as a bounty to be handed over, while Naruto secretly took part of it as pocket money. After all, he protected Danaz and solved Cardo along the way, and saved people all over the country, so it was normal to get some rewards. Naruto didn't take too much, just an integer, and stopped after taking 100 million. After a period of time, Naruto and his friends arranged one person to take turns to go to the bridge to be responsible for safety inspections every day, and the others were guided by Kakashi to practice. With sufficient financial support, the bridge was quickly built, and it was time for everyone to return to the village. On this day, Danaz's family and many people from Wave Country gathered at the bridge head to bid farewell in tears. Naruto and his party stepped onto the newly built bridge and returned to Konoha amid grateful eyes. "Teacher Kakashi, what is my current strength?" Naruto asked Kakashi when Sasuke and Sakura were away. He was afraid that Sasuke would become withdrawn again after hearing this. Kakashi evaluated it in his mind and replied, "Your physical skills should be close to the level of a jonin. As for chakra, it's 6 times my chakra. Oh no, it's increased recently, to 7 times my chakra. I don't know why your chakra is so outrageous." After hearing this, Naruto finally understood how much chakra he had. 10 cards of chakra are almost reached. It seems that I still need to intensify my training. I have to learn some more powerful ninjutsu. Naruto thought to himself. Naruto, who traveled through time, also brought a problem engraved on his soul, that is, the fear of insufficient firepower, the severe kind. When he was playing computer games in the past, he liked to build excessive amounts of tanks and planes. Obviously, the number was enough to destroy the target, but he would still build 3 or even 5 times the force. In the end, the steel torrent pushed all the way, feeling the pleasure of crushing firepower. Now, while he is working hard to improve his chakra, on the other hand, he began to plan how to learn various ninjutsu. After all, the ammunition is barely enough, but there is a lack of planes and cannons to fire the ammunition. After returning to the village, everyone immediately went to the Hokage building to submit the task. Because a major change occurred in this mission, they found the third Hokage to report in person. After listening to the full process of the mission, the third Hokage expressed his high regard for everyone. Especially after hearing about Naruto's excellent performance. He was pleased to think that this kid who loved to peek at people bathing in hot springs has finally become a talent. The days that followed returned to the way they were before leaving the village. Naruto still used his shadow clone to do some low-level tasks with Sasuke and the others every day. The main body continued to practice physical skills and chakra. On this day, Naruto was about to go find a few of his younger brothers to get together. After all, he had been out on this mission for quite a while. Naruto, who was walking on the road, suddenly felt that someone was following him stealthily. He turned around and saw a kid who was using extremely poor camouflage. There was no need to think about it, it must be Konohamaru. He stepped forward, picked up Konohamaru, and asked with a smile, "Long time no see, kid, why are you following me stealthily? You are indeed the man who can defeat my grandfather. You saw through my carefully prepared disguise so easily," Konohamaru said like a little adult. Chapter 22. Konohamaru's admiration for Naruto stems from the fact that when Naruto used the seduction technique to make the third Hokage bleed from his nose, Konohamaru happened to see it. From then on, he thought that Naruto had a way to defeat his grandfather, who was known as the strongest in the ninja world, so he insisted on worshipping Naruto as his elder brother and learning how to defeat the third Hokage. Naruto thought that this child was quite likable, so he taught him the seduction technique. At that time, he was afraid that he was too young to understand the essence of this technique, so he took him to the hot spring for a field investigation. Seeing that there were 2 younger followers following Konohamaru, Naruto knew that they were probably sneaking out to play again. Konohamaru is different from him. Before Naruto went to school, no one had ever taken care of him, and no one had ever taught him anything. Konohamaru was arranged by the third Hokage to have a teacher to teach him personally. If Naruto was not gifted, but an ordinary person without any cheats, he would definitely be left far behind by these family children. Don't be naughty all day long, study hard, okay? Humph! Naruto, you've become annoying too. Konohamaru angrily broke free of Naruto's hand and turned to run. Bang! Two people appeared at the corner of the street, and Konohamaru bumped into one of the men in black. The man in black was dressed like a black bear, with a bandage wrapped around his back. The other was a blonde female ninja wearing a fishnet outfit, with bare legs and a well-developed upper body. As soon as Naruto saw how they were dressed, he knew it was Temari and Kankuro. "Little brat, didn't adults teach you to use your eyes when walking? I hate annoying kids the most," Kanjuro said viciously while holding up Konohamaru with one hand. Seeing this, Naruto didn't say much, and immediately performed the instant body technique to appear in front of Kanjuro. Before Kanjuro could react, Naruto had grabbed his wrist, and after a little force, Kanjuro felt the pain and had to let go of Konohamaru. Naruto did not let him go easily, and continued to hold his hand and said, "Didn't anyone remind you to keep a low profile in other people's villages? Otherwise you will die." Naruto showed a speed and strength far beyond his at this moment, and his words at this moment scared Kanjuro so much that he dared not say much for a while. "Wow! What a handsome boy!" Temari was not angry at all because her companion was restrained by someone. Instead, she just looked at Naruto with stars in her eyes. Naruto's superb physical skills, flamboyant red hair, and cold words instantly attracted her. "Be careful when doing things in Konoha next time." Naruto let go of Kankuro and reminded him again. "Humph! Shameful fellow!" The voice came from the tree next to him. It turned out to be a red-haired kid with a gourd on his back, hanging upside down under the branch and looking at this side. Looking at the word love written on his forehead, these features combined together must be Gaara. In reality, looking at Gaara dressed like this, Naruto only felt a strong middle school atmosphere. But looking at his dark circles that were as heavy as smoky makeup, Naruto knew that he was also a poor man. Because his seal was far less perfect than his own, he dared not sleep all year round to prevent the one-tailed Chikaka from controlling his body. "Isn't it embarrassing enough? Follow me," Gaara ordered. Although he was the youngest, Kankuro obviously didn't dare to disobey his order and immediately followed behind him to leave. "Wait, look at your forehead protectors, you are from the Sand Village. Although the Fire Country and the Wind Country are allies now, you shouldn't appear in Konoha so casually, right?" Sakura stepped forward and questioned. Because Naruto was here, she also had the confidence to face the other three. "It seems you don't know yet. This is a pass. We are genin of the Sand Ninja. We came here to take part in the Chunin exam." Temari stepped forward to explain. "What's your name, the red-haired one?" Temari looked at Naruto. "Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto replied calmly. "My name is Temari, come and play with me when you are free." Temari smiled charmingly. Naruto couldn't help but take a look at her fishing net and quickly said to himself, I'm not moved, Hinata is enough for me." At this moment in the Hokage building, the third generation was gathering a group of senior ninjas to gather here. "I believe you can guess why I have called you all here. The selection of Chunin is about to begin. Please name the candidates you think meet the requirements, starting with Kakashi." The third Hokage said. "Team 7 Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, I, Kakashi, recommend the above three to take part in the Chunin exam. Isn't it too early for them to take the Chunin exam now? They have just graduated, and their experience and strength are far from enough to participate in the Chunin selection." Irika immediately objected. He was worried that his students would get into trouble because of this. "I understand your concerns, but they are much stronger than you thought, especially Naruto, whose strength is much stronger than your teacher," Kakashi consoled. "I still object. They have no formal mission experience at all. I think it's too early for them." "Hokage, please think twice." Irika. "Your worry is good, but the children grow up much faster than you think, don't worry." The third generation knew the strength of Naruto and Sasuke, so he was not worried. Seeing the third generation say this, Irika felt relieved and stopped trying to stop him. After that, Hong and Asuma also signed up all the members of their teams. Ding ding ding! The three Kunao hit the bullseye accurately. It turned out that Li, Tian, and Ningkai, who had not been seen for a long time, were training in the woods. Hey, have you heard? This is the first time in 5 years that new genin will participate in the Chunin exams. All members have signed up. Li said to the two. How is that possible? Those jonin are pushing him to do this just to save face. Tian analyzed. Not necessarily. After all, an elite ninja like Kakashi has signed up for the entire team. Given his fame, he probably won't do anything rash. And my friend Uzumaki Naruto is also in his class, he is very strong. Li did not forget to promote it to his good friend. Then I'll have to see for myself. Let him hope he doesn't have to fight me, or he'll regret it. Ningji said confidently. Haha, then I can tell you in advance, Naruto's physical skills are not necessarily worse than yours, he has been training with teacher Kai before. Li doesn't know Naruto's ninjutsu strength yet. Niji naturally sneered at this. He was also very confident in his own strength and didn't believe that anyone of his age could catch up with him. At this moment, Niji felt that Uchiha Sasuke, who had always been called a genius, could barely be considered his opponent. In his eyes, except for the Byakugan and Sharingan, they were all inferior bloodlines that he looked down upon. Chapter 23. Long time no see, boss. I knew you would take the exam too. Kaiba and Koji eagerly surrounded Naruto when they saw him, and Li also walked over quickly. After graduation, everyone joined their own teams to carry out missions. It has been a long time since they had eaten the chicken cooked by Naruto, and everyone missed the old days so much. Did your mission go smoothly? Did you encounter any danger? Naruto looked at his younger brothers and asked them quickly. We are all fine. I just miss you too much. I eat a lot every day but my weight is decreasing instead of increasing. Koji cried. He is different from others. The multiplication technique of his family requires the heavier the body, the greater the power. Naruto had thought about learning Koji's multiplication technique someday. As long as he can learn a little bit to achieve partial multiplication, this ninjutsu may have an extraordinary effect at some times. Naruto-kun, I wonder if you have fallen behind in your taijutsu training during this period. If you slack off, I will surpass you. Li rarely joked. Don't worry, Li, I haven't relaxed for a moment, but you should not be left too far behind by me. Naruto and the others didn't exchange pleasantries for too long before entering the examination room with other candidates. The time for the exam was approaching. Naruto spotted Hinata in the crowd and immediately sat down next to her. Hinata-chan, long time no see. Hinata was the first to greet. Ming, Naruto-kun, long time no see. Hinata immediately responded with a red face. Naruto's sudden approach caught her off guard. Sorry for the long wait. I am the examiner of the first round, Ibiki Marino. A tall man with a sneer interrupted the conversation between Naruto and Hinata. Ibiki is the captain of Konoha's interrogation department. He is best at obtaining information from the living and even the dead. Perhaps it is because he has been engaged in this kind of work for a long time that he looks cold and evil. In addition, the terrifying centipede-like scar on his face makes him look even more terrifying. Then Ibiki introduced the rules of the exam to everyone. After listening, everyone understood that this was not a traditional theoretical exam, but a test of the ninja's intelligence-gathering ability by asking everyone to cheat. The candidates immediately began to show their magical powers. Kaiba directly let Akamaru lie on his head to see other people's answers, while Yuno used their secret ninjutsu to control insects to see other people's answers. Gaara used sand to create an eyeball floating in the air. And Naruto did nothing. In the original work, he couldn't answer a single question, but now he knew all of them but was too lazy to write. He knew that it didn't matter whether he wrote the questions or not, and the real purpose of this exam was not to test intelligence. As the candidates who were found to have cheated were kicked out of the examination room one after another, there were less than half of the people left. After everyone finished answering the 9 questions on the test paper, Ibiki immediately announced that there was a 10th question. Before you answer the 10th question, you should think carefully about whether you want to answer it or not. Ibiki showed his cold smile. As the head of Konoha's interrogation department, Ibiki is best at playing with people's psychology. What will happen if you can't answer it? Temari, who was impatient, immediately spoke up. If you can't answer, you will be deemed unqualified. And the 2 people in the same class will be eliminated together. Ibiki's words instantly put great psychological pressure on everyone. What about the 9 questions we just took? Temari said angrily, feeling fooled. The rest of the candidates also shouted that this rule was too unreasonable. Ibiki ignored everyone's doubts and continued, if you choose to answer the questions and don't answer them correctly, you will be disqualified from participating in the Chunin exams forever. Everyone was furious when they heard this. This means that if you make the wrong choice, you will only be a genin for the rest of your life. How can there be such a ridiculous rule? There has never been such a rule in previous exams. The candidates all angrily accused. Ha 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 ha. Ibiki just sneered. Your luck is too bad. This year I am the rule, everything is up to me. And didn't I give you a way out? If you don't have confidence, just quit. You won't lose the qualification for the next exam. After hearing this, many candidates with weak minds were shaken and wanted to give up. Well, think about it carefully. Should we persist and bet the future of the whole team, or leave now to keep the qualification for the next exam? Ibiki said with a sneer. Under the strong psychological pressure imposed by Ibiki, many candidates could not stand it and raised their hands to give up. Suzuki, Shikamaru, and Niji were all confident in themselves, so they sat firmly in their seats. Kaiba, Koji, Kankuro, and others knew that they were poor students in theoretical knowledge, but the unyielding spirit made them bite the bullet and hold on without giving up. But at this moment, they were all engaged in a fierce psychological struggle in their hearts, and they might not be able to hold on. Gaara sat as steady as a rock. He was also a poor student in theoretical classes, but he was not afraid. One word stood out: giant. Everyone sitting here has passed. Ibiki's voice suddenly rang out. The candidates who were wavering in their hearts at this moment thought they were hallucinating, and looked at Ibiki in surprise and confusion to ask why. How did you suddenly pass? What about the 10th question? Sakura couldn't help but stand up and ask, even ignoring Ibiki's terrifying momentum. She was under great pressure just now, and now she passed inexplicably, which made her feel like she was tricked. Ha ha ha, in fact, there is no 10th question. If there is, then that multiple choice question is it. At this moment, Ibiki suddenly burst into a hearty laugh and answered. That smile was so bright that it made people feel that the scars on his face were no longer scary. It seems that he actually has a gentle heart. What about the previous 9 questions? Aren't they completely useless? Temari asked without giving up. It's not useless, at least it proves your intelligence gathering ability. Afterwards, Ibiki gave a lesson to the genin, explaining in detail the importance of intelligence to ninjas. Everyone then realized that compared to their own hard power, intelligence is also an important factor that can determine the outcome of a war. You have successfully passed the first level. I wish you all good luck in the next exam. Ibiki then gave everyone his blessing. Just as everyone was cheering for finally passing this heart-pounding first level, a stone suddenly shattered the glass of the examination room, and then a female ninja wearing a mesh-patterned inner garment made a domineering appearance. Chapter 24. Looking at the domineering female ninja who suddenly appeared, Naruto couldn't help but turn his head to look at Temari and silently compare. Both of them like to wear this kind of mesh clothes, and they are both quite full. Although the styles of the two are very different, it is really hard to tell who is better in terms of the size of their breasts. Naruto analyzed in his heart. Finally, he looked at Hinata again and felt relieved. Because Hinata's breasts have already fluctuated at her age, she will definitely not lose to the two in the future. Hey? Why did Naruto suddenly look at my chest? He even nodded with satisfaction after looking at it. Is he thinking about something shameful? If he does that, should I refuse? Hinata blushed instantly when she was looked at by Naruto's eyes. Now is not the time to be happy. I am the examiner of the second round, Mitarashi Anko. All of you follow me. Anko announced vigorously. Everyone was stunned by Anko's hot body and slightly embarrassing style of behavior. After they finally recovered, they all chased after her figure. After everyone left, Ibiki began to collect the test papers left by the candidates. There was no need to review the content, just collect them. But in a blink of an eye, he was attracted by a test paper, not because the answer was too amazing, but because the test paper was blank except for the name. Interesting, he passed my exam with a blank test paper. Uzumaki Naruto? Humph, interesting. Ibiki remembered the name with great interest. Soon everyone followed Hongdu and stopped in front of a wire fence outside a forest. This is the location of the second round of assessment, the Death Forest. Hongdu announced in a low voice. Death Forest. Everyone had an ominous feeling when they heard the name of the examination room. You must be wondering why this place is called the Death Forest, right? You will soon understand. Hongdu said with a calm expression and extremely cold words. Tisk, do you think we grew up scared? A ninja said disdainfully. Those who have experienced so many battles and qualified for the Chunin exams are of course arrogant, and someone immediately started to mock. Judging from the features, this unknown ninja should be a minor role. Oh? It seems that you are very confident in yourself. Hongdu said with a smile, not seeming to be angry. Whoosh! Hongdu still had a smile on her face, but she had already shot a kunao at the person who spoke. As soon as the man turned his head to avoid the kunao, Hongdu came behind him, and the other kunao was lightly placed on his neck, leaving a faint blood mark. People like you who talk too much usually die the fastest. Hongdu whispered behind his ear with a smile on his face. If it weren't for the kunao on his neck, people would have thought that the two of them had a very close relationship. As soon as Hongdu finished speaking, a tongue more than 40 centimeters long stretched out, rolled up the kunao that had just been shot on the ground and sent it to Hongdu. Hongdu took out the kunao to be on guard the moment he felt someone approaching, and then found that the person did not attack. I'll give you the kunao back. The long-tongued figure with a bamboo hat stuck to Hongdu's back and spoke in a slurred voice. Because his tongue was still outside, he spoke a little slurred. Thank you for sending the kunao. But please don't be murderous behind me, or I'll be killed if I'm not careful. Hongdu said with a smile, but ready to kill at any time. She felt that this person's strength was extraordinary. I am the kind of person who gets excited when I see blood, and you just cut my hair, which I take very seriously. Then he walked back. I'm sorry. The two of them were murderous but polite at the same time. Ever since Naruto saw the exaggerated tongue, his body tensed up instantly. This feature reminded him of a dangerous person, definitely Orochimaru. He didn't expect that he would be mixed in the team of examinees at this time. Fortunately, he knew that Orochimaru had suffered at the hands of Itachi, so he was extremely obsessed with the power of bloodline limit, and his main target at the moment should still be Sasuke. But he still raised his vigilance silently in his heart. He had never encountered such a dangerous person in all these years since he came here, which reduced Naruto's sense of crisis a lot. Although there was surveillance by the Anbu before, he was not worried because he had already gained the trust of the third generation. Although Danzo, who was eyeing him, had always arranged for the root to monitor him, he did not dare to do it because of the third generation. Until now, the appearance of Orochimaru immediately made his heartstrings tense. After all, this was an opponent who could threaten his life. The strength is still far from enough. Naruto thought to himself, feeling a great threat. Then Hongdu explained the rules of the second round. The test lasts for 5 days, and everyone is divided into 26 teams. Each team takes one of the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth. Only the team that obtains the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth and reaches the central tower will pass. That is to say, at least 13 teams must be eliminated in this level, and once it starts, you cannot quit halfway. Even if you give up, you can only come out after 5 days. During this period, food and water must be obtained in the forest, and there are not only enemies in it, but also countless poisonous insects and beasts. After listening to the rules, everyone was worried about the danger of this test. Unfortunately, they could not imagine how cruel this test was at this moment. Now all participating teams go over there to sign the consent form and receive the scrolls. After hearing Red Bean's order, everyone lined up to receive the scrolls. Naruto took this opportunity to call his younger brother and Hinata together, pointed out Gaara to them, and pointed out Orochimaru to them with a subtle look. He told them to stay away from the 2 teams, otherwise they would die. 30 minutes later, all the teams entered the examination room from the 44 entrances, and the exam officially began. After entering the examination room, those who were confident in their team's strength immediately began to search for other teams, while the teams that were steady and cautious immediately began to hide themselves. Naruto didn't take all the candidates seriously, but because Orochimaru was here, and the big Orochimaru's target was in his team, so he had to keep a low profile, thinking about secretly collecting the scrolls and avoiding Orochimaru. But he was not too worried. After all, Orochimaru would not kill Sasuke, and his ultimate plan was to destroy Konoha village. He would not start a war now and cause Konoha to hunt him down with all its strength. And Naruto himself, as an unknown person, would not cause Orochimaru to kill him. So at his suggestion, Team 7 took the Heaven Scroll and carefully sneaked to find another scroll. Hinata, Koji, and the others also remained cautious because of Naruto's reminder, hiding their breath and looking for opportunities to pass the exam. Chapter 25. It's so bitter, Naruto-kun, this is too unpalatable. Sakura complained. We can only make do with this for the next few days. We can't make a fire to cook, as that would expose us too easily. We can just eat some wild fruits to cope with it. Naruto tried to enlighten Sakura. Humph. I don't understand what you are afraid of. With our strength, we can just kill our way through. Sasuke really didn't understand why Naruto became so cautious. Naruto couldn't explain why he knew that a dangerous rebel like Orochimaru would be in Konoha and would definitely come to find them. He could only lead them slowly and stealthily in this way that seemed too cautious to them. After all, Naruto couldn't just leave Sasuke to Orochimaru and run away. Whoosh! As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, he saw a kunao coming from the darkness of the forest towards Naruto. With his keen senses, Naruto instantly caught the trajectory of the attack and just turned his head slightly to make the attack miss. Immediately following was a powerful airflow that attacked everyone. Naruto instantly determined that the opponent should be using the wind escape technique that he was also good at. The 3 of them reacted quickly, and the trees in the forest were extremely thick, so the 3 of them easily found a place to hide. A violent hurricane roared through the forest, and the ground in the center was plowed by the violent force into deep gullies that led to the distance. This breakthrough was no weaker than the power displayed by Naruto. It seemed that the enemy's chakra was also quite extraordinary. As the smoke and dust dissipated, 3 figures gradually emerged from the source of the wind. Naruto looked closely and found that the one leading the group was the long-tongued woman from before. His heart sank instantly. Be careful, the opponent is very strong. Naruto immediately warned with a serious face when he saw that it was Orochimaru. Sasuke and Sakura also chose to trust Naruto and became cautious. In fact, Naruto didn't need to remind them. Just by looking at the powerful ninjutsu just now, everyone could feel the terrifying power of the newcomer. You guys go play around first. After hearing Orochimaru's order, the two of them left immediately. "Little devils, let me play with you," Orochimaru said, licking his lips with his exaggerated tongue. Although Orochimaru was using a woman's body at the moment, her actions at the moment did not make people feel charming at all, but scared them so much that their hair stood on end. It was not seen when she performed the ninjutsu. A 2-meter diameter striped snake suddenly stretched out from the tree and attacked Naruto. Orochimaru faced Sasuke and the others. Naruto saw the snake biting at him, so he flew back to avoid it. At this moment, she only summoned an ordinary snake, so Naruto did not feel any pressure to deal with it. "Oh, you want my Book of Earth? It just so happens that you have the Book of Heaven in your hands," Orochimaru said as he took out the Book of Earth, then rolled it up with his long tongue covered with saliva and swallowed it into his stomach. The thick scroll stretched her so much that it seemed to be about to burst at any time. Sasuke and Sakura looked at Orochimaru's actions at this time and felt sick and their stomachs twitched. "Then let's get started. Let's fight for our lives." She opened her eyes and looked at the two of them. As soon as Sasuke and Sakura made eye contact with her, they felt their whole bodies tremble, and they even saw the scene of themselves being killed by her kunai slitting their throats. An illusion? No, it's just her murderous aura. This person is too scary. Sasuke thought he had been killed at that moment. After all, Naruto's physical skills have almost reached the standard of a jonin at this moment, so he can easily dodge the attack of the snake. Even when facing a creature like a snake, he felt goosebumps all over his body. He hated this species very much before he crossed over. At this moment, facing the snake head biting at him again, Naruto was not going to waste any more time. He just exerted a little force with his legs and jumped above the snake's head, then the muscles in his right arm exploded, and his powerful fist instantly slammed into the snake's skull. The huge force directly cracked the hard skull of the giant snake like broken glass, and the remaining force easily shook its brain into a paste. Kill with one punch. Ugh! Sasuke and Sakura were lying on the ground, their abdomens twitching and vomiting. Their limbs were now out of control due to the murderous aura of Orochimaru. "Ho ho ho, are you too scared to move?" Orochimaru said with interest. "Who on earth is this guy? I'll die if you keep doing this. Move! Move quickly!" Sasuke stared with his eyes wide open, trying desperately to regain control of his body. Looking at Sasuke who couldn't move, Orochimaru elegantly took out two kunai and casually shot them at Sasuke and Sakura. Swish! Blood splattered, and Sasuke had no choice but to grit his teeth and pierce his thigh with a kunai. Only under the stimulation of severe pain did he regain his mobility. The moment he recovered, he immediately opened his Sharingan, picked up Sakura, and narrowly avoided the kunai, and fled quickly into the forest. He knew that such a powerful enemy was not something he could deal with. Unfortunately, Orochimaru hadn't had enough fun yet, and he wanted to see the potential of this new body he had reserved. So he instantly turned into a big snake and chased Sasuke. Sasuke knew that he couldn't get rid of Orochimaru, so he hid Sakura under a tree and led the enemy away in another direction. Orochimaru was not interested in Sakura at all, and his previous attack on her and Naruto was just a matter of convenience. Sasuke, whose speed was too different, was caught up by the snake before he ran far. Seeing the snake's mouth bigger than his own, Sasuke reacted very quickly and shot 5 shurikens into the fragile snake's mouth. The giant snake fell to the ground and died instantly after being attacked in the vitals. This was just Orochimaru teasing Sasuke in a playful manner, otherwise it would not be so easy for Sasuke to kill the giant snake. Seeing the giant snake fall to the ground, Sasuke had no time to catch his breath when he saw the middle of the snake suddenly break apart. Orochimaru's body slowly crawled out of the crack without any injury, and her lower body completely turned into the appearance of a snake. At this moment, she was swimming on the tree like a real snake, quickly approaching Sasuke. "Sasuke, run away!" Sakura cried out in despair as she saw Sasuke was about to die. Just as Sasuke was about to be bitten, a fist as big as a casserole hit Orochimaru's face hard. The huge force sent her body flying more than 10 meters, until she fell to the ground after crashing into a big tree. It turned out that Naruto had just rushed back and saw Orochimaru playing with Sasuke leisurely, so he attacked without hesitation. After all, he knew that Orochimaru was just playing at the moment and was not serious at all, so he punched him hard when he saw the opportunity. After all, it felt so good to hit the legendary Orochimaru in the face with such a solid punch. "Little brat, you have successfully aroused my interest." Orochimaru rubbed his deformed left face and said gloomily while slowly getting up. Chapter 26. Naruto was secretly happy after hitting Orochimaru hard in the face, but he did not dare to slack off at all, always on guard against Orochimaru's attack. "Naruto, run away. This guy is not our opponent. Although I don't want to admit it, you are the strongest among us, and now you are the only one who has a chance to escape," Sasuke shouted. Naruto was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the arrogant Nazusa usually wanted to surpass him, and he never had a good tone in the conversation, but now that he couldn't save himself, he actually let him escape. "Tisk, this kid is actually being sentimental," Naruto thought to himself. "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, none of you will die." Naruto suddenly became very proud. "Well done, Naruto-kun. I didn't expect you to have such great accomplishments in taijutsu at such a young age," Orochimaru said in an admiring tone while licking his injured cheek. "You guys step back and protect yourselves first, I'll take care of this guy." After saying that, Naruto took off the weight and was fully alert for the attack that Orochimaru was about to launch. At this moment, the outside of the examination room, finally the ninjas of Konoha found the bodies of 3 examinees killed by Orochimaru. Orochimaru used their identities to enter the examination room. "Go and notify the examiner of the second round." After the ninja gave his instructions to his companion, he stood up and went to report the matter to the 3rd generation. Orochimaru's game was interrupted at this moment, so he prepared to teach Naruto a lesson first. In his opinion, this was very easy to do anyway. He summoned another big snake and stood on the snake's head, commanding the snake to bite Naruto. Naruto easily jumped onto a tree to avoid the attack. The big snake missed the first blow and immediately twisted its whole body and swung its tail like a whip at Naruto. Naruto repeated the same trick and dodged it in an instant, and the big tree he was standing on was instantly smashed under the snake's tail. Naruto dodged the attack and lightly jumped above the giant snake and kicked the giant snake's head with a Konoha whirlwind. The snake's head was instantly knocked to the ground from mid-air, and it was killed by another blow. What terrifying physical strength! I am really more and more optimistic about you, little boy. If Naruto also possessed the Sharingan, Orochimaru would definitely give up Sasuke without hesitation. Orochimaru finally took action himself at this moment, and his terrifying speed almost exceeded the limit of Naruto's vision. As expected of Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, his strength must have reached the level of Kage at this moment. The kunai in his hand barely blocked Orochimaru's attack. Naruto knew that he was far from being able to compete with him at this time, so he was not going to use physical skills to resist. Looking at Orochimaru who attacked again, Naruto no longer hesitated, and immediately used his long-trained hand speed to quickly form seals. Swish, swish, swish. With Naruto's extraordinary talent and unremitting training, his hand seals were so fast that after images appeared. It was estimated that even if attack came, he would not be much faster than Naruto. In the previous life, those people named Kato in the island country had hand speeds that were not even worthy of carrying Naruto's shoes. Moreover, they only repeated the 2 actions of pulling out monotonously, while Naruto was not only fast, but also had to make various complex hand seals, which was incomparably difficult. Fire style, great fireball technique. Naruto did not hold back at this moment, and mobilized a huge chakra, instantly forming a huge fireball with a diameter of 10 meters in front of him, whizzing towards Orochimaru. When Orochimaru saw the great fireball cast by Naruto, his brows furrowed. This ninjutsu and its power immediately reminded him of a figure that lingered in his heart. Itachi. It was because he was toyed with by Itachi's Sharingan that he set his sights on Sasuke and wanted to get the power of the Sharingan as well. As a result, he now met a kid who was as powerful as Itachi in using the great fireball. Orochimaru was instantly furious, as if the scar in his heart was exposed in public, and he immediately became murderous, and the kunai in his hand attacked Naruto even faster. Naruto didn't know what was wrong with Orochimaru's brain, as if he suddenly found out that he was the murderer of his father and went crazy. At this moment, he had no time to think about it, and could only cast the great fireball again to stop Orochimaru. Swish! As expected of Orochimaru, the huge fireball with a diameter of 10 meters and a range of hundreds of meters failed to repel him this time. She showed a terrifying speed to avoid the oncoming fireball and appeared behind Naruto in an instant. Although Naruto reacted in time, he was still cut by him on the collar and almost had his neck cut. Naruto, who was scared and sweating, pulled away at his fastest speed and then immediately performed ninjutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. This time Naruto only created 3 clones and aimed them at 4 directions with the main body. He didn't create too many, so that each clone had nearly 2 Kakashi's chakras. Orochimaru didn't quite understand the meaning of Naruto's move, but he knew it soon. When he rushed towards Naruto again, the 2 Narutos began to form hand seals at the same time. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. Naruto didn't know how to combine ninjutsu, but thinking that wind and fire complement each other, he could only try his luck and see what happened first. The already powerful great fireball became even more violent after encountering the great breakthrough, and the already hot flames instantly increased to 15 meters in diameter, and the temperature also increased to a higher level. Wherever the fireball passed, the ground was roasted by the terrifying high temperature and had a tendency to crystallize. Orochimaru avoided the attack and was about to approach Naruto when he saw that the other 2 Narutos had already completed the seal. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. The fierce flames forced him to dodge again. Such a level of ninjutsu would leave even a strong man like Orochimaru a layer of skin off if he was hit by the immortal. Orochimaru had just taken a breath and was not ready to attack, but the wind style and fire style were already coming towards him. Orochimaru looked at Naruto, who seemed to be doing it effortlessly, and felt that he could not see through this kid. Not only was he extremely powerful, but his chakra was also abnormally abundant. Looking at Naruto's fiery red hair and combining his Uzumaki surname, he realized that he should be from the Uzumaki clan. No wonder he had such a strong body. What a remarkable kid! He has developed the Uzumaki bloodline to such an extent at such a young age. Orochimaru was also shocked by Naruto's talent at this moment. Even if he didn't have the Sharingan, he wanted to plant the curse seal on him. At this moment, Sasuke and Sakura retreated to a distance of 150 meters away from Naruto, because the 100-meter area around Naruto was now completely scorched earth, and some places even had the tendency to turn into magma. Is Naruto so strong? Too scary. Sakura thought in shock as she watched the scene that was like a volcanic eruption. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly and felt powerless. Even if he had the Sharingan now, he could not catch up with Naruto. The reason why Naruto cast ninjutsu so frantically was, first, to repel Orochimaru's attack. Second, to lure the Konoha ninjas over. Regardless of whether they discovered Orochimaru's infiltration or not, the appearance of super-powerful ninjutsu in the Chunin exam and its intensive appearance would definitely attract high-level ninjas to come and check. In this way, Orochimaru, who did not want to expose his identity, would definitely retreat. Orochimaru has not cast high-powered ninjutsu until now because he did not want to alert Konoha. Seeing that Naruto seemed to have the idea of continuing to release the fireball, Orochimaru immediately lost the desire to attack again. He knew that with such a big commotion here, there must be ninjas coming to investigate. What a remarkable brat. I'll let you go today, but I will get you sooner or later. Orochimaru saw that Naruto didn't look tired at all at this moment. He couldn't release powerful ninjutsu and couldn't take Naruto down in a short time, so he could only decide to retreat first and look for an opportunity later. However, he didn't want to let Sasuke go even though he couldn't take Naruto down, so he immediately dodged in Sasuke's direction. Seeing this, Naruto could only chase after him and try his best to rescue him. Unfortunately, he still couldn't compare with Orochimaru in speed. When Sasuke saw Orochimaru rushing towards him, he immediately formed hand seals and wanted to learn from Naruto to cast the Great Fireball. Looking at Sasuke's Scarlet Sharingan, Orochimaru thought excitedly the same eyes as Itachi. They will be mine soon. Unfortunately, the size and destructive power of his fireball were far inferior to Naruto's, and Orochimaru dodged it in an instant. At the same time, his neck became like a snake, instantly stretching more than 10 meters. He instantly wrapped around Sasuke like a spirit snake, and then bit his neck, but a 3-magatama mark was formed in an instant. Sasuke struggled continuously because of the pain, and Orochimaru had completed his original goal at this moment and was ready to evacuate. Looking at Naruto who was desperately rushing here, Orochimaru said, "Little devil of the Uzumaki clan, I will let you go today. The next time we meet, I will definitely get your body. You pervert! My body only belongs to Hinata," Naruto said with hatred. This guy held back when beating Sasuke, but hit him hard. Naruto was determined to teach Orochimaru a lesson when he became stronger. "What did you do to Sasuke?" Sakura asked Orochimaru in panic. "I left him a gift because he needs strength," Orochimaru said as he slowly sank into the tree and disappeared. She had already sensed the arrival of a large number of Konoha ninjas. Chapter 27. When Naruto and Sakura arrived, Orochimaru had completely disappeared. Seeing Sasuke wailing in pain, Sakura immediately stepped forward and hugged him. Naruto was relieved after checking that Sasuke had not suffered any other serious injuries. He was just cursed. He knew that Sasuke would not die, so it was not a big problem. After Enko came here to understand the situation, she immediately looked at Sasuke's injuries. When she saw the curse mark on his neck, she immediately determined that it was the legendary Orochimaru who came. There was actually a curse mark on her neck. She knew that since Orochimaru came to Konoha, he must have a big plan, so she immediately began to try to track him. Sasuke had fallen into a coma due to the pain caused by the fusion of the curse mark, so Naruto planned to rest on the spot. After sensing that his chakra had been depleted by nearly 30% in the battle with Orochimaru just now, Naruto suddenly felt that his chakra was still too little. It seemed that he would have to find a way to increase it in the future. However, in the few minutes since the fight, his chakra has recovered to 80%, which made him feel a little relieved. It seems that I still need to have a good relationship with the Nine Tails. If I need chakra one day, I can immediately borrow it from him, Naruto thought to himself. Now the Orochimaru he was most worried about has completed his goal and left. Now there is no opponent he can take care of in the field. After Naruto asked Sakura to look after Sasuke, he went to the river to catch a few fish, gutted them, washed them, sprinkled them with various seasonings, and leisurely roasted them on the fire. Without the threat of Orochimaru, Naruto changed his previous caution and completely let go of himself. Soon, the fragrance of people drifted away in the forest. Naruto was grilling fish while fishing at this time. Although the number 44 examination room was not big, it was not small either. Instead of looking for enemies, it was better to let the prey come to the door. As the fragrance of Naruto's grilled fish drifted out, it soon attracted 3 miscellaneous fish to sneak nearby. The 3 saw that someone was actually making a fire and cooking in such a dangerous place, and it smelled so good, and they immediately determined that they had met a rookie. In order to prevent the prey from being snatched away by others, the 3 of them rushed here as fast as they could. One was injured and unconscious, one was a rookie female ninja, and there was an idiot red-haired kid who was cooking. This wave is stable. Brothers, make a quick decision. After analyzing the situation, the three scums rushed towards Naruto in an instant. Naruto had long discovered that these people were lurking nearby, but he didn't take action because the grilled fish was not yet cooked. Now that they took action and the grilled fish was just finished, he casually stuck the branch for grilling the fish into the ground. Naruto patted the dust on his hands and instantly met the three people. With Naruto's current strength, it was just a piece of cake to deal with them. He solved the three people with 3 punches and 2 kicks, so there is no need to describe it in detail. Then he searched the unconscious 3 people and found the scroll of earth. After putting away the scroll, Naruto and Sakura ate the grilled fish together. As for the 3 ninjas, Naruto was too lazy to tie them up. After all, although he had just stopped his strength, he probably wouldn't wake up in a short time. An hour later, Sasuke finally woke up. After letting him eat some food to replenish his energy, the 3 of them went straight to the tower without encountering any obstacles in the middle. Congratulations on passing the 2nd exam. Naruto, I didn't expect you all to become qualified ninjas so quickly. I'm so happy for you. Iruka said happily when he saw Naruto and his group. Teacher Iruka, I didn't expect to see you here. Don't worry, we are all very strong. Don't worry about us anymore. Naruto comforted. I'll treat you to ramen after this. To celebrate your growth. No, Iruka-sensei, I'll make barbecue for you myself, thank you for your teachings over the years. Naruto invited. Haha, I'm in for a treat. Naruto, your cooking skills are the best I've ever seen, but don't steal the villagers' chickens this time. Iruka made a joke. While Naruto was chatting, other candidates also finished their exams and gathered here. After everyone arrived, the examiners and representatives of each village also stood in a row in front of the candidates. The 3rd generation stepped forward and congratulated everyone, and then told everyone the differences of this assessment. It turned out that the reason why this exam was different from the previous ones was because it involved the issue of interest distribution among the villages. The performance of everyone in this exam was directly related to how much interest each village could distribute. Everyone then realized why this exam was so cruel. Now, Moonlight Gale will explain the rules of the 3rd round of the exam. Before the Moonlight Gale man appeared, a weak cough was heard. Then came a man with a face as pale as paper and looking extremely weak. Hello everyone, cough, cough before the 3rd exam, there is something that needs to be done. Is it really okay, teacher? Sakura looked at Yu Guangji Feng, who seemed to be dying at any time, with a worried look on her face. The other candidates saw that he couldn't finish a sentence and was coughing like crazy, and they were also afraid that he would die here in the next moment. Cough cough, that means you have to participate in a preliminary selection. Moonlight Gale finally finished his words. Why do we need to have a preliminary round? Can't we just start the 3rd round directly? The candidates asked. Cough cough, maybe the 1st and 2nd exams were too easy, resulting in too many candidates, so a preliminary selection is needed. If you are in poor health, you can apply to withdraw at this time, otherwise, the qualifiers will start immediately. It's the teacher who's not feeling well. Ino frowned and complained. Is the teacher really okay? The kind-hearted Hinata said worriedly. The competition is starting now? We haven't had time to eat yet. Naruto and his party didn't care. They had just eaten grilled fish before coming here, and they were in great shape at the moment. At this time, Kabuto, who was wearing glasses, raised his hand to indicate that he would withdraw from the competition. He was a spy sent by Orochimaru, and there was no need for him to continue to take the exam. Cough cough, this assessment is a one-on-one battle mode, and the winner will enter the 3rd round. The contestants are randomly matched by the names displayed on the screen, and the draw begins now. As the names of the candidates on the electronic screen began to scroll, Everyone's eyes were fixed on the big screen. Under everyone's nervous gaze, the name scrolling on the screen was finally locked. Red Copper Armor vs Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke was not afraid at all when he saw that it was his turn since the first game, but he couldn't wait to enter the field and stand still. He had been suppressed by Orochimaru before, and now he urgently wanted a battle to prove himself. When Red Copper Armor saw that his opponent was Sasuke, he was also ready to teach him a lesson, because they were actually Orochimaru's subordinates. Before, seeing that Orochimaru valued Sasuke so much, they were all very unconvinced, and they all wanted to prove that they were the most useful to Orochimaru. After the contestants were in place, the others went to the second floor under the command of Moonlight Gale and left the venue for the two. Chapter 28. Sasuke and Akado Armor both stood there staring at each other with murderous intent, and the battle was about to break out. Sasuke couldn't use chakra at the moment because of the curse seal, because if the chakra fluctuated, the curse seal would have a tendency to explode. Therefore, he could only fight with physical skills. Swish swish. The two men shot hidden weapons at each other at the same time, but unfortunately, Sasuke felt severe pain in his neck as soon as he moved. Akadoukai dodged the hidden weapon in an instant, but Sasuke lost balance and fell to the ground due to the severe pain in his neck, but he also avoided the hidden weapon. Upon seeing this, Akadoukai immediately appeared in front of Sasuke and punched Sasuke's head with all his strength. In the critical moment, Sasuke endured the pain and dodged with effort, and strangled Akadoukai's legs with his feet, causing him to fall to the ground. After entangled Akadoukai's legs, Sasuke instantly controlled his hands. From then on, Akadoukai's limbs were all under Sasuke's control. Great! Sasuke wins! Sakura thought the victory was certain. The Red Copper Armor, whose legs were strangled, was not panicked at all. He suddenly gathered chakra in his palms and put his backhand on Sasuke's chest. Sasuke seemed to be drained of strength and his hands and feet instantly became limp. The Red Copper Armor easily broke free from the control and jumped back gracefully. What happened? Why do I feel like all my strength has been drained away all of a sudden? Sasuke was horrified. Before he could figure it out, a big hand had already grabbed his head tightly. As chakra emerged from the big hand again, Sasuke's limbs became weak instantly. He realized that his chakra had been drained away by the other party. The people watching also understood that the Red Copper Armor possessed the ninjutsu that could absorb chakra, and they were all shocked by the strangeness of his ability. At this moment, Orochimaru, who had changed his identity and was hiding in the crowd, was looking forward to watching this scene. He was waiting for the moment when Sasuke's chakra was drained away by his men, so that Sasuke could only use the power of his curse seal. He wanted Sasuke to feel the power of the curse seal and become addicted to this power. Bang! Sasuke used all his strength to kick the enemy in the abdomen, but unfortunately, his whole body was sucked limp, and this kick only kicked the Red Copper Armor away without causing any damage. Sasuke didn't dare to use ninjutsu because of the curse seal, and close combat was restrained by his ability to absorb chakra. Sasuke was in deep trouble at the moment. Gritting his teeth tightly, Sasuke knew that he didn't have much chakra left, and at this moment he could only gather the little remaining strength to fight quickly. His strength at this time was even stronger than in the original work. After all, Naruto would show off his skills in front of him from time to time, and he was unwilling to admit defeat, so he trained harder. Red Copper Armor didn't want to play around anymore, and gathered chakra in his hand again and fiercely assisted Sasuke. Sasuke finally found some rhythm, dodging left and right and avoiding all the punches. Sasuke's physical skills were much better than his opponent's, but he didn't expect that he had the ability to absorb chakra, so he fell into the opponent's rhythm from the beginning and lost the initiative. At this moment, he had recovered some strength and disappeared from the eyes of the Red Copper Armor. Before he could find Sasuke, Sasuke kicked him fiercely on the chin. This kick condensed Sasuke's suppressed anger and instantly kicked him into the air. This was a trick that Naruto had used on him before. Sasuke jumped above him and punched him in the cheek, but at this moment, the curse seal broke out again because of the fluctuation of his chakra. This time the outbreak was more intense, and it instantly spread from the 3 megatama to half of his face. The intense pain made his body stiff as well. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke with expectation in his eyes when the curse seal broke out. Seeing that he was about to miss the best opportunity to attack, Sasuke thought of Sakura's concern for him and Naruto, who was superior to him in both physical skills and ninjutsu. The strong desire to win in his heart burst out, and he suppressed the curse seal back. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke, who suppressed the curse seal again, and he became more and more satisfied with his body. After regaining his mobility, he punched the red copper armor in the face, spun around, and used the force of his spinning body to punch the enemy in the chest with the back of his hand. Then he spun around again and used all his strength to kick the enemy in the abdomen. The red copper armor was knocked to the ground by this kick, and the huge force broke the stone slabs on the ground. It seems that there is no need for examination, Sasuke wins. Moonlight Gale announced. Hearing the examiner's announcement, Sasuke could no longer hold on and immediately fell to the ground. Whoosh! Kakashi instantly appeared behind Sasuke, standing in a position that allowed the fallen Sasuke to lean on his legs. Kakashi's upper body was still in the posture of reading a book, and this set of movements looked extremely cool. Naruto felt that Kakashi really mastered the art of pretending, and every time he pretended to be strolling in the garden. After Kakashi took Sasuke to try to seal the curse, the big screen started rolling again. Sack Orange vs Abarame Shino. Another ninja under Orochimaru. Abarame Shino wore a pair of sunglasses, with his hands in his pockets, and looked taciturn, but he was a very trustworthy ninja. If you fight me, you may never stand up again. Give up. Shino said calmly. Stop talking so arrogantly. Sack Orange roared and attacked. Sack Orange showed the mechanism in his palm, and after infusing chakra, he swung it forward fiercely, and a strong airflow exploded. After a large amount of smoke and dust dispersed, Shino had been blown to the ground. Sack Orange was extremely confident in his own strength, and he couldn't help but reveal a smug smile as he thought he had killed his opponent in an instant. Unfortunately, the referee was still standing indifferently in the distance and did not come forward to announce his victory. Before his smile faded, Abarame Shino slowly stood up. As he stood up, several holes appeared on his body, and dense swarms of small insects swarmed out of the holes frantically. The atmosphere at this moment became inexplicably heavy. Looking at such a horrifying scene, not to mention Sack Orange, even the Konoha ninjas who were watching the game had goosebumps all over their bodies. Humph! You are just playing tricks on me. I wonder what tricks you have up your sleeve. Sack Orange yelled in a guilty tone, trying to dispel the fear in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, dense insects surrounded him. These are parasitic bugs that can devour chakra. If you are attacked by so many bugs, you may never be able to stand up again. Give up. Abarame Shino once again persuaded the other party to give up. What a good kid with a cold face but a warm heart. Although Sack Orange was extremely frightened when he saw the bugs surrounding him from behind, his loyalty to Orochimaru made him complete Orochimaru's orders even if he died. He suddenly stretched out his arms, one hand pointed at the swarm of bugs, and the other hand pointed at Abarame Shino. It turned out that he had that kind of device installed on both of his hands. Chapter 29. Seeing Sack Orange's hand towards Shino, everyone was worried about him. After all, everyone had just witnessed the power of the air-cutting wave. Seeing that Shino Abarame was standing there with no intention of dodging, Sack Orange no longer hesitated. Air-cutting wave. Sack Orange's chakra surged to his arms. Chi-chi-chi! Suddenly, his arms suddenly became like balloons punctured by needles, and strong airflows kept gushing out of his arms. The people watching were also shocked and didn't know what happened. Sack Orange, who was in great pain in his arms, realized that his arms were already covered with bugs. When did they climb up here? Sack Orange was shocked. When I told you to give up, I had already let the bugs block your holes. Abarame Shino explained calmly. Sack Orange wanted to fight back, but he was easily knocked to the ground by a punch because his body was covered with bugs. The winner is Shino Abarame. This strange battle finally ended. Seeing that all the insects in the field were taken back, everyone breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear. The next match was between Ken Misumi and Kankuro. After entering the field, Kankuro put the object behind him on the ground and then the two began a physical duel. When the two people's fists and feet collided fiercely, Ken Misumi's arms suddenly became like rubber. Not only could they be twisted at will but also could change their length. In the blink of an eye, his hands and feet wrapped around Kankuro's entire body and made him unable to move. Seeing that Kankuro was still unwilling to give up at this point, Ken Misumi immediately twisted Kankuro's neck with force. When the onlookers thought that Kankuro was dead, the people of the Sand Village did not show any worry. Ken Misumi saw that his opponent was solved so easily by himself and couldn't help but sneer. A fool who only knows how to brag, died so easily. Crack! Kankuro's head, whose neck was broken while he was holding him in his arms, suddenly turned 180 degrees, and his broken face said to him, "Now it's my turn to take action." Kanjuro's skin burst instantly, and several wooden arms stretched out from inside and tied Jian Michin tightly. The two were already tightly entangled together, and Kanjuro's counterattack at this moment also left Jian Michin no chance to dodge. At this moment, the object that Kanjuro had been carrying on his back slowly revealed its true appearance. It turned out that he was a puppeteer. He had been manipulating the puppet to pretend to be himself, and his real body had been carried on the back of the puppet. As Kanjuro made a fist, his command was instantly transmitted to the puppet along the chakra line at his fingertips. Jian Michin, who was already suffocating because of the puppet, instantly felt that all the bones in her body were about to be strangled, and immediately shouted for surrender. Moonlight Gale also immediately announced that Kanjuro won. If it was a little slower, Jian Michin would have died here. The next game is Yamanaka Ino vs Harano Sakura. Although the two beauties on the same stage are indeed pleasing to the eye, there is really nothing to see in their fight, so I won't describe it here. Sakura's physical skills are a little stronger, but she is no good against the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan. The solution was to crack it, and finally both of them were exhausted and eliminated. Fortunately, the two of them just lost too much strength, and then they were taken back by the teachers of both teams to recuperate. The big screen rolled again. Temari vs Tian Tian. This is another battle between two women. Tian Tian casually took out 3 shurikens and shot them at Temari as a test, and then she stared at her to see how she responded to find flaws. Unfortunately, Temari's figure seemed to be blurred for only a moment, and the shuriken pierced through her body and nailed to the ground. This weird scene instantly overturned Tianatian's cognition. Unwilling to give up, she took out a sealing scroll and took out more than a dozen various weapons from it like water and shot them again. No wonder there are rumors that Tian Tian is actually a small rich woman. What she throws out every time she fights is not a hidden weapon, it is clearly money. Without a certain amount of financial resources, you can't withstand such consumption of ninja tools. Facing the dozen hidden weapons flying at her, Temari just put down the fan behind her, opened one side slightly, and stopped moving, and then saw those hidden weapons falling around her one after another. How boring! The sand ninja will win again. Shikamaru said impatiently. Naruto knew that Shikamaru's clan had always played a military role in the Inoshikacho clan, especially in his generation. His ability to analyze and coordinate was even better than his father's. And Koji next to him obviously believed in Shikamaru's judgment. Tenten didn't believe it. Seeing that the other party dodged the attack in a way that she didn't understand, she thought that the hidden weapons she threw were not enough. This time, she would use a large number of hidden weapons to make it impossible for the other party to avoid them. This time, Tenten took out 2 scrolls and threw them upwards. The scrolls flew into the sky like two dragons playing with a pearl, and Tenten instantly jumped between the two scrolls and her body spun rapidly like a gyroscope. As she formed a seal, countless hidden weapons appeared in the scrolls. There are all kinds of ninja tools, as if they are endless. Tian Tian is indeed a genius in hidden weapons. She can use hidden weapons of different uses with ease. She did not just throw them randomly, but used different ninja tools in different ways, and each hidden weapon was fully exerted by her. Naruto looked at the scene in front of him as if there were banknotes flying all over the sky, and they were bundled up in stacks. If it weren't for the trip to the land of waves that made him a lot of money, he would probably be drooling at this moment. Facing Tianation's ultimate move at this moment, Temari finally took action. She opened the fan again, and two star-like patterns appeared on the fan at this time. Then she raised the fan and swung it fiercely. No matter how much you increase the number, it's useless. 2 stars. As Temari shouted, a violent airflow burst out from the fan, instantly blowing away all the raindrops of hidden weapons. Seeing this, Tian Tian was not discouraged. She was still in the air and sent out countless chakra threads from her fingertips to connect to the weapons scattered on the ground. Under Tianation's control, all the weapons slowly floated into the air and shot at Temari again. Temari was still not panicked until this moment, and she still waved the iron fan to blow away all the weapons. But this time the fan had been fully opened, revealing 3-star patterns on it. Temari used the iron fan to make a flower in a chic manner, and then the whole person disappeared from Tianation's sight out of thin air. Where is it? Tian Tian desperately looked for Temari. Here. Temari took the initiative to expose her position, not taking Tenten seriously at all. Temari was kneeling on the fan and floating in the air, and then she leisurely controlled the fan to float in front of Tenten and fell. Ninja technique, Kamaitachi. A violent tornado was emitted from the fan and instantly swept Tenten into it. Chapter 30. The violent tornado instantly swept Tian Tian into the air, and the strong pressure made it impossible for Tian Tian to escape. What was even more terrifying was that the wind seemed to contain countless knives, and Tianation's clothes and body were cut into countless wounds in an instant. Fortunately, she did not expose herself. The wind contains chakra. Tenten has done her best. As Tenten's teammate, Niji is looking at the field with worry. Finally, when the power of the tornado dissipated, Tenten's body fell from the air powerlessly and hung squarely on the fan that Temari placed below. Another show-off. It's really boring. Temari said calmly. In fact, it can't be said that Tian Tian is not powerful, but Temari just happens to be able to restrain Tianation's hidden weapons. Shikamaru is right indeed. Chuji said with regret. After the referee announced the result, Temari threw Tenten on the fan like a broken sack. Fortunately, Xiao Li was quick-witted and caught Tenten in an instant, thus preventing her from being hurt again. You've gone too far. You've already won, why are you still treating her like this? Xiao Li asked angrily when he saw his companion being treated like this. You are so long-winded. Take this useless trash away. Temari said impatiently. Li certainly couldn't stand the other party hurting his companions and still being so arrogant, so he rushed forward and gave him a roundhouse kick. Konoha Whirlwind. Facing this attack, Temari just blocked the iron fan in front of her and blocked it steadily. Your movements are just like your appearance, both are very slow. Temari said calmly. Stop it, Li. Kai stepped forward to stop Xiao Li. Temari, please come back soon and stop pestering me. Gaara finally spoke. Temari did not dare to go against Gaara's will and had to turn around and walk back. All of you sand ninjas, let me warn you, this kid is very strong. Kai gave his opponent a warning at this moment. The next game is Shikamaru. This guy uses his brain to the extreme even in battle. Although he suffered a little in the early stage, he still qualified for the next round. The next game is Uzumaki Naruto vs Inuzuka Kaiba. Seeing that his opponent is Naruto, Kaiba immediately said with a sad face, "What bad luck, why do I meet the boss Naruto?" Although they haven't fought each other since graduation, he was suppressed by Naruto in every previous battle. Although frustrated, Kaiba is not going to give up. He just wants to test whether the training during this period has brought him closer to Naruto. "Boss, you better be gentle," Ye said with a grin. "Don't worry, I promise not to hit you in the face," Naruto joked. He couldn't beat his little brother too hard. The genin of Konoha also lamented that Kaiba had bad luck. Not only was he fighting with people from the same village, but he was also fighting Naruto, who was the strongest at the same time. After all, Naruto's taijutsu had always been the strongest in school. "I just don't know if I can beat Naruto now that I have learned new ninjutsu." Except for Sasuke and Sakura, they didn't know that Naruto was no longer an idiot in ninjutsu. They thought Naruto only knew taijutsu. "Boss, here I come." Beast mimicry ninjutsu, four-legged technique. Kaiba used his family ninjutsu, and he was on all fours, with his nails becoming like those of a wild beast. This ninjutsu can significantly increase his strength. The ninjutsu of the Inuzuka family is indeed unique. After performing the ninjutsu, Kaiba instantly turned into a shadow and rushed towards Naruto. So fast! Kaiba shocked all the candidates as soon as he made a move. At such a speed, they could only see a shadow. If they fought against him, only a few people could dodge it. But Naruto didn't feel it was fast at all. Facing Kaiba, who was rushing towards him, he moved to the side 1 meter leisurely and passed by Kaiba. His speed was so fast that it seemed like teleportation. Neji and Gaara also perked up and observed Naruto. They didn't take him seriously at first, but now they felt pressured by Naruto's speed. Kaiba was a little surprised that Naruto dodged his attack so easily, but he was relieved after thinking about it. After all, he has become a lot stronger during this period of time, but Naruto is also improving. "You are worthy of being the boss. Next, I will show all my strength," Ye said with a hearty smile. "Come on, Kaiba," Naruto encouraged. Kaiba instantly threw 3 special smoke bombs at Naruto, and rushed into the smoke to attack when Naruto lost his vision. This move is to make the enemy lose his vision, and he can attack the opponent by imitating the 5 senses of the beast. Unfortunately, Naruto's senses seem to be affected by the 9 tails, and his 5 senses and intuition are stronger than those of the beast. He was affected less by the smoke than Kaiba. Everyone could not see the scene in the smoke, but could hear the ping-pong sound coming from it. Everyone thought Kaiba had the upper hand in this round, but unfortunately, Kaiba's figure was kicked out of the smoke in a blink of an eye, and everyone's glasses fell to the ground. "I still can't do anything to you, boss. Then I can only use my last trick." After saying that, he threw a pill into Akamaru's mouth. After Akamaru took the pill, the hair on his body changed dramatically, from white to red in a blink of an eye. Kaiba threw a Bing Liang pill into his mouth and lay on the ground, and Akamaru immediately jumped on his back. Seeing Kaiba take the pill, his team leader Hong immediately knew what ninjutsu Kaiba was going to use. Beast-like ninjutsu, Beastman clone. Akamaru turned into Inuzuka Kaiba with fangs and claws. "Kaiba, you need to exercise more. Men can't just rely on drugs." Naruto couldn't help but laugh when he saw Kaiba taking a pill. Kaiba couldn't refute this. After all, his body was in such condition. If he didn't take drugs, he would be gone in a few minutes. After spreading chakra all over his body, Kaiba and Akamaru attacked Naruto at the same time, one after the other. The man and the dog cooperated tacitly, and they walked on the ground and the wall as if it were flat ground. Facing such an attack, Naruto was still at ease, and his hands could always block the attacks of the two at the right time. After a few rounds, the man and the dog were so tired that they stuck out their tongues and panted, but Naruto's breathing was not disordered at all. The onlookers also felt the huge gap in strength between the two sides. I didn't expect Naruto to become so much stronger in such a short time after graduation. I thought that since he couldn't practice ninjutsu, the gap between us could be narrowed. Ino, who had recovered her strength and came back to watch the game, was shocked. When Sakura heard her mortal enemy say this, she couldn't help but hit him. Do you think you can catch up with Naruto-kun? Don't be so wishful thinking. Naruto-kun's strength is far more than what it is now, Ino pig. When Niji heard Sakura's words, his heart instantly became solemn. Looking at Naruto, who was in a leisurely posture in the field, he said in his heart, isn't this your true strength? Now I'm looking forward to fighting with you. Chapter 31. Seeing that Kaiba's attack could not hurt him, Naruto said to him, Kaiba, use your strongest attack. Kaiba knew that he could not do anything to Naruto, so he immediately used his strongest trick. He and Akamaru suddenly opened their clawed arms, twisted their bodies violently, and then spun violently like a top. Kaiba. They were like two huge drills at full power, drilling towards Naruto fiercely, as if they could drill a hole in the stone. Facing the two drills that were strangling him madly, Naruto had to dodge constantly. Fortunately, he had the blood of the Uzumaki clan and was strong. Not only was he strong, but his speed, resistance to blows, recovery ability, and chakra were far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Facing the double attack of Kaiba and Akamaru, Naruto was still able to avoid him perfectly. He hesitated about how to defeat Kaiba without hurting him. If he was facing an enemy, he would just use the fireball to fight back. But facing his own little brother, Naruto could only try his best to find opportunities and try to defeat him gently. With Naruto's insight far beyond ordinary people, he finally found an opportunity. Facing the high-speed spinning man and dog, Naruto seized the opportunity and kicked out instantly. The timing of this kick was extremely accurate. It was during the gap in the high-speed spinning of Inuzuka Kaiba that he kicked in. Naruto instinctively kicked at Inuzuka Kaiba's head at first, but fortunately he reacted in time to change the trajectory and kick at his stomach, and withdrew most of his strength at the last moment. Otherwise, with his current strength, even if he hit the stomach, he would be seriously injured. While kicking Inuzuka Kaiba away, Naruto's hand used the same method to instantly grab Akamaru's neck, causing it to instantly change from high-speed spinning to a static state, and at the same time, it turned back into a dog with a bang. Naruto's punch and kick showed a speed far beyond Kaiba's and a fine control of strength. As Naruto's physical training teacher, Kai kept praising him at the side. After all, Naruto was also his disciple. He was very pleased to see Naruto's current strength. Kakashi, Naruto is my disciple. How about this? Does it prove that my taijutsu is stronger than your ninjutsu? Guy showed his iconic teeth and challenged Kakashi. They have a very good relationship, they are both friends and rivals. They both think that they are better, so they often spar with each other. Of course, most of the time, it is Kai who invites them to fight. Kakashi has long been accustomed to Kai's personality, and just lazily scratched his ears with his fingers to show that he didn't hear anything. Hey Kakashi, don't play deaf. Naruto, your subordinate, doesn't want to learn ninjutsu from you. It's obvious that he thinks my taijutsu is stronger than your ninjutsu. Taijutsu represents youth. Yes, yes, yes. Kakashi said, as if everything you said was right. But there is one thing you don't know yet. Kai, Naruto's current ninjutsu is stronger than you can imagine. What? Naruto learned ninjutsu. Kai said, I'm not well educated, don't lie to me. As expected, the boss is still as strong as ever. Chuji said, as if he had expected this. Naruto-kun is indeed a gentle person. And he is so powerful now. Hinata saw that Naruto was unharmed and quietly put away the medicine she had prepared for him. And seeing that he did not hurt Inuzuka Kaiba, she felt that he was a kind person. I didn't expect the gap between me and you to be getting bigger and bigger. I really don't know how you practiced. Boss, you made me look bad in front of so many people. You have to treat me to a good meal as compensation. Inyazuka Kaiba said with a grin, pretending to be hurt. Okay, stop pretending. Don't I know how much force I used? But I'll treat you to a meal, that's no problem. As the battle ended, Naruto and Inyazuka Kaiba walked towards the spectator seats together. This was the group with the least injuries so far. The next match went smoothly, with Hinata fighting against Nisi. Although Naruto didn't want Hinata to get hurt, he also knew that although Hinata had a weak personality, she also had her own persistence. Therefore, he could only give her some advice, hoping that she would give up in time, but judging from Hinata's reaction, it seemed that she was still ready to stick to it. Naruto had no choice but to go find Nisi. Unfortunately, this guy was also a stubborn person. Naruto's mouth-to-mouth technique had not been practiced to the point where he could comfort Nisi with just a few words. He could only advise him not to hurt Hinata too badly for the sake of her being his sister, otherwise he would teach him a lesson himself later. After the Moonlight Gale was announced to start, two people who also had Byakugan stood in the middle of the field. This duel was also the focus of everyone present. Naruto was paying attention to Hinata. Others, including ninjas from other villages, wanted to see how the Byakugan, one of the two major Ijutsu families in Konoha, would perform. Before we begin, I want to give Miss Hinata a piece of advice. Give up. You are not fit to be a ninja at all. Ningji said to the weak Hinata in front of him. You are too kind, always avoiding disputes, and have no confidence in yourself. I think you should just stay a genin. You came to take the exam just to cooperate with your teammates. You didn't want to come at all. No, it's not. I just came here to change myself. Hinata explained hurriedly. Naruto couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw Hinata at a loss. He also knew that although Hinata had a weak personality, she also had a strong side in her heart, so even though he knew she would be injured in this battle, he did not force her not to participate. He just decided in his heart that he would protect Hinata well in the future and never let her get hurt again. Sure enough, as Nisi kept talking about her vulnerable side, her eyes became more and more determined. Even though she knew she was no match for Nisi, she would fight bravely. Hinata actually took the lead in posing the starting posture of the soft fist and said, "Brother Nisi, let's decide the winner." Her voice changed from its usual softness to a firm one. Seeing this, Niji, who had been undermining Hinata's confidence, seemed to reveal an imperceptible admiration in his eyes. However, he was not sure of Hinata's determination yet, and he could only know after a fight. Then he made the same starting move. The chakra of the two men rushed to their eyes at the same time, opening their Byakugan, and then they instantly fought each other with soft fists. The soft fist is the opposite of Naruto's hard fist. It does not focus on great force and momentum to hit the enemy's muscles and bones. Instead, it focuses more on hitting the internal organs and limiting the opponent's chakra. Therefore, although the fight between the two men in the field is not as thrilling as the hard fist, it is also dangerous and can cause serious internal injuries if not careful. Chapter 32. The gentle fist is recognized as the strongest boxing technique in Konoha, and it is indeed far superior to the hard fist in terms of sophistication. The palms of both men are covered with special chakra that is not easy to detect, and they use extremely clever moves to break up each other's moves. Because they all know that the palms of the gentle fist cannot be touched, and if they are touched, they will be injured by the chakra carried on them. Hinata rushed forward to attack after making up her mind, and in a blink of an eye, the two had already attacked and defended each other for several rounds. Hinata is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga family. Although she may not be as talented as Nisi, she has not slacked off in the practice of boxing. At this moment, Hinata actually seems to have a slight advantage, and her attack is slightly faster than Nisi. Finally, she seized the opportunity and hit Nisi's abdomen with a palm. Nisi's physical skills are indeed extraordinary. At this critical moment, he forced his abdomen to retract, causing Hinata's attack to pass by his abdomen. Dodged it. What a pity. Sakura couldn't help but feel sorry for Hinata's failure to hit him. No, it still works even if it doesn't hit. Lee explained. He was in the same team with Niji, so he was naturally very familiar with the gentle fist. The soft fist can directly attack a person's meridians and internal organs. Even if it doesn't hit directly, the body will be hurt. Lee had already clenched his fists at this time. After all, Nisi has always been regarded by him as an opponent to be surpassed. In the past, because of the special nature of the soft fist, Nisi always suppressed Lee. At this moment, the two of them kept counterattacking, and they could switch between offense and defense several times in a breath. Those who understood the characteristics of the soft fist now understood the danger of the battle in the field. As they became more and more fluent in their fast attacks, both of them found the flaws of the other party and hit the other's heart with one palm at the same time. The onlookers were silent at this moment, concentrating on watching who would win and who would lose. After 3 long breaths, Hinata spurted out a mouthful of blood, but Nisi was unharmed. It turned out that his other hand was in Hinata. When Hinata attacked, he tapped the acupuncture points on her arm to block the flow of chakra. Hinata only hit Nisi with an ordinary palm strike. But she herself was hit hard by Nisi's palm. Because of the special nature of the soft fist, she had suffered serious internal injuries at this time. Hinata, who refused to give up, attacked again, but was caught by Nisi with one hand in an instant, and his other hand sealed several of her acupuncture points. Nisi slowly pulled open Hinata's sleeves, revealing dense red dots in front of everyone. It turned out that in the previous battle, Nisi had already secretly sealed most of the acupuncture points on Hinata's arm. At this moment, even the third generation couldn't help but praise in his heart it is worthy of being the first genius in the history of Hyuga. The onlookers were also amazed at the horror of the soft fist and Nisi's talent. It turns out that your eyes have been developed to the point where you can see the acupuncture points. Hinata was shocked. Niji knocked Hinata away with a palm and said, "Miss Hinata, this is the difference between you and me, you are too weak." Looking at Hinata being knocked away, Naruto was so distressed that his teeth were about to break. Unfortunately, Hinata still refused to give up at this time. She still struggled to stand up even though the acupuncture points on her arm were blocked. The winner has been decided. Kakashi knew that Hinata had no chance of winning. Gaara couldn't help but twitch his eyes when he saw Nisi's powerful boxing skills, and he felt quite stressed. Although Hinata could only fight with ordinary physical skills at this moment, she still rushed towards Nisi regardless of her own safety. She was still unwilling to give up, because she wanted to keep up with Naruto and didn't want to be a burden. Unfortunately, even if she was in good condition, she was not Nisi's opponent, let alone at this moment. After suffering several attacks, she didn't fall down completely because of her tenacious willpower. Seeing that Hinata had reached her limit, Naruto could no longer control himself and jumped into the field in an instant. Hong, Kai, and Gecko Gale also stepped forward in an instant to restrict Nisi's actions. "Is this the treatment of the main family?" Ningji said, gritting his teeth. He already felt that his experiences as a member of the Hyuga branch were unfair, and now seeing everyone protecting Hinata, he felt that he was treated differently. Naruto didn't want to care about him now. He just flashed in front of Hinata and hugged Hinata, who was about to fall to the ground. It was the first time that Hinata had such a close contact with Naruto, and she didn't even have time to feel shy. She only had time to ask before losing consciousness, "Naruto-kun, have I become strong?" "Yes. You are the strongest." Naruto then realized that Hinata was so persistent because of him. At this moment, he didn't care what Hinata's father thought of him, and just held Hinata tightly in his arms in public. "Hey, red-haired boy over there, remember to tell Hinata that she should stop being a ninja. It's too embarrassing for the main family." Seeing that Nisi was still mocking Hinata after hurting her, Naruto could no longer suppress his anger and rushed towards Nisi. Xiao Li stepped forward to stop him, but unfortunately he couldn't stop Naruto at this moment. It was only when Kai stepped forward that he pulled Naruto back. I understand your feelings very well, but please be patient and wait until the official competition to see who is better. Li walked up to Naruto again and advised. Naruto also realized that he couldn't fight now. So many Jonin and the third generation were there, and they would not allow him to fight like this. Thinking that he would still fight with Niji in the finals, he stopped pestering and immediately turned around and carried Hinata to find the medical ninja. When the formal exam comes, I will completely crush your ridiculous arrogance and self-confidence. The big screen continued to scroll. Rock Lee vs Gaara. Seeing that it was finally his turn, Lee jumped excitedly and flew down the court. I didn't expect to fight you so soon, it's great. Lee took a stance like Bruce Lee. I don't know what kind of moves he will use, but he is definitely no match for Gaara. Kankuro said confidently. He's too slow. Temari recalled the kick Lee had given her before and judged. She didn't know how terrible the weight Lee was carrying. As the referee said start, Lee instantly turned into a shadow and rushed towards Gaara. When he got close, he launched a powerful Konoha whirlwind. Gaara didn't move at all, but the sand in the gourd rushed out frantically to block the attack. Gaara didn't make any moves, but the sand seemed to have consciousness and rushed towards Lee frantically. Seeing this, Lee instantly did a backflip to distance himself. Is that sand? What a strange ninjutsu! Sakura said in amazement. Lee had no time to think about it at this moment, and immediately attacked Gaara again. Unfortunately, every time he attacked Gaara, he was blocked by the sand, and even attacking from behind Gaara was ineffective. Gaara didn't even need to turn around, the sand could actually form a 360-degree protection. Lee's attack was so fast, but it was useless. The people watching the battle were shocked. You know, the speed Lee showed at this moment was far beyond most of the genin watching the battle, but he was still blocked by Gaara so easily, which made everyone shocked. Chapter 33. Gaara didn't move at all, nor did he make any hand seals, but the sand was just like his body. Where had they seen such an unimaginable ninjutsu? They were full of doubts, but no one could answer them. Any physical attack is useless. The sand will take the initiative to protect Gaara, and it has nothing to do with his will. So far, no one has ever hurt Gaara. Kankuro said complacently, as if he was the one praising him. Lee also felt the pressure at this moment. After all, his opponent remained indifferent to his powerful attack, and his self-confidence was hit. If Gaara at least gave some reaction, he would feel better. It's like you use all kinds of moves and your girlfriend is playing with her mobile phone calmly without even looking at you. This is a huge blow to a man's self-esteem. Is that all? It's totally uninteresting. Gaara taunted in a low voice. The sand under Gaara's feet suddenly rushed towards Lee. Seeing the sand all over the ground surrounding him, Lee immediately jumped up, but unfortunately the sand was faster and instantly wrapped around one of his legs, and then threw Lee against the wall. Regardless of the pain, Lee quickly stood up and attacked Gaara again. Why does Lee keep using taijutsu? It would be better to use ninjutsu against such an opponent. Sakura asked the same question as everyone else. It's not that we don't need it, but that we don't know how to use it. Kai explained. Xiao Li hardly knows any ninjutsu or genjutsu. You must be kidding. How can there be a ninja who doesn't know ninjutsu? Sakura still couldn't believe it. At this time, a large amount of sand rushed towards Lee in waves, and he had to keep doing backflips to distance himself. Unfortunately, the speed of the sand was too fast. When Lee landed after the third backflip, the sand had spread to his feet. Lee, who was standing on the sand, immediately lost his balance and fell down, and the sand was about to drown him. The Konoha genin were all worried about Lee at this moment. Lee's skin turned red in an instant, and he suddenly disappeared from the eyes of the genin who were watching the game. With his speed increased. When he reappeared, his skin had returned to normal, standing above the tall statue in the hall. There are very few ninjas who don't know ninjutsu, so the only option for Li is taijutsu. But that's why Xiao Li put all his energy into the practice of ninjutsu. Xiao Li, take it off. Kai knew that Xiao Li couldn't win unless he used all his strength. Yes, but Teacher Kai, you said that it can only be unlocked when you are protecting many important people. Li looked like an obedient baby. It's okay, I approve it. Kai gave a thumbs up to encourage. Ha 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 ha. With the teacher's approval, Li smiled happily and began to untie the weights on his body. Did Li do the same training as Naruto? Sakura was surprised. Carrying weights? Such a boring training. Kanjuro felt that this would not have any effect on the ninja. It's just removing some weights, does he think he can keep up with Gaara's speed like this? How ridiculous! Temari was disdainful. Most of Konoha's genin also thought that this was just an ordinary weight. Until the moment when the weight was thrown from the top of the statue by Li casually and fell to the ground. Boom! The whole venue was shaken by the terrifying weight, and the smoke and dust flew 6 or 7 meters high in an instant. With this horrible loud noise, the genin who had just been dismissive opened their mouths in shock and said in disbelief, is this a weight that a human can carry? Only Sakura and Kakashi had seen it on Naruto a long time ago, so they were mentally prepared. It's much easier now. Li felt as light as a swallow. Originally, the genin could still see Xiao Li's afterimage, but now that they had unloaded the burden, they could no longer see even his afterimage. At this moment, Xiao Li seemed to have teleported in everyone's eyes. He would only show up when Li attacked, and in the next moment he would appear in another position of Gaara to attack, and so on. At this time, the sand could no longer keep up with Li's speed, and was broken by Li before it could condense its defense. Gaara had to do his best to find Li's figure, otherwise he would be attacked. He concentrated all his energy and sweat on physical skills. Even though he didn't know ninjutsu and genjutsu, he was not inferior to anyone. He was a genius in physical skills. Kai explained to everyone proudly. At this moment, Li completely let go of his speed. He was like a fish entering the sea, and his moves were smooth and flowing. Gaara could only defend himself with difficulty. Finally, Gaara made a mistake and was kicked in the face by Li. This kick passed like a knife and instantly scratched a wound on his face. The sand ninjas were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They couldn't believe that Gaara was actually injured. Youth is about to explode. Kai shouted excitedly outside the court. At this moment, Li seemed to be blessed by the BGM, and was instantly full of strength, rushing towards Gaara again. At this moment, Gaara could not keep up with Li's speed at all, and was beaten by Li like a sandbag without any ability to fight back. Crack, as if the sound of broken glass came, and Gaara's face was covered with cracks, and then it turned into fragments and fell to the ground. At this moment, Gaara seemed to have a split personality, no longer as expressionless as usual, and his face was full of madness. The fragments that fell to the ground turned into sand, and then floated up again and condensed on Gaara. It turned out that he had been condensing a layer of armor made of sand on the surface of his skin, and Li's heavy blows just now did not cause him any harm. Is that all? Gaara, who had recondensed his sand armor, taunted. Li knew that ordinary moves would not work against him, so he untied the knot of the bandage on his hand, and his body instantly entered a high-speed state, running madly with Gaara as the center. When Gaara could not catch any trace of him at all, he instantly appeared in front of Gaara and below. He kicked Gaara's chin hard from bottom to top, which was the move that Naruto had borrowed before. The purpose of this kick was to kick the opponent into the air, but unfortunately Li's strength was far inferior to Naruto's, and Gaara's gourd of sand made him incredibly heavy at the moment. Therefore, this kick, which would have kicked an ordinary person into the air long ago, only made Gaara's feet slightly off the ground. It didn't fly. Seeing Naruto use this move, Sakura instantly understood Li's intention. So when she saw Li's failure, she was worried. Lee also reacted very quickly. If one kick didn't work, he would use 2 or 3 kicks. It took 7 or 8 kicks to send Gaara flying to a satisfactory height. After this series of kicks, Gaara's sand armor cracked again. It was also very taxing for Lee's body to use such a physical technique. Chapter 34. After kicking Gaara to a high enough height, the bandages on Xiao Li's hands instantly fell apart, and then he tied Gaara up tightly like a mummy. After turning Gaara upside down, Lee took Gaara and spun him like a spinning top. This series of combos can be said to be a complete use of control skills, not giving the enemy any chance to escape. The spectators knew what Lee was going to do when they saw Gaara trapped and head down. They were immediately scared by this move, because if they were in his place, they would definitely be smashed to death. Who knew that Lee would even follow up with a high-speed spin? The timid people were scared to the point of wanting to pee. Kaiba and Koji were excited to see the powerful Lee, but they couldn't help but complain loudly. This damage is seriously overflowing. Is it really necessary to be so cruel? This is not a move used to deal with humans at all. Take it. Biao Lianhua. Gaara roared with Lee. The heavy one was smashed to the ground, and the stone floor beneath him was smashed into a deep pit, and dense spider web-like cracks spread for several meters. Even the sand ninjas who had always been confident in Gaara were now looking at Gaara with concern, fearing that he would die. Moonlight Gale was also ready to step forward to check on Gaara's condition. Crack! Hearing the familiar cracking sound, Lee and everyone immediately looked towards the source of the sound. Gaara, who was covered with cracks, broke into pieces like porcelain, revealing an empty space inside. Gaara was not inside. As the sand flowed, Gaara condensed behind Lee and laughed. The monster inside Gaara is coming out! Kankuro exclaimed. A large amount of sand rushed towards Lee like a waterfall. Unfortunately, Lee's hands and feet were not very flexible at this moment because of the great burden caused by the previous move. He had no time to dodge and was instantly hit by the sand wave and flew away. What's going on? With Lee's speed, he should be able to dodge it easily. Sakura asked in confusion. It's not that I don't want to hide, but I can't hide. Kai said in a low voice. The lotus move just now is a double-edged sword. It is powerful and will also bring a huge burden to one's body. Lee must be unable to move due to the pain now. Kakashi said. Koji and Kaiba also looked at Lee worriedly. After all, they had seen each other many times because of Naruto. Although Lee was beaten without any ability to fight back at this moment, there was no despair in his eyes. He still has the 8 gates. Although he knew that the result of opening the last gate would be death, he had something to prove even if he died. Thinking of Naruto and Neji, he was unwilling to stop here as the last one. He wanted to prove that as long as he worked hard, he could surpass the genius. He made up his mind not to dodge anymore, but stood still with his arms crossed in front of his chest. The little chakra in his body rushed to a certain acupuncture point frantically. Humph, it's useless for you to struggle now. Gaara thought that Lee was being mysterious. The third gate, open. Lee opened the third gate instantly. The surging chakra gushed out instantly, and Lee's hair was standing up like a super saiyan. The stone slabs under his feet were cracked by the pressure of the violent chakra. Everyone looked at Xiao Li in disbelief. How could he suddenly change? Kankuro was already frightened by Xiao Li's momentum at this moment, and murmured in his heart, what's wrong with this kid? Li, who was full of momentum, had not launched an attack at this time. The blood vessels in his body were bulging like earthworms. At this moment, his body had reached its limit. The fourth gate, the injury gate, open. Kakashi stared at the field with his Sharingan in shock. This is not something that can be done with hard work. This kid is also an extraordinary genius. Lee moved instantly. Just an ordinary punch sent Gaara flying to the top of the stadium. The smoke and dust caused by the airflow explosion made it impossible for everyone in the audience to open their eyes. Ordinary people could no longer watch the fight at this moment, because they could not see where Lee was. Gaara was completely turned into a sandbag at this moment. Just after being punched and before he landed, Lee came behind him and continued to punch him. The sand could not catch Lee's shadow at all. The sand armor he relied on was shattered in a moment. Gaara saw Lee punching at his face and just put his hands in front of him, but Lee disappeared in an instant. In a blink of an eye, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He was just knocked down to the ring, but then his waist tightened. It turned out that Lee grabbed the belt around his waist and pulled him back in an instant. Lotus! A heavy blow hit his abdomen again, and Gaara fell to the ground like a cannonball. Lee was also completely exhausted at this time and released the state of the 8 gates. Everyone thought that the outcome was decided at this moment. Crack! The gourd behind Gaara suddenly shattered and turned into a sand mat, which narrowly caught him before he hit the ground. Everyone was shocked. He's not dead yet. Gaara pointed at Lee while lying down, and the sand under him suddenly rushed towards Lee, who was completely unable to move, and instantly wrapped around one of his arms and one of his legs. After severely injuring Lee's hands and feet, Gaara directed even more sand to rush towards Lee, wanting to crush him directly. The sand was about to wrap around Lee. Bang! The thugs formed by the sand were instantly blown up. It turned out that it was Kai who rescued his beloved disciple. The winner is my love. Just as Moonlight Gale was about to make the announcement, he discovered that Lee, who had broken his arms and legs, had stood up again covered in blood, and the hand that was not broken was still trembling as he assumed a fighting posture. Kai saw this and stepped forward to comfort him distressedly. That's enough, Lee, your body can't fight anymore. You've done well enough. Before he finished speaking, everyone had noticed that although Lee's eyes were open at the moment, there was no spirit in them. It turned out that he had already lost consciousness, but he had not given up his fighting spirit. Even though he had fainted, his body still wanted to fight on its own. Kai couldn't help but feel 1,000 emotions in his heart when he saw this. He knew best how much this apprentice had suffered to prove himself. Everyone was also moved by Lee's spirit, and the female ninjas in the field had already burst into tears. Xiao Li! You guy! Kai couldn't say any more. Even a tough guy like him couldn't help but shed hot tears. Even if you lose consciousness, do you still want to prove your ninja way? At this moment, not to mention the ninjas of Konoha, even the sand ninjas were silent, all of them were moved by his fighting spirit. The winner is Gaara. Moonlight Gale announced. At this moment, Gaara stared at Lee blankly, and it seemed that something he had always believed in was shaken at this moment. Chapter 35. After the battle between Lee and Gaara, the arrogant sand ninjas all shut up and stopped being so arrogant. Round 10, Toss Anvil vs Akimichi Koji. Please come on stage. I must qualify and fight Suzuki. Lord Orochimaru, you touched Suzuki in advance and left a curse mark, and all of us are baits you used to test Suzuki. You don't want Sasuke's life, you want his body. You don't take any of us seriously. Toss Anvil said in his heart. If I win this game, I will go to the boss to eat barbecue. Choji was already hungry before he even had a fight. Come on! Fat pig! Shikamaru and Ino deliberately shouted at Koji. They knew that Koji hated being called fat, so they teased him. Damn it! I'll take care of you right after I finish beating you. Dinkai instantly turned from a fool to a furious man. Then I won't play with you anymore, just end it quickly, fat pig. Toss Anvil didn't know the consequences of saying these two words to Koji. At this moment, there seemed to be visible flames in Koji's eyes, showing that he was furious to the extreme. Ninja technique, multiplication technique. Koji instantly swelled several times like a pufferfish, like a ball. Human bomb tank. His limbs and head were shrunk, trying to avoid being affected by Toss Anvil's sonic attack. His body spun violently, and rushed out like an out-of-control armored vehicle. Unfortunately, although Toss Anvil was tall and strong, his speed was not slow at all, and Koji seemed too clumsy at this time. He dodged several collisions easily, and then he deliberately stood in front of the wall to lure Koji over. Koji, who was unaware of his plan, instantly rushed over, and TOS Anvil dodged again. Koji, who failed to brake in time, slammed into the wall hard, and the huge force caused Koji to break the stone wall and half of his body was stuck inside. At this time, Koji still didn't realize the danger. He felt that his ears were inside the wall, and TOS Anvil's sonic attack was ineffective against him. TOS Anvil obviously learned physics better than him. He leisurely walked behind Koji, and aimed his right hand with a special ninja tool at Koji's butt. The top of the head was thrust hard. The left index finger flicked the ninja tool on the right arm. Ding! The powerful sound wave instantly stunned Koji, and his huge body immediately returned to its original shape. The human body can only transmit sound. It seems that Shikamaru didn't study math and physics well. He told Koji to hide his ears to make the sound wave attack ineffective. Lord Orochimaru, no, Orochimaru, I am not just a bait. TOS Anvil said to himself as he left the examination room. He seemed to have other thoughts in his mind. Fortunately, the other party didn't beat me to death. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Chuji was fine, Asuma and the others were also relieved. Cough cough, the pre-selection is officially over. Looking at the people who passed the pre-selection, the third generation finally stepped forward to speak. The official competition will be held in a month, and it will be open to the public. I hope everyone can adjust their status during this period. Next, come up and draw lots. Naruto was relieved when he saw that his opponent was still Niji. He was afraid that he would draw someone else. Then he can avenge Hinata in front of his future father-in-law. When accompanying the injured Hinata before, Naruto met Hyuga Hayashi, who brought people to pick up Hinata. Naruto's thoughts on Hinata were naturally not hidden from Hayashi. He directly stated at that time that Hinata could not marry Naruto. Naruto knew he would say this, and he understood Hayashi's thoughts. First of all, in order to ensure the purity of the Byakugan bloodline, the Hyuga family has always intermarried within the clan. And Hinata, as the jewel in the crown of the Hyuga main family, is even less likely to marry an outsider. Besides, Naruto now only has the identity of a Jinchuriki that Hayashi knows. To Hayashi, he is like a red-haired man with a ghost fire. As an old-fashioned man, he naturally does not want to. I hope such a person will get close to my daughter. After all, Naruto is more than 30 years old in his two lives. Naturally, he will not talk to Hayashi about free love at this time. He directly ignored his words and left after looking at Hinata. They will naturally take good care of Hinata, and there is no need to remind them unnecessarily. Naruto didn't care about Hayashi's obstruction at all. After all, this is a world where strength is respected. When his entries become more and more powerful, Hayashi's views will naturally change. Naruto thought about getting the title of Konoha's first genius in a month, and then when the time comes, he will take out the identity of the fourth generation son. If it doesn't work, then he will get the title of the strongest in the ninja world. I believe that by then, let alone marrying Hinata, even if you say to your father-in-law, Hayashi, pour me a cup of tea. In this way, your father-in-law will respectfully serve you tea. Thinking of this, Naruto put Hinata's matter aside first, and she will naturally receive the best care in the Hyuga family. Naruto is ready to find a way to become stronger. In the Konoha hospital, Naruto really found Kakashi. Teacher Kakashi, how is Sasuke? I have already sealed the curse, so as long as you don't use chakra too much, there shouldn't be any problem. Kakashi replied. I originally wanted to learn new ninjutsu from you, teacher, but now it seems you should stay with Sasuke. Yes, Naruto, Orochimaru is still staring at Sasuke at this moment. I will arrange another teacher for you. Naruto decisively rejected Kakashi's recommendation after hearing this. He remembered the person recommended by Kakashi in the original book, Naruto suddenly thought of someone. He should return to Konoha at this time. Going directly to him is the best choice. After saying goodbye to Kakashi, Naruto went straight to the hot spring. I guess everyone guessed why he came here. Naruto just raised his foot to enter the women's bath, and suddenly realized that he is not a child now, and he can't do the same things as before, so as not to damage his image. Otherwise, if it gets out and Hinata thinks he is a pervert, it will not be worth the loss. And that person is not like himself who went in directly with the transformation technique. That person was peeking through the gap in the men's bath. Thinking of this, Naruto retracted the half-foot that had stepped into the women's bath and turned into the men's bath. The timing of coming today is just right, and it didn't take much effort to see a white-haired figure sneaking around. He was crouching in front of a gap in a partition and peeking, with drooling from the corner of his mouth and a lewd smile. After confirming his identity, Naruto didn't know how to greet him. Considering that he was so lustful, why not do this? He will definitely like it. After making the decision, Naruto immediately began to make hand seals. The art of seduction. With a bang, Naruto turned into his favorite female teacher from an island country in his previous life. Her figure and appearance were absolutely restored 1-to-1, and her clothes were just 2 strips of cloth. As a top ninja, the figure instinctively turned back when he sensed the chakra fluctuations behind him. It didn't matter if he didn't turn back, but as soon as he turned back, he felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his forehead. How could he, who was comparable to a sex-hungry ghost, withstand such a test? The scenery he had peeped at for so many years was nothing compared to what was in front of him. He was so excited that blood spurted out of his nose, and his legs couldn't help but kick hard. He crashed into the wooden partition behind him and fell into the women's bath. Ah! Ah! Chapter 36. Ah! A scream that hadn't been heard in a long time rang out. There's a pervert! Beat him to death! Several women who hurriedly wrapped themselves in bath towels immediately surrounded the white-haired man and started punching and kicking him, and some even wielded mops. Before he could come to his senses, he was hit in the face several times. Fortunately, he was tough and thick-skinned, and at this moment, he seemed to enjoy being beaten by a group of women. Although he covered his face with his hands, he deliberately left a gap between his fingers, and a pair of eyes with a gleam of thief light rolled around and peeked at him from between his fingers. Let's arrest him and hand him over to the guard team. The man panicked when he heard that he was going to be arrested, and immediately got up and ran away. After all, if he was sent to the guard team, his reputation would be ruined. He didn't care about Naruto anymore, and he ran away in the blink of an eye. Naruto was stunned at this moment. He wanted to please him and greet him enthusiastically, but now he scared him away and didn't know where to find him again. He simply took a hot spring bath here, and the broken partition was re-established and reinforced. It didn't take long for the white-haired man to come back. It turned out that he wanted to teach Naruto, the kid who ruined his good deeds, a lesson. At this moment, his face was full of anger. Hey! That red-haired kid! Was it you who caused me to be beaten up by the young ladies just now? Naruto saw that since he couldn't communicate harmoniously, he decided to do the opposite. It's me. Who are you, you weirdo riding a toad? Naruto looked righteous. When someone asked him who he was, it seemed to trigger some mechanism in him, and he immediately spoke in a rhythmic manner like singing in opera. Good question. I am the Toad Spirit Immortal of my Boku Mountain, commonly known as the Toad Immortal, and I am here to see you. He shook his head and made various poses while speaking. Even at this moment, with his swollen eyes and bleeding nostrils, he looked extremely funny. After a dramatic self-introduction, he stood in a pose position, waiting for Naruto's admiring gaze. What kind of Toad Immortal is this? He is clearly a lecherous immortal. He peeked at women bathing in broad daylight. Don't talk nonsense. What do you know, little brat? I'm a famous writer. I came here to collect materials. He proudly took out the intimate paradise and showed it to Naruto, looking like I'm famous. Oh? Why are you pretending to be a great writer? That's just a low-level pornographic book. You are such a grown-up, not only are you weak, but your writing is also so bad. Naruto said disdainfully. What? How can you tell that I am weak? How is my book bad? He seemed to be extremely insulted. Humph. A group of women beat you up so badly that your face is bruised and blue. Do I need to say more? How can I cultivate it? I am the famous Toad Immortal, and I am also the same as Zillet. I haven't heard of it. What's the point of just bragging? In the end, you're just a perverted pervert. Naruto picked his earwax and looked like he had never heard of your name. And I just defeated you with just one ninjutsu. Hearing Naruto's words, Jiraiya recalled Naruto's powerful seduction technique, and his nose bled again. You ignorant brat! Come with me to a spacious place, and I'll show you how powerful I am. Jiraiya said as he stepped forward to grab Naruto. I don't want to, my teacher is Hatake Kakashi. I don't want to follow a weirdo like you. Kakashi? What's your name, kid? Jiraiya became interested after hearing Kakashi. Tisk, you are scared now. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the man who is destined to become Hokage in the future. Naruto puffed out his chest with a proud expression. Swirl, Naruto. Jiraiya's cynical expression froze slightly when he heard the name. He knew what the name meant, which meant that he was the son of his beloved disciple Minato Namikaze. Looking at Naruto's flaming hair, it was exactly the same as his mother Kushina. At this moment, his eyes looking at Naruto immediately became soft, containing kindness, love and guilt. In his eyes, the figures of Minato and Kushina gradually overlapped with Naruto. Thinking of his apprentice who died young, and thinking about Naruto who lost his parents and lived alone since birth, Jiraiya felt a sense of guilt. At that time, he was extremely disappointed with the corruption of the village and chose to escape, and he was on missions outside all year round. He was very clear about how the village treated Naruto, and he thought that Naruto would have to endure the erosion of the Nine Tails all year round. At this moment, seeing the grown-up Naruto, all kinds of complicated emotions suddenly arose in his heart. Naruto must have had a hard time these years. I am so irresponsible. I only wanted to escape. After all, Naruto is my disciple, but I left him alone for so many years. If Minato knew that the village he protected with his life treated Naruto like this, he would be sad too. Jiraiya thought in a depressed mood. Hey! Lecherous immortal, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly become like this? Is there something wrong with your brain? I'll take you to the hospital. Naruto said with a look of concern for the mentally retarded. Come and practice with me, little boy. I will teach you some powerful ninjutsu. Jiraiya wanted to teach Naruto well at this moment to make up for what he owed to his disciple all these years. No. You weirdo, I have a teacher. Since you are okay, I am leaving. After saying that, Naruto turned around and walked away, as if he was trying to get away from this psychopath. Duan. Jiraiya gave Naruto a slap on the head. Little boy, remember that my name is Jiraiya. Come on, I'll take you to see how powerful I am. After saying that, he pulled Naruto up and set him on the toad and jumped away. Of course, Naruto no longer struggled to escape at this time. This was the result he wanted. He knew Jiraiya's identity very well. He knew that as long as he revealed his identity as his disciple, he would naturally have a good impression of him. This was indeed the case. When Jiraiya heard the name Uzumaki Naruto, his attitude changed. He liked Jiraiya very much when he watched anime in his previous life, and thought that he must not let Jiraiya suffer such an ending in this life. Soon Jiraiya took Naruto to the top of a hill, which was very spacious. Boy, let me show you how powerful I am. After saying that, Jiraiya bit his finger and drew a spell on his palm, then slapped the ground to reveal a summoning magic circle. Summoning magic! With Jiraiya's loud shout, a person high smoke appeared in the field, and then a red toad with a loyalty necklace around its neck appeared in front of the two. Ha ha ha, how is it, kid? Are you awesome? Do you want to learn? Jiraiya looked like I'm awesome, come and beg me. Skoina. Teach me now, you lecherous sage. At this point, Naruto no longer pretended to be reserved, and immediately showed an admiring expression. Seeing his disciple looking at him with stars in his eyes, Jiraiya's vanity was greatly satisfied. Ha ha ha. It's nothing. You know I'm the famous Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who regarded Naruto as his own grandson, didn't care that Naruto called him a lecherous sage. He just thought that this doll was really cute and that the way he addressed himself was really special. But it's not that easy to learn this move. This is an advanced ninjutsu. Let me check your progress first. Chapter 37. Naruto was not panicked at all when facing Jiraiya. Although it was the first time Naruto met this cute and lustful uncle, he seemed to have a special feeling of closeness in his heart. Jiraiya also felt that the more he looked at this child, the more he liked him. Knowing that Jiraiya wanted to understand his situation so as to provide targeted guidance, Naruto did not hide his shortcomings and immediately began to make hand seals with phantoms flying in his hands. Fire style, great fireball technique. Jiraiya's mind buzzed when Naruto began to make hand seals, because he thought that Naruto, as a Jinchuriki, should not be good at ninjutsu. After all, Jinchuriki is often disturbed by the chakra of the tailed beasts, and it is much more difficult to cast ninjutsu than ordinary people. And the Nine Tails is the most powerful of the tailed beasts, which should be a great burden on the body of the Jinchuriki. Looking at Naruto's fiery red hair, Jiraiya speculated that it should be due to the strong physique of the Uzumaki clan. But he didn't expect that Naruto not only made hand seals very quickly, but also used a ninjutsu of the level of Great Fireball, which surprised Jiraiya. Jiraiya was standing leisurely opposite Naruto, as he thought Naruto's ninjutsu would not be very powerful. However, with his keen perception, he immediately discovered that Naruto had gathered an astonishing amount of chakra at this moment, and he immediately ignored his image as a master and dodged to the side. Boom! A huge fireball flew past Jiraiya, and even though he had foreseen something wrong and dodged in advance, several strands of his hair were still singed by the terrifying high temperature. Looking at the huge fireball that exploded 100 meters away with lingering fear, Jiraiya couldn't help but sweat on his forehead. What a remarkable kid! He has developed ninjutsu to this level. He must have suffered a lot for this. Jiraiya thought, shocked and distressed. That's enough, Naruto. Let's leave it at that for now. I have a rough idea of your situation. Seeing this, Jiraiya stopped testing and decided to slowly investigate when the time is right. Is that all? Then can I learn summoning techniques? Naruto ran over excitedly. Forward, just barely enough, kid, your talent is just average, but it's enough to learn the art of summoning spirits. Jiraiya said deliberately. After that, Jiraiya performed the summoning art again and summoned the red toad. Then a huge scroll spit out from the toad's mouth, and rolled it with his tongue and sent it to Naruto. Open the scroll, it is the contract with the Toad clan that has been passed down from generation to generation. Write your name in blood and press all the fingerprints of one hand below. Naruto signed his name happily. After all, the Toad clan is a very powerful summoning beast. And he will have to rely on them to learn fairy arts in the future. Next, press the hand that signed the contract at the place you want to summon, and then gather chakra. The seal is Haisuyu Shenwei. After Naruto memorized the seal of the summoning technique, he immediately began to perform it. He completed the 5 seals in just 1 second, and then chakra rushed into his hands and slapped them on the ground. Because it was the first time to use summoning techniques and he had no experience, Naruto didn't know how much chakra to use, so he planned to use 2% of chakra to test it first. Bang! As soon as Naruto's hand touched the ground, there was a loud bang, and a huge cloud of smoke that spread for dozens of meters rose. Naruto, who was caught off guard, felt as if a Godzilla appeared under his feet, instantly lifting him up to a height of dozens of meters. Jiraiya, who thought Naruto had only summoned a baby toad, was stunned when he saw the smoke dozens of meters high. He clearly sensed that Naruto did not use the power of the 9 tails in his body, but easily caused such a big commotion with his own chakra. Feeling the breath in the smoke, Jiraiya's heart jumped. This kid actually summoned the Toad Boss. It's bad, I can't handle this guy's bad temper. Naruto, you're on your own. Jiraiya didn't even wait for the smoke to dissipate before he ran away. Where is this? Jiraiya, you little brat, why did you summon me out here? A deep voice filled with anger sounded. As the smoke dissipated, what appeared under Naruto's feet was a red toad that was dozens of meters tall. It had a huge scar on its left eye, a pipe in its mouth, and a 40-meter-long dagger on its back. This is not an exaggeration, it is really 40 meters long. But compared to the size of the toad, it is really a dagger. Just looking at this outfit full of social atmosphere, it is not a good-tempered toad. Naruto also recognized that this was the Toad Boss at this moment. He knew that he would have to put in some effort to get his approval today. Oh, I'm wrong, Toad Boss. You're not a lecherous immortal, I summoned you. What? Wow, ha 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 ha. The big toad seemed to have heard the funniest joke, and almost laughed the pipe out of his mouth. It took a full minute for him to stop laughing, and his stomach was still twitching uncontrollably. Little brat! There must be a limit to joking. How could a tiny thing like you summon me? The toad shook its huge head violently, and Naruto felt as if a mountain was about to collapse. Naruto jumped down from its head and stood in front of it. Even if you summoned me, don't dream of becoming my master. Humph, no one has ever been able to stand above me since the 4th Hokage. The huge voice of the Toad Boss made Naruto's ears buzz. Boy, go back and eat more. The bugs I eat every day are bigger than you. You mean my strength just needs your approval? Naruto shouted. Of course, but you are far from qualified, said the Toad Boss with disdain. Humph, we won't know until we fight. Watch my moves. Naruto reminded loudly. Naruto was not worried about this battle, because he didn't need to defeat it. As long as he showed a certain potential, he would be recognized by it. After all, the Toad Boss must know that since he could summon it, it means that he has been recognized by Jiraiya, otherwise he would not be able to sign his name on the contract. It's just that the Toad Boss is full of chivalry and he disdains anyone he doesn't like, so it seems a little difficult to communicate with him. However, this kind of toad is the kind of person who doesn't know each other until they fight. As long as you can catch its eye, it will naturally be easy to talk to. Naruto no longer hesitated at this moment, and started with the Great Fireball technique. Boom! A great fireball with a diameter of 10 meters, it went straight to the Toad Boss. Seeing such a huge fireball coming straight towards him, the Toad Boss instantly put away his contempt. This fireball was not small even for a Toad Boss of his size, it was only a circle smaller than his head. The Toad Boss did not dare to neglect it, and kicked its 2 hind legs covered with explosive muscles violently, and its huge body like a hill actually dodged to the side at an extremely fast speed. After the huge body landed, it generated a strong airflow that swept around. I didn't expect that it could generate destructive power similar to wind escape just by moving its body. The Toad Boss didn't expect that this little guy who looked like a bean sprout could be so violent when performing ninjutsu. Chapter 38. At this moment, the Toad Boss finally looked at Naruto. Although he only performed one ninjutsu, he could see a lot. A 12-year-old child could perform ninjutsu with such power so easily, which at least showed that his ninjutsu talent and chakra amount were extraordinary. Little devil! That's interesting. Now I'm going to get serious. After saying that, it raised its 40-meter short sword and instantly jumped in front of Naruto and chopped it down. Naruto quickly took off the weight while it was talking. Although the toad boss was huge, the unique body structure of their race made their hind leg muscles extremely developed, and the speed of their jumping was just like teleportation. Fortunately, Naruto's speed was not slow either. He began to dodge as soon as the toad boss stood up. If he was hit, it would be no joke. Can you imagine the oppressive feeling of being chopped by a Gundam of dozens of meters, holding the telescopic arm of a crane? Naruto felt it now. As the knife chopped on the ground behind Naruto, dust flew all over the sky, and a gully dozens of meters long was directly chopped out on the ground. As its body landed, strong airflow swept all over the four directions again, and all the trees that were radiated with it as the center were broken by the shock wave. Naruto didn't want to compete with it in physical skills, so he started to make seals again after pulling away. To deal with such a big boss, of course, heavy artillery must be used for firepower coverage. Multiple shadow clone technique. Fire style, great fireball technique. Naruto created 3 shadow clones, and the 4 Naruto took turns casting the great fireball technique. Seeing this, Gamma Boss cried out that he had seen a ghost. Even when fighting with the tailed beasts, there were pre-casting and post-casting swings. It had fought countless fights and had never seen such a scene, with ninjutsu bombarding one after another. At this moment, it seemed as if it was locked by 4 heavy artillery, and it did not dare to stop at all. Every time it landed, a great fireball would be shot at it. He could no longer attack Naruto. The dense great fireballs made it seem like it was dancing, and its 2 frog legs bounced at a high frequency. The area within 100 meters around Naruto had turned into a sea of fire, and Gamma Boss had no place to stand. Okay. I won't beat you up, you little brat. I barely recognize your strength. Toad Boss called for a halt. Jiraiya, who was hiding in the distance and watching Naruto, who was like the god of fire, couldn't help but call him a monster. Haha, Buntat. The new partner I found for you is doing well, right? It was not until this moment that Jiraiya appeared in front of the Toad Boss carrying the contract scroll. Humph. Barely qualified. What's your name, kid? It's not that the Toad Boss can't do anything to Naruto, but with the posture just now, if he fights again, he will have to use real means. After all, everyone is on the same side. Although he speaks harshly, he doesn't want to cause any harm to the other party. And Naruto's current performance has completely met his standards. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Big Toad, please give me your guidance in the future. Naruto saw that Big Toad had recognized him, so he immediately flattered him. Big Toad was very satisfied with Naruto's flattery, and although he was a little arrogant when he spoke, he didn't mean to look down on him at all. Humph, then you better work harder. If your strength doesn't improve, don't say you're with me in the future. Then the Toad Boss left his mark on Naruto's scroll. From now on, Naruto can accurately summon the Toad Boss instead of randomly summoning other toads. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Jiraiya, I will settle accounts with you later. After saying this, the Toad Boss turned into a huge smoke and returned to Myaboka Mountain. I'm performing like this, you lecherous sage. Naruto looked like he was begging for praise. Tisk, you are far worse than I was back then, kid. Jiraiya couldn't help but recall the time when the Toad Boss chased him with a big knife and chopped him on the butt, and his body trembled involuntarily. Lecherous sage, can you start teaching me ninjutsu? I can't wait. What? Didn't I teach you that? Jiraiya felt that his brain wasn't enough. Why didn't he understand this question? Are you talking about the summoning technique? Do I need to learn this kind of ninjutsu? I can do it instantly. Teach me other ninjutsu. Or is this the only ninjutsu you can do, you lecherous sage? Naruto looked like he was nothing special. Who is Jiraiya? He could tell that this guy looked down on him. There is no ninjutsu in this world that I don't know. It's just that I know too many ninjutsu and I haven't decided which ninjutsu to teach you at the moment. Tell me what ninjutsu you know, and I'll consider teaching you one. Although Jiraiya was eager to prove himself, he was not prepared to teach casually. After all, this was his apprentice. I can do the fireball and the great breakthrough, Naruto said immediately. At this moment, what Naruto was most looking forward to was the Raise Nan, but he didn't know how to bring it up. They are all offensive ninjutsu. Then I will teach you another B-level ninjutsu, the Needle Jizo. This is the unique ninjutsu of this immortal, Jiraiya said proudly. Jiraiya had no intention of keeping any secrets from this disciple. He taught him two precious ninjutsu when they met for the first time today. Summoning is an ordinary ninjutsu. What is really precious is the contract of the Toad clan. This powerful summoning beast is extremely rare. Needless to say, the Needle Jizo is a very practical defensive ninjutsu, and the key is that it is very handsome. Jiraiya had seen Naruto's ninjutsu before. Seeing that he could use such a powerful fire escape at a young age, he obviously had an extraordinary talent for ninjutsu. Therefore, he believed that he could learn B-level ninjutsu directly. Naruto was not disappointed to see that Jiraiya did not teach him the Raise Nan. It is estimated that he will be with Jiraiya for a long time in the future. Naruto believes that with his learning speed, he will soon be able to drain Jiraiya. You have memorized all the training methods, right? Work hard, kid. Don't say that I am not good to you. Once you have mastered the Needle Jizo, I will teach you other ninjutsu. Is this true? You are so nice to me, you lecherous sage. I will definitely learn it as soon as possible, and then learn new ninjutsu from you. Naruto cheered deliberately. What a cute kid. Needle Jizo is not so easy to learn. Even if you are gifted, it will take you 20 days to a month to learn it. Jiraiya thought to himself. Naruto was naturally impatient at this time. The sooner he learned it, the sooner he could learn new ninjutsu. Seeing that this place was suitable for practice, he immediately began to make hand seals. Bang! Multiple shadow clone technique. As soon as the 10 Naruto appeared, they found their own positions to practice. Jiraiya's thoughts just now had not fallen, and he saw this scene, and his eyes almost popped out. He immediately exclaimed in his heart, I didn't expect this kid to have this skill. 10 shadow clones can still have enough chakra for practice. Looking at Naruto's red hair, he couldn't help but sigh that he was worthy of the monster physique of the Uzumaki clan. Thinking of his equally brilliant apprentice, Jiraiya was depressed. Minato, you have a good son. In the future, perhaps his achievements will not be inferior to yours. I really hope you can see it with your own eyes. Although Jiraiya was shocked, the better Naruto was, the happier he was. After all, Naruto was his grand disciple. Sexy immortal. Let's eat together after training today. I'll cook for you. Naruto's voice interrupted Jiraiya, who was reminiscing about his apprentice. Jiraiya was stunned when he heard the words, and then as if he thought of something, his eyes were filled with tears. This kid must be thanking me. He has experienced so much hardship since he was young, but he is still so kind. I just taught him 2 ninjutsu, and he wants to repay me by cooking with his own hands. I am really sorry for Minato and Naruto. I guess Naruto hasn't had a good meal in all these years. He can only eat expired food, and he has no money to buy food outside. I guess he can only watch other children being taken away by adults. Thinking of this, Jiraiya couldn't control himself anymore, and hugged Naruto and cried bitterly. Woo 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 woo, Naruto, I don't want you to cook, I'll take you to a restaurant. I will never let you eat junk food again. Never again. Chapter 39. Naruto wanted to make a barbecue to reward Jiraiya, but he didn't know what was wrong with him and refused to agree. In the end, Jiraiya took him to the barbecue restaurant and kept putting barbecue on his plate. Little Naruto, you need to eat more meat. Only in this way can you grow taller and stronger. A strong body is very important for a ninja. Jiraiya said earnestly. Naruto's face was full of question marks at the moment. He was a head taller than his peers, and he had killed many people with his fists during his time in the Land of Waves. How did Jiraiya know that his nutrition was not enough? In recent years, Naruto often borrowed chickens and ducks raised by villagers to improve his diet. His body was strong enough to break a cow's skull with his bare hands. Faced with Jiraiya's sudden concern, Naruto was puzzled, but he didn't know how to ask him. Naruto didn't dare to praise the taste of the barbecue. It was really bland and tasteless. He didn't know how these people ate it with relish. After the meal, Naruto was about to pay, but was forcibly stopped by Jiraiya. Naruto is such a filial child. How could he have any money? His clothes were washed so badly that they were discolored and he had no money to change them. But he still wanted to pay for such expensive barbecue. I really shouldn't have left you for so many years. Jiraiya thought with guilt in his heart. Jiraiya was so moved that he shed tears while taking out his wallet to pay the bill. Naruto was even more confused when he saw Jiraiya crying with heartache for paying for the meal. If you can't bear to spend the money, then what are you fighting for from me? He hasn't used the 100 million yet. Naruto curled his lips and decided not to go to consumption places with Jiraiya again, so that he wouldn't pretend to be a big shot to pay the bill while crying with heartache. He was just puzzled because he didn't show that he was stingy in the original work. At dawn the next day, Naruto arranged 10 shadow clones to continue practicing needle jizo in the woods. The clones did not need to abide by the 8-hour work system. The main body went to the market to buy some new furniture first. The previous furniture was already quite broken when Naruto moved in. The 100 million from the Land of Waves had not been used yet. Later, the village gave a little bonus for that mission, and Naruto could finally improve his life. After that, he went to customize several clothes according to the style of the 4th generation. The previous clothes were not only dirty, but also faded after washing. Now that I have grown up, it is time to fall in love. I should dress up when I see Hinata next time. Naruto also plans to grow his hair longer so that it will be more convenient to perform the needle jizo. Then he bought 2 fruit baskets and went to the hospital to visit Sasuke and Lee respectively. Sasuke was not in a big problem and it seemed that he should be able to train with Kakashi soon. Lee's health was much more serious. After all, the injuries on his hands and feet were not so easy to heal. Then Naruto sternly warned Lee and told him to be honest and not to force himself to exercise at this time. I remember that in the original book, he just used his uninjured hand and leg to support himself to exercise. Although this guy, Koji, lost badly in the preliminaries, he was not hurt. After Naruto found him, he gave him some money and asked him to ask Inuzuka Kaiba to buy a piglet to the place where Naruto was training. He was embarrassed by the scene of Jiraiya crying and making a fuss to pay the bill yesterday. He would never eat in a restaurant in the future. Naruto-chan, today we will strengthen your chakra control training. Jiraiya said to Naruto kindly. Naruto still hasn't adapted to Jiraiya's sudden change. He doesn't know why he suddenly treats him like his own grandson. Grandpa, sexy sage. My chakra control is already very good. Didn't you notice? Naruto almost blurted out Grandpa. Although your control is already good, it is not enough if you want to become a real strong man. You have to be able to perform ninjutsu smoothly in battle. Naruto seemed to be true when he heard it. He remembered that the big guys in the original work could perform ninjutsu in fierce battles, instead of standing still to make hand seals. The bug of the Raise Nan, a no-handle ninjutsu, is here. Minato Namikaze can even fight with a kunao in one hand and perform Raise Nan in the other hand. After realizing that he still lacked this, Naruto began to practice under Jiraiya's teaching. It seems that he will become a mobile turret in the future. After a day of practice, Naruto felt that his chakra control had improved a lot. Sure enough, it was completely different to have a famous teacher to teach than to practice blindly. In the evening, Koji and Inyazuka Kaiba arrived as scheduled, carrying a processed pig. The two looked at Jiraiya with a wild white hair and couldn't help wondering who this person was. "You guys are here. He is the lecherous sage, he is so awesome." Jiraiya was not angry at all when Naruto called him lecherous sage, he just felt that it made Naruto seem intimate with him. "I am the Toad Sage, Jiraiya." When Jiraiya heard someone asking his name, he immediately introduced his long name again like singing a play. Koji and Inyazuka Kaiba were both very knowledgeable. After all, they were family members. Although their theoretical scores were not good, they naturally knew about Jiraiya, a famous ninja. Immediately, the two of them looked at Jiraiya with stars in their eyes. You, are you the legendary ninja, Jiraiya-sama, one of the three ninjas?" Inyazuka Kaiba was so excited that his tongue was tied. "Naruto, you are actually training with Master Jiraiya." Koji looked at Naruto with envy. Jiraiya was very pleased with the admiration of the two little kids. He laughed so hard that his back teeth were exposed, and praised the two little kids for their good eyesight. After introducing them to them, Naruto went to the side and started to prepare the roasted pig. Jiraiya sat on the other side with two fanatical fans and told them about his glorious history. During this time, the two kept exclaiming "Skoi, skoi." Naruto separated the piglets and stuck them with wooden sticks, then evenly applied the spices, and then used his more sophisticated chuck to roast the pigs. He exerted his control and lit the fire perfectly. As a proper ninja, he had to use ninjutsu to make a fire. Before long, the fat, roasted at high temperature and mixed with spices, gave off an alluring aroma. Jiraiya was passionately recounting his glorious history, when suddenly his nose twitched twice, and then his eyes fixed on the source of the smell. His stomach involuntarily made a thunderous sound at this moment. Koji and Inyazuka Kaiba were no longer in the mood to listen to Jiraiya's story. The three of them squatted in front of the fire, staring at the roasted pig with a charred aroma. Woof woof woof. Akamaru could hardly suppress his food-protecting nature at this moment. Chapter 40. Don't worry, it will be ready soon. Naruto looked at the three people and one dog who were about to drool on the ground and quickly comforted them. Every time he treated his younger brothers to a meal, he didn't let them eat to their heart's content. Now that he has money in his pocket, he must make it up to them. In addition, Jiraiya is also here, so this time he just roasts a pig. This pig is just the right size, enough for the four of them and the dog to eat their fill. Naruto loved food before he traveled through time. Born in China, he has some knowledge of various cuisines. The spices smeared on the roasted pig at this time are the spices he specially collected before, and Naruto also spent a lot of effort to get them together. Koji and Kaiba have tasted Naruto's cooking before, but since graduation, everyone has been busy with tasks and haven't met, so they have been wanting to have this bite for a long time. Jiraiya thought that he had traveled to all the countries in the ninja world and tasted all the delicacies in the world. Who knew that Naruto's cooking was not finished at the moment, but the aroma alone had completely aroused his appetite. He had never seen the taste was so tempting. Jiraiya's mouth secreted a lot of saliva uncontrollably. In order to avoid making a fool of himself in front of these little brats, he had to swallow his saliva. No one was in the mood to talk at the moment. There was only the sizzling sound of the fat dripping in the fire after being roasted by the flames, and the thunderous sound of the three people's abdomens. It's done. Let's get ready to eat. Naruto was just about to distribute the roasted pig. Swish, swish. Jiraiya seemed to be in a fighting stance, the kunao in his hand turned into streams of light, and instantly divided the roasted pig into 5 pieces. He couldn't wait any longer and just wanted to eat it right away. Jiraiya threw half of the pig's lower limbs to Naruto, and took the other half in front of himself. Then he picked up the pig's head and started gnawing on it, not caring about the scalding temperature. One bite and the fragrance filled his mouth immediately. The crispy roasted pig skin matched with the juicy pork, plus the spices in just the right proportion. The ultimate deliciousness exploded in Jiraiya's mouth. The layered taste made him, who had lived for decades, see for the first time that food could be so delicious. Jiraiya couldn't help but let out a hum. With a sound, they closed their eyes and tasted the food carefully. How could Koji and Kaiba dare to have any objection to Jiraiya's distribution? Besides, the upper limb parts they got were more than enough to eat. Seeing that Jiraiya was already immersed in the food, they couldn't help it. They ate it in big mouthfuls without caring about the burning mouth. Naruto was quite happy to see that they were eating so much that they didn't even bother to say anything. As a ninja, what could be happier than having your cooking skills recognized by others? The 4 people and the dog ate until their bellies were full. The sound of the 3 people wolfing down their food and the sighs of people about to climax were heard. Touching their bellies that were about to burst, everyone had time to talk. Jiraiya cried again with heartache at this moment. He thought that Naruto had been lacking food and clothing since he was a child and had to rely on himself for everything, so he had developed such advanced cooking skills. His mind automatically imagined how Naruto cooked for himself in the cold wind with a hungry stomach. As he thought about it, he choked up. Naruto saw Jiraiya crying again and said quickly, "Sir, I've already paid for the pig. I don't need you to pay. And the incense, I've already paid for the spices." He thought Jiraiya was worried about his wallet, so he cried again. "The boss is still a great cook. I feel like my ninjutsu has improved a lot after this meal." Shinkai thought that if he could eat the meals cooked by the boss every day, he would definitely be able to practice the family ninjutsu to the extreme. Woof woof, Akamaru was lying on the ground with his legs up in the air. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much, and after chatting for a while, they went home. In the next 2 days, Naruto practiced the needle jizo with his shadow clones while training his chakra control. The total amount of chakra in his body has increased a lot in the past few days. Ninjutsu, needle jizo. The fiery red hair suddenly grew long and completely wrapped Naruto in the blink of an eye. Under the infusion of chakra, each hair was as hard as a steel needle. "Well done, Naruto-chan. You've mastered it very well. It's just that you're still a little slower than when I first started learning." Jiraiya was actually extremely shocked at Naruto's learning speed. But he was afraid that he would become complacent, so after praising him, he reluctantly hit Naruto again. "Sexy sage, can I learn a new ninjutsu now?" Naruto looked at Jiraiya expectantly. Jiraiya pondered for a moment, and the sunny smile of Minato appeared in his mind. He looked at Naruto, who was looking at him expectantly, and finally decided to pass the ninjutsu to Naruto. "Naruto, watch my hand." Jiraiya stretched out his right hand, and without any seals, a large amount of chakra suddenly condensed above his palm, and it spun violently and condensed, and in a blink of an eye, it formed a chakra ball emitting light. Finally seeing the ninjutsu that he had been thinking about for a long time, Naruto was immediately overjoyed. As Jiraiya hit the ball in his hand at the tree, the chakra contained in the ball burst out instantly. The violently rotating chakra tore the tree into wood chips, and in a blink of an eye, the tree was penetrated. The power of this ninjutsu is not that simple. The front of the tree is just a small hole the size of a palm, while the other side of the tree has been completely changed, showing a large pit like a wash basin. "Sajayana! Lecherous immortal, I want to learn this," Naruto said impatiently. This technique is not only a non-series ninjutsu, it is also powerful in itself, and more powerful ninjutsu can be developed based on it. In the anime, Naruto relies on this series of ninjutsu from beginning to end. After learning it, Naruto's ninjutsu strength will begin to enter a period of rapid development, so his impatience at this time is not fake. This technique is called Raise Nan. What does it feel like to you? It looks like a sphere of chakra spinning at high speed. Naruto's answer goes straight to the point. That's right, Naruto-chan is very accurate. Jiraiya was very happy that Naruto had such good eyesight. Jiraiya took out a scroll and untied it with a bang. Many balloons filled with water appeared in the field. He took one in his hand. The water ball suddenly vibrated inexplicably, as if the water inside was rotating at high speed. Bang! The water ball suddenly exploded, splashing water everywhere. You have already mastered the concentration and release of chakra. Now use the water ball to practice and create chakra rotation inside it. After understanding the first step of the training method, Naruto still used the old routine and immediately created 10 shadow clones, each of which picked up the water ball and started practicing. Don't be too anxious, after all, this is an A-level ninjutsu left by the 4th Hokage. Jiraiya was worried that Naruto would be too eager for success, so he gave him a shot of prevention. As he thought about the raised nan, he suddenly remembered that Naruto in the original work did not actually refine the raised nan, and he actually used a tricky version. Chapter 41. A true raised nan should be able to be condensed with one hand like the 4th Hokage. Only by being able to perform it can it be combined with physical skills in battle to achieve the greatest effect. If it needs to be performed with both hands or needs the cooperation of shadow clones every time, then the power of this unmarked ninjutsu is far from being brought into play. Therefore, Naruto is not prepared to take shortcuts like in the anime. He must be able to be as graceful as the 4th Hokage, otherwise he will not be so good in actual combat. It took the 4th Hokage 3 years to practice the raised nan, but he was developing it while dealing with various affairs in the village. If he was given a complete training plan to practice directly, it would definitely not take that long with the 4th Hokage's talent. Under the training of 10 powerful shadow clones, Naruto was able to break the water ball with one hand that day. After a night's rest, Naruto's consumed chakra and physical strength were fully restored, and he did not show any signs of fatigue. The rubber balls we are going to use for training today are 100 times harder than water balls made of balloons. Jiraiya prepared a lot of rubber balls today. Naruto immediately began to try. As the chakra spun violently, the outer shell of the rubber ball was constantly trembling due to the impact of the chakra, but it just didn't break. It was actually easy for Naruto's huge chakra to burst the rubber ball, but now the goal was to burst it while maintaining the structure of the raised nan, which required careful balance. This was to train the strength of the raised nan, and how much chakra could be infused into the raised nan depended on the results of this training. Naruto naturally had to practice to the strongest, so he immediately even joined the training team with his original body. By the way, lecherous sage. This is the VIP card I got for you in the tavern. I am training here and I don't need you to look after me for the time being. Go have a drink and come back to see me in the evening. Naruto handed Jiraiya a gold card of the tavern. Jiraiya taught him so hard, so Naruto must give him something in return. Just take the card and go. I've already told the boss. Don't worry, teacher. I've made a lot of money. Because Jiraiya wouldn't accept it, Naruto also explained. It's rare that you respect your teachers so much, today I will reluctantly accept your gift. Jiraiya turned around so that Naruto wouldn't see him wiping his tears. Naruto moved him again, knowing that he loved drinking, he actually used his savings to buy him such an expensive gold card. He planned to just drink some cheap wine today, after all, it was Naruto's gift to him, so it would be bad not to go, so he would spend less and put less burden on Naruto. Seeing Jiraiya leave, Naruto concentrated on practicing. May I ask if this distinguished guest is the legendary Jiraiya-sama? As soon as Jiraiya arrived at the door of the tavern, a woman with a breast disease and revealing clothes grabbed his arm. Her breasts might be seriously sick, and they were so swollen that they were about to burst her clothes. Ha ha ha, how do you know the name of this immortal? Jiraiya, who is a sex-hungry ghost, can't stand such a scene. When he is flattered by a woman, his vanity immediately explodes. You are our store's supreme VIP customer. A suave man like you, I can tell at a glance that it's you. Ha ha ha, that's right. I would have been even more handsome a few years ago. You have a good eye, young lady. Jiraiya's eyes were deeply sunken in the woman's chest, as if he wanted to diagnose why it was so swollen. Master Jiraiya is here. Go and take care of everything that Master has ordered, the woman said to the waiter beside her. What arrangements? I don't have any arrangements. Jiraiya was confused. Just enjoy yourself, don't worry about the rest. Jiraiya, who was dragged into the private room, had just sat on the sofa when a row of waiters came in from the door of the private room. All kinds of drinks and food were placed in front of Jiraiya. Just when Jiraiya was about to change to some ordinary drinks, the door of the private room opened again. 4 women with different dressing styles but abnormally full breasts entered the private room one after another. Jiraiya didn't need to say much. 2 of them took Jiraiya's arms respectively, and the other 2 were responsible for bringing food and drinks to Jiraiya's mouth. Jiraiya didn't even remember his original intention of just spending some money at this time. He had long been confused by the group of women, and on the contrary, it was all white. Naruto recharged 1 million taels for him in this tavern, and arranged today's program, just in case Jiraiya would be reluctant to spend his money. After practicing until dark, he still hadn't waited for Jiraiya, so Naruto went back directly. He guessed that Jiraiya must be quite satisfied with his arrangement, so he hasn't come out yet. The next day, after Naruto had practiced here for a long time, Jiraiya, who was drunk, came limping. It seemed that his legs were seriously injured, and he seemed to have no strength to walk. Seeing this, Naruto smiled knowingly, but deliberately said, "Lecherous immortal. Are you okay? Your legs are injured, and you look so weak. You brat. I just fell down yesterday because I drank too much. I will be fine after 2 days of rest." Jiraiya's old face turned red and he tried to explain. Naruto did not continue to provoke him. I believe that readers have experienced this kind of thing and must be used to it. He likes Naruto, the junior, more and more. Not only is he talented, but he is also extremely filial. He has grasped the old man's hobby. After knowing that Naruto has a lot of assets, he accepted the VIP card with peace of mind. In the following time, Naruto concentrated on practicing Raise Nan. Jiraiya had been hanging out in the tavern while Naruto was practicing. Anyway, he told Naruto all about the 3rd stage of practice. Seeing that Jiraiya's leg had not healed for a long time, Naruto also showed concern for the old man and asked him to take care of his body. After all, he should be more restrained at such an old age. Raise Nan. Naruto put his hands in front of him with his palms facing the sky. The chakra in the body then rushed to the palm of his hand frantically. The huge amount of chakra kept condensing and then compressing again, until it was finally compressed to the extreme that Naruto could currently do. The huge amount of chakra formed 2 perfect spheres floating above the palm, without any spillage. At this moment, the Raise Nan exuded a charming light, like a flawless piece of jade, but exuding a strong breath of danger. The chakra contained in it is in a wonderful balance at the moment. Once it is broken, it will explode with extreme destructive power. Naruto's mind moved, and the Raise Nan in his hand gradually dissipated. At this moment, he finally cultivated to the point where he could control it freely. With the crazy consumption during this period of time, Naruto's total chakra amount actually soared to 9 cards, and he was finally about to achieve the first small goal. Naruto prepared to set the second small goal to 100 cards. Chapter 42. Finally, it was time for the finals. Naruto and all the other contestants gathered in the venue. This was a huge venue like a gymnasium, and the audience stand was set up on a platform more than 10 meters high. The largest number of people in the audience at this moment were from the villagers of Konoha, followed by people from major families, and then a small number of foreign envoys. At this moment, the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru, who was pretending to be the Kazekage, were sitting in a separate area, and they were bragging about business with fake smiles on their faces. Sasuke was not present at this time, and it seemed that he was still doing the final training with Kakashi. Naruto was wearing a newly customized suit today, and with his tall figure and flamboyant red hair, he looked a bit like the fourth Hokage. After waving to Hinata in the stands, Naruto patiently waited for the game to start. Hinata blushed again when she saw Naruto waving at her. Looking at Naruto's handsome new look, her little heart started beating again. Hinata. Hayashi next to him saw that Naruto, the little red-haired boy, was still obsessed with his daughter, and immediately clenched his fists in anger. Naruto was not worried about Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha. He was much stronger than in the original novel. As long as he didn't confront Orochimaru head-on, his safety would be fine. At the same time, he also thought that he should be careful of the old shaman Danzo of the root. He had often found that the root was spying on him. Once the third Hokage passed away and the next Hokage had not yet taken office, it was hard to guarantee that Danzo would take the opportunity to attack him. Dear distinguished guests, welcome to watch Konoha's Chunin exam. Now 8 ninjas will compete, please enjoy your time. The voice of the third generation spread throughout the venue through the microphone. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, and it seemed that the crowd was full of expectations for the game. At this time, a referee came up with a toothpick in his mouth. Naruto remembered that his name seemed to be Shiranui Genma. Although the venue is different, the rules remain the same. The game ends when one player dies or surrenders. But if I feel the game is won or lost, I will stop the game immediately. No resistance. Now I announce the first match, Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji. As the others went to the preparation seat, only Naruto and Neji were left standing opposite each other in the field. Hinata looked at Naruto with a worried look on her face. She knew that Naruto wanted to vent his anger for her, so she was afraid that Naruto would get hurt. Hey! Sakura, I know you are worried about Sasuke, but you should at least cheer for Naruto. Although I don't think Naruto can be a match for Neji. Ino said to Sakura. I'm not worried about Naruto because I know Naruto will win. You don't understand Naruto's strength at all. No one of his age can beat him. Sakura, who has seen some of Naruto's strength, now has a blind trust in him. She doesn't think there is anyone more freakish than Naruto. At this moment, most people in the field don't think Naruto can win. After all, they have heard of Neji's genius a long time ago, and he is from the Hyuga clan, one of the 2 most powerful families in Konoha. Now it's time to settle the score for hurting Hinata. You are very confident. But it is useless. No matter how hard you try, it will be in vain if you don't have any special talents. Although Neji hated the clan system of the Hyuga clan, he also looked down on ordinary ninjas without bloodline limits. But it's not his fault. In fact, ordinary ninjas in this world often work hard, but they can't catch up with those with special bloodlines. How shameless! Today I will completely crush your arrogance. Naruto is ready to completely subvert their perceptions in front of tens of thousands of people. Watch out, Hanabi! He has inherited the bloodline limit of the Hyuga family extremely well. Your sister can't compare to him at all. Hayashi hopes that Hanabi can learn something from Neji. Is she more powerful than her sister? Hwahuo asked in surprise. I'm afraid I'm better than you. Kaiba, how do you think the boss should fight this battle? The soft fist of the Hyuga family is a perfect counter to the physical ninja. Shinkai asked Kaiba and Yazuka worriedly. They had never seen Naruto perform ninjutsu. Tisk, how should I know? Anyway, the boss will win. Inyazuka Kaiba was also extremely worried about Naruto's battle, and at this moment he just gritted his teeth and said stubbornly. Naruto was standing in front of Ninkai, who had opened his Byakugan with a calm face. In this battle, he not only wanted to win, but also show off to the whole audience. The first was to slap Ninkai's face hard to avenge Hinata, and the second was to let his father-in-law see that in the future it should be you, the Hyuga family, who should marry up. Looking at Ninkai, who was calm and alert, Naruto slowly took off the weight on his body. When you need to hide, hide thoroughly, and when you need to show off to the whole audience. This is the accomplishment that a time traveler should have. Those who had seen Xiao Li do the same action before were shocked at this moment. Boom! The weight fell to the ground, causing a greater momentum than that of Li. Looking at the dust raised in the sky, everyone couldn't imagine how heavy it was. They knew that Naruto Nisi, who was an extraordinary person in physical skills, looked even more solemn. Although Hinata Hayashi was shocked, he still felt that Nisi could win. After all, the restraint of Soft Fist on physical skills was overwhelming. Looking at the careless Naruto, Nisi finally couldn't help but take the initiative. Soft Fist belongs to ninja physical skills, so Nisi's speed is also very fast. He approached Naruto in an instant and launched a crazy attack. Unfortunately, Naruto, who had untied the weight, seemed to ignore gravity at this moment, and no matter how fierce his fists and palms attacked, he was easily dodged. Although Nisi was crushed in speed, Naruto had no intention of fighting him. After all, Soft Fist can be effective as long as there is physical contact. At this moment, Naruto was as flexible as a fish swimming in the water. No matter how fast and intensive Nisi's attacks were, he could not touch a corner of his clothes. Niji could only rely on the amazing insight brought by his Byakugan to lock onto Naruto's figure. The onlookers were also shocked by Naruto's speed. He was so relaxed at this moment that it seemed like he was dancing a beautiful dance. People who knew the Hyuga clan were amazed at Naruto's physical skills at this moment, but they were also thinking although Naruto is faster than Niji, he can't fight back. Gentle fists are unstoppable for physical ninjas. Hyuga clan had the same opinion. Feeling that the fun was almost over, Naruto instantly formed a hand seal. Ninja technique, Needle Jizo. The flaming red hair suddenly expanded and wrapped around his whole body, and Naruto immediately turned into a hedgehog covered with steel needles. That is Jiraiya-sama's ninjutsu. How could it appear on this kid? And doesn't he only know taijutsu? Hinata Hayashi and other ninjas who knew Jiraiya exclaimed. You are worthy of being the boss. This way, Niji can't attack him either. Koji cheered immediately when he saw that Naruto had a way to defend against the Soft Fist. Niji almost couldn't pull back his hand and bumped into the cold and shining hair. He was startled and immediately dodged back. Chapter 43. Of course, Naruto would not stop there. Immediately, phantoms flew across his fingers. Fire style, great fireball technique. Naruto first showed off his dazzling hand seal speed, then deliberately slowed down his speech and called out the name of the ninjutsu word by word. Naruto was already very good at creating momentum. Combined with the huge, hot, and violent flames at this moment, this wave can be said to have a full visual effect. Niji's white eyes immediately discovered the sudden gathering of Naruto's chakra. Looking at the abnormally large amount of chakra that was condensed, a drop of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Knowing that the ninjutsu that condensed such a terrifying chakra would definitely kill him, he immediately used all his strength to dodge to the side. Then he saw a huge fireball flying fiercely from behind him, and the whole way turned into a sea of fire in an instant. The diameter of the examination venue was only 100 meters, and the great fireball hit the wall of the stands before it reached the maximum distance. The huge power immediately blew a large hole of more than 10 meters on the wall, and the violent flames even hit the top of the stands. Fortunately, a Konoha ninja used ninjutsu in time to block the aftermath of the fireball. The crowd watching at this moment were all shocked by the damage caused by the fireball. Those spectators who were almost affected by the flames just now quickly moved their seats to the back. Is this really a ninjutsu that a Chunin can perform? This power is too powerful. At this moment, whether you understand it or not, everyone is thinking this. Orochimaru looked at this familiar ninjutsu and couldn't help but feel angry. Cheat, you must be kidding. Am I dreaming? When did the boss learn such a powerful ninjutsu? Koji and Inyazuka Kaiba asked, looking at each other in bewilderment. The Hyuga clan members couldn't help but waver in confidence at this moment. Their clan was extremely restrained against physical ninjas, but they were also restrained in the face of ninjutsu attacks. What's more, this was such a large-scale and powerful ninjutsu. Niji was frightened at this moment, thinking that fortunately he dodged quickly. Otherwise, if he was hit by this level of fire escape, he could just use a jar to collect the ashes. I thought Naruto must be a pure physical ninja with such strong physical skills, but I didn't know that his ninjutsu was so terrifying. After knowing that he couldn't absolutely restrain Naruto, he stopped mocking him. Then Niji made a unique starting posture, and a bagua pattern seemed to emerge faintly under his feet. Hayashi looked at Niji in shock. That posture. Could it be? He didn't expect that Nisi could master this advanced palm technique at such a young age. Soft fist, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Nisi instantly got close to Naruto, and his smooth combos rained down on Naruto. In just a breath, he launched 64 consecutive strikes on Naruto, and dozens of important acupuncture points on Naruto's body were sealed. Seeing that Naruto had been hit hard by his 64 palms, Nisi felt that the situation was settled and said, "Now you can't perform ninjutsu. No matter how hard a mediocre person struggles, he is still a mediocre person. This is destined from birth." The audience also felt that the battle was over, even the third Hokage and Orochimaru thought so. In their eyes, Naruto, whose chakra was sealed all over his body, was just a lamb to be slaughtered. Is this the end? Naruto-kun. Seeing that Naruto seemed to be defeated, Orochimaru seemed a little disappointed. Naruto-kun. Hinata was extremely worried when she saw that Naruto had been hit by the same trick as herself. Ha 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 ha. Facing the gazes of tens of thousands of people, Naruto laughed wildly at this moment. What could be more damaging than letting the opponent's excitement reach a climax and then pouring a basin of cold water on his face? Niji didn't know why Naruto could still laugh at this time. A small water snake wrapped around the toes of a giant dragon dares to say that I have trapped you? Arrogant and ignorant. After saying this, Naruto suddenly exerted force, and the 9 card of chakra in his body was like an angry tide, rolling violently. At this moment, under the observation of Niji's Byakugan, Naruto's huge amount of chakra was surging like a tide. He had never seen a ninja with such a huge amount of chakra. Maybe a shadow-level strongman has it, but he has not had the opportunity to explore it with his Byakugan. Naruto didn't even need to rely on the power of the 9 tails, and he just relied on himself to force the blocked acupoints to open. The chakra like a raging tide easily penetrated all the acupoints like a broken bamboo. The chakra that permeated the whole body burst out with a soaring momentum, and the hurricane that was stirred up hit the entire arena wave after wave. The scene was even better than Xiao Li, who opened the 8 gates of Dunjia. Naruto, who was in the center of the storm, seemed like a god descending to the earth, and even seemed to be accompanied by an exciting BGM. What? Could this guy be a tailed beast? How could he be able to do such an outrageous thing? Ningji felt unreal at the moment. He wouldn't even dare to think of such a thing in his dreams. What an incredible kid! Your body really makes me want it more and more. Orochimaru's tongue greedily licked his lips under the cover of the face towel. Hinata looked at the powerful Naruto, and her mood instantly changed from rainy to sunny. At this moment, she felt that Naruto was the most powerful man in the world. How could he repair it? The boss is really getting more and more outrageous. He is so powerful now that I am embarrassed to tell others that I am his younger brother in the future. Inyazuka Kaiba even said with a bit of inferiority. Me too. Koji agreed immediately. Gaara had already clenched his fists, his whole body shaking slightly from suppression. He felt that he might really die if he faced such a Naruto. All kinds of thoughts were surging in Hinata Hayashi's mind at this time, and finally turned into a sigh. This red-haired boy seems to have some talent. He is also the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and he even has some relationship with Jiraiya. Forget it, let's observe it for a while. Naruto stopped talking nonsense at this time, and put away the violent chakra that filled his body, and immediately performed the great fireball again. Although the Great Fireball technique consumes a lot of energy, that is for others. With the amount of chakra Naruto has at the moment, it is not much different from an ordinary flat attack. Facing the Great Fireball that attacked again, Ninkai, who had forcibly recovered from Naruto's momentum, had no time to dodge. Fortunately, he still had one last trick. He opened his hands to both sides, and then his body spun violently like a gyroscope. Then his 10 fingers released a large amount of chakra to form a rapidly rotating chakra shield outside the body. This is the Hyuga secret technique passed down from generation to generation by the head of the Hyuga family, but Ninkai relied on his extraordinary talent to comprehend it himself. It is worthy of being an absolute defense that can compete with Gaara's Guardian of Sand. The huge Great Fireball was also blocked by this move. Your ninjutsu can't harm me. Ningji's confidence seemed to return as soon as he used his Kaiten skill. Your eyes should be able to roughly tell how much chakra I have. I can perform the Great Fireball jutsu for a whole day without taking a breath. How many times can you, Niji, perform the Kaiten jutsu? Chapter 44. Upon hearing this, a drop of cold sweat broke out on Nishi's forehead. Indeed, with Naruto's chakra, which was many times more than his own, it would be too easy for him to consume it to death. I have to get close to Naruto to have a chance of winning. Ningji squatted down and kicked a sweeping kick, which raised a large cloud of dust and blocked Naruto's sight. The audience didn't understand what Ningji's purpose was. The ground behind Naruto suddenly exploded, and Nishi actually took advantage of the dust to drill into the ground and dug a hole to sneak behind Naruto. Unfortunately, such an unexpected move still couldn't stop Naruto. His nerve reflex speed not only perfectly inherited Minato Namikaze, but was also stimulated by the Nine Tails chakra to be more acute. Although he really didn't know where Nishi was just now, the moment the ground cracked behind him was enough for Naruto to react. Naruto easily avoided Nishi's sneak attack, and couldn't help but wonder if he had provoked Nishi too much. The arrogant Nishi was forced to use the trick of digging a hole. Imagine Nishi digging the soil frantically in the doggy paddle style. It must have taken a lot of effort to convince himself to use this trick. Naruto didn't dare to provoke Nishi again, for fear that if he continued to provoke him, Nishi would go crazy. Don't worry, I won't fight you. Naruto quickly calmed Niji down. How can you repair it? Are you humiliating me or pitying me? Ninkai felt that Naruto was insulting him nakedly. Naruto swore that he really didn't want to humiliate him too much. After all, he was Hinata's brother. When he married Hinata in the future, they would still be relatives. And they would meet each other every day. So Naruto didn't perform the combination ninjutsu before, otherwise the extreme temperature generated by the breakthrough of the Great Fireball might burn him to death, and it would be difficult to explain to the Hyuga family. In order to prevent Ninkai from being stimulated and going crazy, Naruto decided to end the battle now. Then Naruto stretched out his right hand, and chakra slowly condensed on it. Raise Nan. With a large amount of chakra condensing, the Raise Nan seemed like a physical pearl at this moment, which showed how huge the chakra contained in it was. Ninkai immediately saw the power of this move, and the chakra contained in it was much higher than that of the Great Fireball. Moreover, the trajectory of the chakra movement was extremely exquisite, and the concentration of energy was far from comparable to the ninjutsu of the Great Fireball. Ordinary ninjas also felt the strong sense of oppression brought by this ninjutsu. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It can be performed without hand seals. Where did Naruto learn so many powerful ninjutsu from? Ino asked the question that everyone present was thinking. Unfortunately, no one gave an answer at this moment. The older generation of ninjas recognized this ninjutsu immediately. Especially Hinata, Yamanaka, Akimichi, Abarame, etc., they have all experienced the era of the 4th Hokage and know that this is one of the 4th Hokage's signature ninjutsu. Naruto-chan has already learned this. Maybe even your father can't compare to you in terms of talent. The third generation thought with relief. Minato's Raise Nan? How many more surprises can you bring me, Naruto-kun? Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No matter what everyone thought, Naruto had already cast the Raise Nan towards Neji. With Naruto's speed, Neji naturally couldn't dodge in time, so he had to use Kaiten defense again. The two ninjutsu of the same spiral nature collided heavily with each other, and the two forces clashed fiercely. Everyone was looking forward to whose ninjutsu was better. The result did not make everyone wait too long, and Kaiten soon collapsed under the attack of the Raise Nan. Neji's ninjutsu was broken, and coupled with so many times of casting ninjutsu that his chakra was depleted, his body staggered instantly. When Kaiten was broken, Naruto also dispelled the Raise Nan, and then his left fist only used 10% of his strength to lightly hit Neji's stomach. Hinata. Although it was only 10% of Naruto's strength, it was not so easy to bear. For example, Neji was beaten and flew backwards like a cooked lobster, falling to the ground with mud on his face. Naruto had been extremely restrained in his attack, and Neji would recover after a short rest. This not only avenged Hinata, but also did not hurt him too badly. In fact, Naruto could understand him. After all, no one would feel good if a time bomb was planted in their brain since birth. And the death of his father has always been a knot in his heart. Seeing that Neji was still motionless after a few breaths, Shiranui Genma guessed that he should have fallen asleep, so he immediately announced the winner is Uzumaki Naruto. The whole audience immediately burst into thunderous applause. We won! That's great! I told you that the boss would win! Shikamaru jumped up happily. Me too, said Koji. This match was full of twists and turns. Both of them displayed various highly entertaining ninjutsu, which completely ignited the enthusiasm of the audience. At this moment, many villagers who had borrowed chickens from Naruto for many years and had not returned them also stood up and cheered for him enthusiastically. No one expected that the first match would be so thrilling and exciting. As Neji was sent to the infirmary, Hayashi followed him, probably to explain some things to Neji. Neji has always been brooding over the death of his father and the bird in the cage. After understanding the situation this time, perhaps he can see it more openly. It should have been Sasuke's turn in the second game, but he has not arrived yet. Originally, the third generation was going to follow everyone's advice to disqualify him, but Orochimaru still wanted to see Sasuke's performance again. Therefore, at his suggestion, the third generation agreed to postpone Sasuke's game and retain his eligibility to participate. Since the contestants for the second round have not yet arrived, we will proceed with the third round first. Temari waved her big iron fan, creating a gust of wind, and then rode on the iron fan to fly to the side of Shiranui Genma and landed. Who are you? It's my turn now. Temari responded. It seems like you have a strong desire to fight. Where's the other contestant? Come down quickly. What the hell? How come this troublesome woman is so interested in fighting? Shikamaru looked troubled. Naruto knew Shikamaru's character. He hated trouble the most, especially women who brought trouble. Seeing that he was hesitant and unwilling to step forward, and even wanted to give up, he immediately grabbed his collar and threw him into the field. Come on Shikamaru! Perform well and bring back a wife! Naruto shouted to Shikamaru in the field. Shikamaru had not moved since he was thrown down by Naruto and landed on his back. He really had no desire to fight. If you don't make a move, I'll do it first. Temari picked up the iron fan and rushed towards Shikamaru who was lying down. Hey, it hasn't started yet. Shiranui Genjian didn't know if he was infected by Shikamaru, and he spoke lazily. But he didn't mean to step forward to stop him. Temari ignored Genjian's words, jumped high, and smashed the iron fan fiercely at Shikamaru. Boom! Dust flew everywhere, and the iron fan contained huge power, and immediately smashed a pit on the ground. Fortunately, there was no trace of Shikamaru in it. It doesn't matter to me whether I'm a chunin or not, but as a man I can't lose to a woman. Shikamaru said slowly while standing on the tree. What nonsense are you talking about? Temari was too lazy to talk to him anymore, and immediately blew out a hurricane to break the tree where Shikamaru was standing. Shikamaru hid in the shadows of several other trees. Fortunately, Naruto did not release too many fireballs, otherwise the trees in the field would have been burned by him. At this moment, his mind was turning frantically, thinking about how to win the game without hitting women. Temari knew that he had the ability to control shadows, so she didn't dare to approach rashly. Temari did not attack, and Shikamaru entered a state of distraction again in a blink of an eye. He really had no motivation at all. At this moment, the audience was about to riot. With Naruto's ups and downs in the first game, this game seemed extremely boring. Many spectators even threw their beverage bottles, packaging bags, and other garbage into the field. Chapter 45. Don't hide all the time, come out. Ninjutsu, Kamaitachi. Temari couldn't bear it any longer, and immediately used ninjutsu on the big tree where Shikamaru was hiding. It seemed as if countless sharp blades were hidden in the violent wind, and the tree was instantly scratched with holes. The aftermath of the ninjutsu made the audience cover their mouths and noses to avoid being choked by smoke and dust. Just as the dust blown up by the strong wind blocked the view, a black shadow approached Temari along the ground. Temari noticed the approach of the black shadow in time and flew back instantly. After jumping back 4 or 5 times in a row, the shadow suddenly stopped, as if it had stretched to its limit, and the tentacles that turned into the black shadow were just a little bit away from touching Temari's lower body. Temari, who reacted very quickly, immediately drew a line on the ground where the shadow stopped as a mark. She guessed that this distance was the limit of Shikamaru's length. This shows that Temari is also a ninja with a fighting mind, and she can still calmly analyze the opponent's intelligence at this time. I have seen through your ninjutsu. No matter how your shadow changes, there is a limit. It is limited by the size of the shadow. Am I right? Temari analyzed confidently. Haha, you got it right. Shikamaru replied with a relaxed look. It seems that the victory is already decided. Temari's attack range is beyond Shikamaru. Kankuro came to the conclusion based on Temari's analysis. Shikamaru looked up at the sky, and then formed a circle with his hands. Seeing this, Temari immediately calmed down and was on guard. She thought Shikamaru was going to perform some secret technique. How strange! What kind of seal is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Hong asked doubtfully. Asuma, who was sitting next to her, saw that his beloved goddess was confused, and immediately explained that is not a seal, it's just his habitual action. This guy is extremely lazy and his biggest hobby is playing chess and go with a group of old men. Whenever he encounters a difficult situation, he will do this. Why? He is thinking about strategy. I secretly tested his intelligence, and the result is that his IQ is over 200, which can be said to be a super genius. Asuma explained proudly. Just as Asuma was talking to Hong, Shikamaru retracted his hands. It seemed that he had thought of a strategy. Temari felt that her IQ was greatly insulted when she saw that the other party had used a meaningless action to trick her into being so cautious. The angry Temari immediately took out the iron fan and waved it at Shikamaru. The hurricane, which was more violent than before, was frantically tearing at the big tree where Shikamaru was hiding. Shikamaru took off his coat while desperately avoiding the hurricane. Has he really thought of a strategy? Hong said uncertainly. Big. Probably. Seeing Shikamaru's embarrassed figure at this moment, Asuma began to doubt his own judgment. Whoosh. 2 kunai were shot at Temari one after the other. Temari turned her head and easily dodged one, and then used the iron fan to block the other. Just as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, she suddenly found that Shikamaru's shadow was reaching out again. Standing behind the mark, Temari just thought that she was in a safe range, and then she saw that the shadow extended beyond the mark line. Temari reacted very quickly and took a few steps back to escape danger. You saw through me again. Shikamaru still looked relaxed. You are stalling for time to wait for the sun to set, so that the shadow will be longer, right? Temari was almost caught by Shikamaru just now, and now she is breathing heavily and trying to calm down. Temari estimated the current angle of the sun, and then took 2 steps back to stand at what she thought was a safe distance. Temari! Look up! Kankuro's voice suddenly broke as he shouted urgently. Temari saw a black shadow suddenly appear on the ground in front of her and gradually grow larger, about to overlap with Shikamaru's shadow, so she looked up immediately. She saw a cloth parachute floating in the sky, with a kunao hanging below. It turned out that Shikamaru was busy taking off his coat at such a critical moment just for this. At the moment when the 2 shadows overlapped, Shikamaru's shadow imitation technique was like taking some kind of magical drug, and the length suddenly increased. Unfortunately, Temari's nerve reaction and body speed were extremely good, and she still successfully avoided Shikamaru's routine of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, and attacking from both sides. This girl is also very good at analysis. She can even predict the opponent's next move. Asuma couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As Shikamaru's team leader, he knows Shikamaru's planning ability very well. If the sun goes down further, the shadows in the venue will become larger, and his attack will be greatly amplified. We can't delay any longer. Temari knew that the longer she delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for her, so she prepared to win with 1 blow. She unfolded the iron fan, stood in front of her to block Shikamaru's sight, and prepared to cast a shadow clone to induce Shikamaru to attack, and then attack with her real body to knock Shikamaru down in 1 fell swoop. However, when she just reached the step of casting the shadow clone, her body felt a sense of restraint, and the action of forming the seal also stopped abruptly. Nani? How could it be? Temari immediately realized that she had been tricked, but she couldn't figure out the reason. The audience clearly saw Shikamaru's move, and couldn't help but marvel at Shikamaru's quick wit. It turned out that Shikamaru's shadow had drilled into the hole that Niji had dug out with great effort before, and the other end of the hole was just behind Temari. While Temari blocked Shikamaru's sight with the fan, she also lost her vision in front of her. That's why she didn't see Shikamaru's shadow drill into the hole, and then she was bound by the shadow that drilled out of the hole behind her. At this moment, everyone was amazed at Shikamaru's layout ability and strong on-the-spot responsibility. The shadow drilling plan is easy to be discovered when Temari has a wide field of vision, and the moment Temari blocked herself with the fan, Shikamaru thought of and implemented this countermeasure. He is worthy of being a genius with an IQ of more than 200. Temari has always believed that she has superior fighting wisdom, and today she has been taught a good lesson. Shikamaru walked out of the shadow of the tree and walked towards Temari step by step. Temari, who was bound by the shadow, had to walk towards Shikamaru as well. I thought it was going to be a very boring fight, but I was attracted to it unconsciously. The audience, including the people who threw garbage at Shikamaru before, thought so. Then Shikamaru slowly raised his right hand, and although Temari tried her best to resist, she could only do the same. Everyone present was looking forward to seeing Shikamaru's comeback and use his final trick to win the game. Just when everyone's expectations reached their peak. I lost. I give up the game. Shikamaru said indifferently. Hey? What the hell is this bastard doing? The audience was stunned at first, and then they were anxious when they reacted. Shikamaru is really good at playing tricks on people. He started off badly and made everyone lose interest, then he showed extraordinary wisdom by making a comeback and ignited the passion of the whole audience. In the end, he surrendered again, which was a wake-up call for everyone. At this moment, many people were cursing and wanted to dig up his ancestors' graves. Only Koji came to his senses the fastest. He knew that it was normal for Shikamaru to do such a thing with his personality. Why? Temari was completely confused by Shikamaru's series of actions and couldn't keep up with his train of thought. Chapter 46. Why do you want to give up? At this moment, even the equally lazy Shiranui Genma looked at Shikamaru in confusion, wanting to see how he would explain. Because of excessive use of shadow imitation, I can no longer maintain it for more than 10 seconds. I have thought of more than 200 solutions, but I don't have time to perform them. It's too much trouble, it's just a game. It's just a game, why risk your life? Naruto felt that this was what Shikamaru wanted to say in his last sentence. Although Shikamaru lost the game, his extraordinary analytical and planning abilities have entered the vision of the top leaders. I believe that he will definitely be the focus of training in the village in the future. Sasuke's game has been postponed as an exception, and now Shikamaru's battle is over, but he is still nowhere to be seen. The audience has already complained in dissatisfaction, and the situation seems to be getting worse. The third generation wanted to disqualify Sasuke, but at the suggestion of Orochimaru as the Kazekage, he agreed to wait for the last 10 minutes. Sakura's worries have reached the extreme at this time. Until now, she has not watched the game carefully, and there is only Sasuke in her mind. As the 10-minute deadline is getting closer, the audience's dissatisfaction has reached its limit. Shiranui Genma stepped forward and announced the time for the final battle. Xianjian was about to announce that the time was up, but suddenly time seemed to slow down. A strong whirlwind suddenly rolled up not far in front of him, and two figures stood back to back in the leaves and wind. The wind was howling around them, but Sasuke stood there with a melancholy look in his eyes and his hands in his pockets. Such a cool and pretentious way of appearing, if you don't know him, you would think he is the protagonist of a novel. He's not strong, but he's good at pretending. Naruto felt that Sasuke must be a natural pretender. Ah! Sorry for being late. Kakashi said with an apologetic smile. He was the mastermind of this show-off. Without him, Sasuke would not have been able to achieve such an effect. Sakura finally smiled at this moment. The Sasuke she had been thinking about was finally here. Who is coming? As soon as Xianjian saw Sasuke, he felt that he was a troublemaker. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke looked like everyone owed him money, and I didn't know if the curse had affected his mind. Well, although our appearance is very cool, I still want to make sure that Sasuke is not disqualified. Kakashi asked with a smile. Has your habit of being late been passed on to your students? Your game was postponed. Although you arrived on time, you were not disqualified. Sasuke finally put down his worries after hearing this. Then he only glanced at Gaara and turned his eyes to Naruto, with a burning flame in his eyes, as if he wanted to fight with Naruto. It seems that after a month of teaching Kakashi everything, his confidence has greatly increased. Naruto did not comment on this. No one can catch up with his speed of becoming stronger. It's finally about to begin. Apart from Sakura, Orochimaru was the one who was most looking forward to Sasuke's arrival. Gaara and the audience were also quite looking forward to it. After all, Sasuke was a genius of the famous Uchiha clan. Before seeing Naruto's strength, everyone came to see Sasuke. Genma Shiranui Gaara, come down. Gaara seemed to have fallen into madness at this time. The long-term confrontation with Shikaku had obviously greatly stimulated his spirit. At this moment, he was eager to be stimulated by the blood of a genius like Sasuke. Sasuke immediately shot two shurikens at Gaara. Gaara, who had recovered from his mad state, just stood there with his hands folded across his chest, while the sand in his gourd suddenly formed a sand clone and grabbed the shuriken with one hand. Sasuke instantly rushed to the sand clone and punched it, but the sand actually spread to his fist. Sasuke reacted extremely quickly and instantly hit the sand clone on the head with his other hand to shatter it. Without the hindrance of the sand clone, Sasuke punched Gaara's body, and Gaara's sand instantly formed a shield in front of him. Sasuke's punching figure suddenly disappeared before he could attack the shield. Gaara's expression tightened instantly, and he thought to himself, so fast. It's just like Lee. At this time, Sasuke had already appeared behind Gaara and punched Gaara hard in the face. The sand armor covering his face was immediately cracked, and then Gaara was knocked to the ground. So fast. Almost as fast as Lee's basic speed. Kai said to Kakashi beside him. As soon as Gaara stood up, Sasuke attacked again. Even with the full defense of Shizi, Sasuke still hit him in the abdomen with a very fast speed. The huge impact force made Gaara slide back 10 meters. What's wrong? Is that all you can do? Sasuke smiled. Before Gaara could make any move, Sasuke moved closer to Gaara and ran madly. The same speed as Xiao Li without the weight. Kai made a judgment. Sasuke is even more powerful. Why are his moves exactly the same as Li's? Sakura looked puzzled. Sasuke is indeed a recognized genius. It took me several years to reach this speed, but it only took you 1 month. Li, who was leaning on a cane, said with emotion. When Gaara couldn't lock onto Sasuke's figure, he suddenly punched Gaara and knocked him far away. Sasuke wanted to take advantage of the victory and punched Gaara in the face. Gaara suddenly formed seals with both hands at this moment, and the sand in the gourd surged out and wrapped Gaara into a sand ball. There were even spikes formed at the front end that stabbed at the attacking Sasuke. Sasuke struggled to stop his body to avoid being pierced through the body. But his fist was injured by the solid sand. He was imitating Xiao Li's physical skills and had consumed a lot of physical strength at this time, and was breathing heavily. Fortunately, Gaara had been maintaining the sand armor, which also consumed a lot of energy. After recovering a little physical strength, Sasuke withdrew and opened up a distance. The spikes on the sand ball also slowly shrank, reinforcing the defense on the ball. I didn't expect that the defense made of all the sand could be so strong. It really deserves to be called absolute defense. Sasuke was shocked. Gaara was hit by Sasuke's speed just now and had no chance to fight back. At this moment, he was not going to come out of the sand. He gathered a sand eye outside to observe the situation. Sasuke opened his Sharingan at this moment but couldn't find the flaw of Gaara's move, so he put his hands together in front of him and prepared to use the trick he had just learned. Are you hiding inside and not coming out? It just so happens that I need time to prepare this move. At this moment, a large number of ninjas suddenly appeared outside the Konoha village and lurked over. It was obvious that they had bad intentions. A patrolling ninja seemed to have discovered something wrong, and after a fruitless investigation, he had to leave and continue patrolling. After he left, those sneaky ninjas drew a huge magic circle on the ground. At this time, everyone didn't know what was happening outside the village, and they were still watching the game intently. Sasuke, who was not disturbed by anyone, slowly formed his unskilled seal. As a large amount of chakra condensed in the palm of his hand, it gradually turned into a thunder ball full of lightning. The violent thunder attribute chakra exuded an aura of astonishing destructive power, and the piercing explosion sounded like thousands of birds singing. That is, you taught him this? Guy looked at Kakashi in shock. He obviously knew this ninjutsu very well. The reason why I brought him to practice is because he and I are actually the same kind of people. Kakashi said lightly. Sasuke's ninjutsu was finally completed at this moment. Before the thunder ball in his hand launched an attack, the lightning that was unintentionally emitted from it destroyed countless pits on the nearby ground. Sasuke stood up and rushed towards Gaara's absolute defense in an instant. As he moved, the sound of the ninjutsu in his hand suddenly became more breathtaking. Chapter 47. The chakra is so strong that it is visible to the naked eye. It is exactly the same as Naruto's ninjutsu. Sakura exclaimed in shock. This is the only original ninjutsu of the copy ninja Kakashi. By gathering a large amount of chakra in the hands, not only is the destructive power amazing, but it can also stimulate the body's activity and greatly increase the speed. Because the sound it makes when used is like thousands of birds chirping at the same time, it is named Chidori. Guy explained it to everyone like a treasure. Chidori. At this time, Sasuke's speed increased again under the enhancement of Chidori, and he rushed towards Gaara with sparks and lightning. Gaara saw the whole scene through the eye of sand, and even he was extremely nervous at this moment. Looking at such a powerful ninjutsu, he was not so confident in his sand shield, which was said to be an absolute defense. In an instant, the Chidori pierced into the sand shield with a loud cry. The sand shield that was extremely solid before was now as soft as tofu and was easily broken by the Chidori. Fortunately, the thickness of the sand shield that used all the sand was amazing. The onlookers were also shocked by the powerful attack power of the Chidori. Although this ninjutsu is very famous, very few people have seen it, because most people who have seen it died from this move. Sasuke's arm was completely stuck in the sand at this moment. Everyone couldn't see the situation in the sand, but seeing the depth of Sasuke's arm penetrated, the sand ninjas became worried about Gaara. Impossible! Gaara's absolute defense was penetrated so easily. Kankuro was incredulous. You are worthy of being the vessel I value. Orochimaru was very satisfied with Sasuke's performance. At this moment, Sasuke was extremely satisfied with the power of Chidori, which was worthy of being Kakashi's famous ninjutsu. Sasuke looked at the shocked eyes of the audience, and he felt that he had reached the peak among the younger generation. He even had the illusion that he had caught up with and even surpassed Naruto. Tick-tock. Gaara felt liquid dripping onto his hand, and after careful observation his eyes widened instantly. Blood! It's my blood! Ah! Gaara went completely insane. Sasuke suddenly felt his hand being grabbed by something horrible, and he wanted to pull it back immediately. Unfortunately, the monster was very strong. Sasuke, who was in panic, immediately gathered Chidori again, and finally pulled his hand back with difficulty. Then he saw a big hand of a cocky monster stretched out from the sand ball. Maki, the leader of the sand ninja, saw that the monster in Gaara's body was about to get out of control and immediately cursed him for taking the initiative. Now the ninjas ambushing outside the village are not fully prepared, and Gaara's move has greatly increased their risk of being exposed. Is Gaara completely possessed? Kankuro asked in surprise. I'm not sure either. Temari said she didn't know. The big hand slowly retracted into the hole, and it seemed that a monster's roar could be heard from it. Sasuke was the closest, so he felt it most directly. At this moment, he felt that he was being stared at by a deadly monster and could be swallowed at any time. His body trembled slightly involuntarily. The onlookers also felt their scalps tingling, not knowing what was going on. The big hand before looked like a monster, not a creation formed by ordinary ninjutsu. These genin had never heard of such things as tailed beasts in the world, and they didn't know how terrifying they were. I feel it. It's that annoying Shikaku. The Nine Tails has sensed the One Tails aura. Click. Countless cracks suddenly appeared on the Guardian of Sand, and then it completely disintegrated. Gaara's figure slowly emerged, breathing heavily. It turned out that he had suppressed Shikaku again. No, that breath just now was definitely not human. What kind of monster is it? Sasuke has not recovered from Shikaku's deadly oppression just now. At this moment, white feathers seemed to be floating in the sky, and the audience suddenly felt a strong sleepiness sweeping over them. Ordinary people fell into a deep sleep in the blink of an eye. The weaker ninjas were also tricked, and the stronger ones tried to remove them after realizing the illusion. But Naruto didn't feel anything at all. This large-scale illusion couldn't shake his powerful mental strength at all. What's more, the chakra emitted by the agitated Nine Tails made him less susceptible to illusions. Nine Tails' mood has calmed down a lot recently, and Naruto has been in a high-intensity mood because of the high intensity. He was busy with training, so he had no time to bother him. And since Naruto's hair turned completely red, his body's extraction of the Nine Tails chakra suddenly decreased a lot, which also greatly relieved the Nine Tails' irritability. Seeing the abnormalities of the people around him, Naruto knew that Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha had finally begun to be implemented. Naruto put his hand on the shoulder of Shikamaru next to him, and then with a slight movement of chakra, he rescued Shikamaru from the illusion. Then he legally released the illusion for the two younger brothers and Hinata and protected them by his side. The other strong men of Konoha also gathered behind Naruto. Having seen Naruto's strength, they felt safer here. Elite ninjas such as Kakashi and Kai have not left the venue yet. Don't be afraid. Hinata-chan, I won't let you get hurt. Naruto said with a firm look in his eyes. Well, I believe you, Naruto-kun. Hearing Naruto's words that sounded like a confession, Hinata blushed and her voice was as low as a mosquito's hum. Hey! Boss, you are too biased. Why are you only saying this to Hinata? Inuzuka Kaiba felt that he was treated unfairly and started yelling. Duan! What a slow-witted guy, you still can't see this. Koji immediately gave Kaiba a slap on the head. Orochimaru stared at the Sandai with dead fish eyes and slowly turned his head to look at the Sandai. The Sandai also guessed his identity immediately and locked his eyes on him. The ninja behind Orochimaru knew that the time was ripe and immediately took out his weapon. The smoke bomb exploded on the ground. The ninjas outside the village took action immediately after receiving the signal, and the magic circle drawn before instantly emitted a dazzling light. The Anbu of Konoha took action at this moment to protect the daimyo and other important figures. With so many politicians present, the third generation naturally had arranged various emergency plans long ago. There was no special person to protect the third generation. Although he is now very old, he was the strongest in the ninja world in his prime. Orochimaru took out his kunao and instantly held the third generation hostage and took him to the top of the building. The surrounding ninjas tore off their disguises with a tearing sound, and all of them were wearing the forehead protectors of the sound ninja. Judging from their anti-human appearance of either having 2 heads or 4 hands, they were undoubtedly loyal followers of Orochimaru. 4 of them instantly surrounded Orochimaru and the third generation in the middle of the 4 corners, and then performed ninjutsu together. 4 purple flame formation. Following their hand seals, 4 purple light curtains instantly rose into the sky, trapping the third generation and Orochimaru in them. Some of Konoha's Anbu wanted to rescue them, but they turned into firemen the moment they came into contact with the light curtain, and burned to charcoal in a breath. Others did not dare to move. The magic circle outside the village summoned a 3-headed snake taller than the city wall, which made a gap in the city wall with one blow, and then entered the village and wreaked havoc. Anbu and ordinary ninjas each performed their duties at this moment, some fighting the enemy, and some evacuating civilians. There was no sign of Danzo's route, and it was unknown whether he had reached any secret deal with Orochimaru. Chapter 48. Gaara, stop it! Temari and Kankuro held Gaara tightly. I'm going to kill him. Gaara stared at Sasuke who had injured him. Whoosh! Seeing that Gaara had not acted as planned, Maki came over to ask the reason. Gaara had a splitting headache and seemed to be out of control at any time. Shiranui Genma also flashed in front of Sasuke to prevent him from being attacked by the enemy. At this moment, the battle outside was still mainly concentrated near the city wall, and the people in the examination room were still not very clear about what happened. Gaara is not in a stable state at the moment and has consumed a lot of chakra. He is unlikely to use that now. Temari reported her analysis to Maki. This idiot! It's all his fault for acting on his own. He is one of the key weapons in this operation. Maki was so angry with Gaara that his teeth were itching. At this moment, the enemies outside the village were in a very serious situation. Originally, they planned to rely on Gaara to release the complete form of Shikaku in the center of Konoha, and then use the summoned beasts to destroy the city walls, so that the Konoha ninjas would be attacked from both sides. As a result, Gaara was unable to release Shikaku, so most of Konoha's forces were blocking the enemies outside the village, resulting in heavy losses for the attacking sand ninjas. Gaara is an extremely important part of the plan. I will stop them. Take him away and heal his wounds. Once his chakra recovers, start the mission immediately. Maki ordered. Do you think I will let them go? Xianjian still spoke calmly at this time. Temari and Kankuro immediately took me to escape, while Xianjian was blocked by Maki. Suzuki, the exam is over, I declare you a Chunin now. I will give you a mission now, go chase Gaara and destroy the Sand Ninja's plan. That's exactly what I meant. Suzuki immediately chased in the direction where Gaara left. At this time, the battle at the city wall had spread to the village. Under the huge size of the snake, the houses near the city wall were destroyed one after another. The snake's defense was very strong. The ninjutsu cast by a group of ninjas could not stop it. On the contrary, it could cause a lot of damage to Konoha's buildings and personnel with just a flick of its tail. At this time, the battle in the stadium had also begun, and a large number of enemies began to attack. Whoosh! 2 Kunao flew towards Sakura, who had not yet reacted. She had just seen Orochimaru, who had thrown away his disguise. She was worried that Orochimaru came for Suzuki again, so she was distracted and was almost hit by the Kunao. Fortunately, Naruto was right next to her and blocked the attack for her. Seeing that the enemy actually attacked the genin, Kai immediately killed the enemy. He is worthy of being the representative of Konoha's Goken. His casual punches and kicks contain powerful power. The ninjas attacked by him all had broken bones. Even the concrete wall was smashed by his punch, and this was when he did not transform into a blue beast. Summoning technique. Kakashi summoned his ninja dog Puck. Naruto, you lead them to follow Parker to meet up with Suzuki. We must stop Gaara. Kakashi gave the order and then joined the battle. Naruto naturally led everyone to set off immediately. He knew that it would not be long before Gaara would release Shikaku, and if he was late, Suzuki would be dead. Sensing Sasuke's pursuit, Temari immediately asked Kankuro to take Gaara away first. However, she did not expect that after a battle, she found out that she had been tricked by Suzuki, and his real body had already bypassed her and chased Gaara. Kankuro's speed was severely limited with Gaara, and he was caught up by Suzuki soon. At this time, Temari, who found herself tricked, also rushed here. This time it was Kankuro's turn to stop Suzuki. Suzuki, I will stop you this time. It doesn't matter who comes. Suzuki said confidently. No. Suddenly a third person's voice came, startling the two of them. They didn't know whether the person was a friend or an enemy. Your opponent is me. Abarame Shino said coolly. Shino? Why are you here? Suzuki looked puzzled. It turned out that when the incident just happened, Shino hid himself and quietly observed the situation and analyzed what he should do. After seeing Suzuki chasing Gaara, he put a tracking bug on Suzuki and appeared here. Although he usually has a low sense of presence, he is surprisingly reliable when doing things. After he dealt with Kankuro, Suzuki continued to chase Gaara. Humph! You dare to chase Gaara? You have no idea what kind of terrifying existence you are facing. What did you say? Shino asked in doubt. You'll know when you defeat me and catch up with me. If you can. There's no need to talk too much about the battle here. Suzuki has stopped me again. Let me see your true face. Suzuki was sure that his Sharingan was definitely not mistaken, there was definitely a monster in the sand at that time. But Gaara didn't want to care about so much at this time. After coming here, he saw that the people of Konoha were full of laughter, while he had been living a miserable life like Naruto in the original work. He even dared not sleep for a long time because he had to fight against the erosion of Shikaku. The dark circles under his eyes were not eyeshadow, but real dark circles. He couldn't understand why others were so happy. Others had so many friends. All the good things belonged to others. Therefore, Gaara thought that since he couldn't have these, he would wipe out all those who had these things. This was fair. At this time, Gaara could no longer control himself, and all the bones in his body trembled involuntarily. Ah! After a long howl of pain, half of Gaara's body had completely turned into a monster, and even one of his eyes had turned into Shikaku's eyes, with endless coldness in his eyes. Sasuke broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at Gaara, who had half turned into a monster. He didn't think too much when he was chasing him, but now that he had caught up with him, he suddenly found that he seemed to be unable to beat him. Gaara instantly shot out several kunao, which were covered with Shikaku's chakra. The kunao, which originally had little lethality, now seemed to be enchanted, and directly shot off branches as thick as an adult's thigh. After avoiding the kunao, Sasuke hid in the forest, thinking quickly in his mind about how to deal with it. Ah, why are you running away? Gaara's spirit became even more crazy at this moment, crying and laughing. He became crazy, but also stronger. His clawed hands waved casually and cut the whole row of trees in half. Am I dreaming? What an outrageous power! It's too strong. Sasuke, who was hiding in the dark, was shocked to see Gaara destroying madly. Uchiha Sasuke! Are you scared? Come out and fight me! Gaara was so crazy that he didn't even notice his saliva was flowing out. Chapter 49. At this time, the battle between Orochimaru and the third generation finally began. Shadow Snake Hand. Orochimaru's tongue turned into a python and instantly bit the third generation's neck. Most of Orochimaru's ninjutsu are full of his strong personal style. It must be very painful to watch yourself getting older day by day, Sarutobi-sensei. Orochimaru has been committed to the study of the method of immortality. Looking at the old and frail third generation, he couldn't help but start to mock. The third generation would naturally not be defeated so easily. His body instantly turned into a pool of mud. It turned out to be a substitute technique. Earth Escape Earth Flow River. The roof under Orochimaru's feet instantly turned into flowing clay, which immediately made him unstable. Before Orochimaru could cast the spell to escape, the third generation had completed the seal again. Earth Escape Earth Dragon Bullet. A dragon head condensed beside the third generation and shot at Orochimaru continuously. The third generation did not stop the seal, and in an instant he had cast another ninjutsu. Fire Escape Fire Dragon Bullet. The three ninjutsu are linked together and very powerful. The third generation's face remained unchanged after casting three such powerful ninjutsu in a row. With his current aging body, he can still have such a huge chakra. You can imagine how strong he was at his peak. Stop being a clown, Orochimaru. Show your true abilities. The third generation knew that his powerful attack just now could not do anything to Orochimaru. Sure enough, the next moment, Orochimaru's figure emerged from the tiles. As expected of you, Sarutobi-sensei. But this time I'm going to get serious. Immortal Reincarnation. As soon as the third Hokage saw Orochimaru start, he knew what ninjutsu he was going to use. He didn't call himself a ninjutsu doctor for nothing. He knew that anyone who could be favored by Orochimaru must be extraordinary, and now Orochimaru had summoned two coffins, and the third one was slowly rising. The third Hokage immediately made a seal and forcibly pressed the third coffin back. As the lids of the two coffins slowly opened, the figures that appeared inside instantly startled everyone in Konoha, and then they were furious. It turned out to be the first and second Hokage. Little monkey, you are already so old. The first and second generations looked at the grey-haired third generation and sighed. Orochimaru, you actually blasphemed the souls of our ancestors like this. This is an unforgivable crime, the third generation roared angrily. But Orochimaru didn't care about the third generation's words at all, and immediately merged two kunao with spells into the bodies of the first and second generation. With the integration of the spells, the personalities of the first and second generations were completely suppressed, and now only the instinct to fight remained. The third generation knew that the next battle would be a fierce battle, so he tore off the Hokage cloak on his body, revealing a tough half-body armor outfit. After several rounds of fighting, the third generation realized that his physical strength and chakra had seriously declined, and it was impossible for him to beat the first and second generations who were reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation, and Orochimaru was still watching him covetously. Thinking of his most proud disciple Orochimaru, the cruel human experiments he conducted for immortality, and his current plan to destroy Konoha. The third generation finally hardened his heart and prepared to perform the ultimate sealing technique. Shiki Fusion. Unfortunately, the third generation was old after all, and there were still the first and second generations attacking madly. In the end, this move he performed at the cost of his own soul did not completely kill Orochimaru. He only cut off the hands of his soul and let the god of death swallow it into his stomach, thereby sealing Orochimaru's ability to perform ninjutsu. At this time, Ibiki and a group of Konoha ninjas at the entrance of the village were struggling to resist the attack of the three-headed giant snake. When they were about to be defeated, they suddenly heard a roar ninjutsu summoning technique suppression technique. The next moment, a huge toad as big as a hill fell from the sky. The three-headed giant snake that had just left many Konoha ninjas helpless was instantly flattened by a green giant toad carrying two swords. This ninjutsu is, Ibiki instantly remembered the owner of this ninjutsu. Long time no see, Ibiki. Has your size only grown over the years? You look so miserable. Jiraiya, with his white hair fluttering, stood on the toad's head and smiled softly with his back to everyone. Master Jiraiya. Ibiki immediately greeted. Master Jiraiya. Could it be that legendary, the supporting ninja next to him was shocked. When he heard that a rookie was shocked by his title, Jiraiya couldn't help but sing a series of his titles on the toad's head. Although Shino Aberame defeated Kankuro in the end, he was poisoned and lost his fighting ability. He could only wait for rescue. Sasuke was being beaten by the rampaging Gaara and was hiding like a mouse. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Sasuke, don't you even have the courage to fight now? Are you just hiding around like a mouse? Sasuke finally couldn't stand Gaara's provocation anymore, and thinking of the revenge for his clan's extermination, he finally mustered up the courage to fight. Chidori. As the sound of Chidori condensed in Sasuke's mind, Gaara finally found his position, and immediately swept over with his sand arm covered with sharp claws. And Sasuke also hit Chidori at Gaara's sand arm. The powerful destructive power of Chidori immediately shattered Gaara's sand arm, causing him to howl miserably. Ah, ha ha ha. Gaara's wailing only lasted for a moment before it suddenly stopped and turned into a wild laugh. His shattered arm was repaired by sand in an instant, and even more sand flowed out of the gourd and condensed into a tail behind him. Now he has more and more monster features and his power is getting stronger. What kind of monster is this? Sasuke didn't know how many times he had cursed Gaara in his heart. But now it was not really a curse, because Gaara was about to turn into a real monster. Facing Gaara who was rushing at him again, Sasuke knew that his remaining chakra could not be consumed easily, and he could only deal with it with a fireball. Unfortunately, fire had no restraint on Gaara's earth attribute, and the power of his fireball was far less than that of Naruto. Therefore, Gaara was not affected at all, and he knocked Sasuke away with one claw. The powerful force made him hit a big hole in the tree before he stopped. He was seriously injured and gasped for breath. He knew that he would lose if he continued like this, so he prepared for a last fight. Because the speed bonus provided by Chidori was too abnormal, he had to use the insight provided by Sharingan every time he used it. But these two consumed chakra extremely, so now he could only cast it one last time. Zzz. Sasuke gathered his last Chidori and slammed into Gaara who was attacking again. The violent lightning completely shattered Gaara's sand arm, but he also ran out of chakra and the curse seal spread over most of his body. The severe pain caused by the curse seal and the exhaustion of physical strength made him unable to move, and he could only watch Gaara's newly condensed sand arm pierce him fiercely. Is my life going to end here? I really can't accept this. Sasuke thought about the fact that he hadn't yet avenged his clan's genocide. Bang! Just as Sasuke was about to die, a red-haired figure appeared like a god, blocking him in an instant. Then he kicked Gaara in the face like a cannonball. Chapter 50. Naruto brought a large group of people to slow down his speed greatly, but in order to prevent them from encountering enemy Jonin, he did not dare to leave them behind. After all, Hinata was here too, and Naruto could not leave her behind to save Sasuke. But fortunately, he finally caught up. Seeing Sasuke being knocked to the ground from a distance, Naruto immediately increased his speed to the extreme, and finally kicked Gaara in the face before he was killed. Naruto's previous opponents were either as strong as Orochimaru, who was at the level of Kage, or companions like Kaiba and Neji who could not use heavy hands. It was not until now that he faced Gaara that Naruto's terrifying power was truly revealed. Gaara was many times heavier than an ordinary person because of the gourd on his back, but now he was kicked back by Naruto at a speed several times faster than when he came. His proud sand armor instantly shattered like glass, and the whole person broke several large trees before stopping. Sasuke, who survived the disaster, opened his mouth in shock but couldn't make a sound. He knew that Naruto was very strong, but he never thought he could be this strong. Sasuke-kun, are you okay? Sakura, who arrived a step later, saw Sasuke in pain and immediately cried out of heartache. How could he be repaired? Is this guy really human? He almost died just now. Gaara looked at Naruto in horror as he struggled to get up. How could he still look crazy at this moment? The kick that was almost fatal just now completely woke him up. At this moment, his whole body was shaking uncontrollably, partly because of the pain, and partly because of the fright from the kick just now. He didn't expect that Naruto, who had put great pressure on him in the previous game, was far from using his full strength at that time. We'll die, I don't want to die. Gaara finally couldn't bear the murderous gaze of Naruto and completely transformed into Shikaku. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke several dozen meters high burst out from where he was, and then the hideous figure of Shikaku appeared. Temari seemed to remember something terrible at this moment, and her whole body trembled involuntarily. What kind of monster is that? The Konoha warriors who followed Naruto looked at Shikaku in horror. They had never heard of such a huge and terrifying monster in the world. Naruto-kun, let's fight together. At this moment, Hinata was the first to recover from the fear brought by Shikaku, and wanted to fight alongside Naruto at the first time. Naruto was moved by this. He didn't expect that Hinata, who always hated fighting, would choose to fight alongside him at the first time when facing such a monster that she could not defeat at all. Then Kaiba and Koji also stood behind Naruto together. Naruto, let's retreat and ask for help from the village. This is not a monster we can handle. Shikamaru suggested. Don't worry, Hinata, and everyone else, stay away, I'll take care of him. Naruto confidently comforted everyone. I feel the breath of that bastard Shikaku. Boy, let me out and let me fight him. The Nine Tails, who hadn't spoken to Naruto for a long time, took the initiative to say to Naruto. That won't work unless you let me use your power as I please, so that I can consider letting you out for some fresh air when the time is right. You damn brat, don't push your luck, the Nine Tails said angrily. Naruto ignored the Nine Tails at this moment, and slowly walked towards Shikaku in the worried eyes of everyone. Hinata looked at Naruto's back and decided that if he was in danger, she would rush forward to rescue him at all costs. Sasuke and a group of little cockroaches felt that Naruto was going to die. They really couldn't figure out how humans, who were the size of ants in comparison, could defeat such a terrifying monster. They couldn't think of any other way except to run away. Naruto walked away from the little cockroaches and stood still, and then began to make hand seals. The little cockroaches in the distance were all concentrating on Naruto's movements at this moment. They wanted to see what ninjutsu Naruto had that could threaten this mountain-like monster. Naruto's chakra surged wildly in his body, and he slapped the ground with his right hand and shouted. Summoning technique. Bang! A huge cloud of smoke rose from Naruto's location, which was no smaller than Shikaku's size. Temari and the Konoha's little strong men were stunned by Naruto's momentum at this moment, and they all thought that Naruto had turned into a monster like Gaara. When the smoke dissipated, a red toad that was no smaller than Shikaku's size appeared on the scene. It had a pipe in its mouth and a 40-meter short sword on its waist. It looked very difficult to mess with. Naruto stood on the head of the toad that was dozens of meters high with his hands crossed in front of his chest. At this time, Naruto's pretentious effect far surpassed that of Sasuke and Kakashi before. So far, only Jiraiya can be on par with him. Naruto, you, in the end, Sasuke was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. After a month of special training, he thought he could catch up with Naruto, but now he can't even understand Naruto's strength. Who is it? It's you again, Uzumaki Naruto. What's the matter that you summoned me again? Oh! Before Toad Boss Bunta could finish his words, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a seemingly extraordinary figure out of the corner of his eye. Toad Boss exhaled the cigarette in his mouth deeply, suppressed his anger and said very calmly, if I'm not mistaken, that's Shikaku of the Sand Ninja. You read it right, Gamma Boss. Are you satisfied with the opponent I found for you? Let's beat him down together. Naruto said with high fighting spirit. Gamma. Boss exhaled the cigarette in his mouth again and said, why should I fight with such a guy? Do you think I am living too comfortably in Myaboku Mountain? You are causing me such trouble. Don't say that, Toad Boss. What kind of opponent can't we defeat if we join forces? Just imagine if we beat all the tailed beasts, the female toads in Myaboku Mountain will be defeated in the future. I adore you so much. And me. Dad. The three of us will defeat him together. I want the female toad to worship me too. At this time, Bunta's toad son suddenly jumped out and shouted excitedly. It turned out that it was too bored in Myaboku Mountain, so it hid in Bunta and was summoned together. You're so long-winded. Do you think you're playing house? It's so noisy. Gaara's confidence returned after he transformed into Shikaku. Although he was always afraid of Shikaku, he was full of confidence in Shikaku's power. Gaara, who felt that he was doing it again, couldn't stand Naruto's communication without paying attention to others, and immediately raised his huge claws to attack Naruto. Seeing this, the Toad Boss didn't say much, and immediately drew out the 40-meter short sword from his waist, and chopped it on Gaara's attacking arm with the method of drawing the sword. At this time, Gaara borrowed the power of Shikaku and was much stronger than before. The Toad Boss couldn't cut off his arm with one knife, but got stuck on it. As both sides exerted their strength, Gaara's arm was finally cut off, and the Toad Boss's short sword was also shaken away by the huge force. After Gaara's broken arm fell, the ground shook, and the flying short sword also aroused a huge airflow after landing. Everyone watching the battle from a distance was almost blown away by the airflow, and this was just the aftermath of the battle. Chapter 51. Sasuke looked at Naruto and saw that the aftermath of the battle had caused such power. He immediately felt powerless. So interesting. Uzumaki Naruto's strength is really shocking. I saw that even if I turned into a complete form, I still couldn't suppress Naruto, so I raised half of my body from Shikaku's head, and the lower half of my body was still in the sand. Since this can't defeat you, then let me show you the true power of the sand incarnation. Gaara prepared to put his consciousness into a deep sleep, so as to completely release Shikaku. The art of dozing. After performing the art, Gaara immediately tilted his head and closed his consciousness. Shikaku's momentum changed instantly. A deeper sense of oppression swept the whole place. Even though Konoha's little strong men were hundreds of meters away at this moment, it was as if their hearts were held by a big hand, and a strong sense of suffocation swept over their bodies. Ah ha ha ha, finally out! Shikaku roared happily. At this moment, the real Shikaku took over the body. The Shikaku style at this time was completely different from when Gaara was controlling it. If I said that before I came to Gaara, there was a sense of hysteresis when I was controlling the Gundam, then now this is the Gundam itself. All kinds of movements are extremely smooth, and the power is 100% exerted. Let me out. I'll teach this stinky raccoon a lesson. Kuabai felt Shikaku's true form appear and immediately became angry again. Don't even think about it. Unless you let me use your chakra first. Of course Naruto couldn't let him out. It was easy to release the 9 tails now, but it would be difficult to take it back. Found someone I want to kill right away. Shikaku was talking to himself like a schizophrenic patient. Wind style, air training bullet. Shikaku's belly swelled violently as soon as he finished speaking, and then he slapped his paw on his belly that seemed to be about to burst, and then he spit out an air bullet that was compressed to the extreme from his mouth. Water style, iron cannon bullet. The Toad boss immediately released a huge compressed water bullet to compete with it. Not only were the two of them huge in size, but the ninjutsu they released were also super magnified versions. Far from the size that ordinary ninjas could match. After the air bullet and the water bullet met, there was a violent explosion and then they cancelled each other out. The sky full of water droplets and air currents covered an area of thousands of meters, and the onlookers seemed to have encountered a huge storm at this moment. The ninja dog Parker was completely drenched at this time. What an amazing battle! Is this really a battle that humans can participate in? Sasuke murmured in horror. Hinata looked at this doomsday scene and became more worried about Naruto. What was even more terrifying to everyone was that the two giant beasts then released the two ninjutsu-like machine guns, bombarding each other. They thought that such a powerful ninjutsu was a trick, but they didn't expect that for Shikaku and Gamma Boss, it was like the lowest level skill of the mage, the fireball technique. It can be used at will. Then the field experienced an uninterrupted storm. After all, Gamma Boss's strength is still slightly inferior to Shikaku. It didn't block the last air training bullet and was about to be hit. Fire style, great fireball technique. Although Naruto is not a tailed beast, his chakra volume is steadily approaching the standard of a tailed beast. Boom! Naruto's great fireball is no weaker than Shikaku's air training bullet. The collision of flames and wind is like a bomb falling into an oil depot, and the flames all over the sky are scattered. Fortunately, the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer is full of water at this moment, otherwise it will definitely cause an extremely terrifying fire. Good job, kid. Toad Boss praised him. Ha 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 ha, keep jumping around, you little fleas. I'll beat you all up one by one. Shikaku thought he had the upper hand and immediately sneered. How dare you mock me like this? Toad Boss suddenly felt aggrieved and uncomfortable, but unfortunately he couldn't beat the other party in a one-on-one fight. Gamma Boss, we've been underestimated. You use the oil, we'll give him a stronger move. Naruto immediately wanted to vent his anger for Gamma Boss. Naruto created a shadow clone standing side by side with Gamma Boss's head. Then it's up to you this time, Naruto. Go ahead. The big toad opened his mouth and sprayed a large amount of toad oil at Shikaku. Naruto and his shadow clone formed seals together. Fire style, great fireball technique. Wind style, great breakthrough. The already huge fireball swelled again after coming into contact with the toad oil, and the temperature and size of the fireball doubled directly. Then, with the further strengthening of the great breakthrough, the power of the flame doubled again. The originally red flame instantly turned blue. The light emitted by the sky-high flame made the sunlight look dim. Nani! You can actually use such an exaggerated ninjutsu. Shikaku only had time to hastily fire a training bullet, and was immediately engulfed by the violent flames. The powerful training bullet instantly dissipated like a bubble in front of this triple combination of fireballs. Its body made of sand kept collapsing under the high temperature, and even burned out a tendency to crystallize. This is too exaggerated. Is this really the level that humans can achieve? The crowd watching was shocked to the extreme at this moment, feeling as if they were watching a science fiction movie. Their vision was still at the level of swinging swords, and they had never thought that ninja fights could be like missile bombardment like this. At this time, the Konoha ninjas in the village have begun a full-scale counterattack. When they were just attacked, everyone was busy evacuating civilians, and now they can finally free up their hands to meet the enemy with all their strength. Konoha is worthy of being the #1 country in the ninja world. Even though it is not as strong as before, it should not be underestimated. The various bloodline limits in the village have different styles and are powerful. The Byakugan and soft fist of the Hinata, the heart and body technique of the Yamanaka clan, the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan, and the shadow secret technique of the Nara clan all shined at this time, defeating the enemy ninjas. How can I repair it? Who is the tailed beast? Shikaku's body was beaten to pieces, and most of his body was burned into glass. Sko-1, Sko-1. The group of Xiaoqiang were so shocked that they were numb and could only repeat this sentence unconsciously. Boy, I admit that I was wrong. You are pretty good. After crippling Shikaku with one blow, Gamma Boss felt extremely happy. Boss Toad, you restrain Shikaku, I will wake Gaara up and cancel this ninjutsu. Of course I can, but I am a toad. How can I restrain him without claws and teeth? You charge forward. I'll take care of the rest. After seeing Naruto's exaggerated ninjutsu, Gamma Boss trusted Naruto very much and immediately rushed towards Shikaku. Shikaku was seriously injured by the blow and was trying his best to repair his body. He had not yet recovered his ability to move. Naruto's huge chakra rushed to his hands and then pressed them on the top of Gamma Boss's head. Transformation technique. A huge smoke enveloped Gamma Boss's whole body, and then a huge fire fox with 9 tails rushed out. What a trouble! You can't be as powerful as me if you turn into me. Kyuubi knew that he had no chance to teach his old enemy a lesson this time. Naruto didn't care about Kyuubi's words at this moment. The big toad had already fixed Shikaku's arm with his claws and teeth, and the 9 tails behind him tied Shikaku tightly. Seeing this, Naruto immediately jumped in front of Gaara and slapped him in the face. With the loud slap, Shikaku's body froze immediately, and the huge animal pupils gradually dimmed. How can I repair it? I haven't defeated this brat yet. Shikaku only had time to say this sentence before he was sealed again. Unfortunately, Shikaku's consciousness was gone, but his body still did not disintegrate. After waking up, Gaara looked at Shikaku's broken body in shock, and really couldn't understand how Naruto did it. Chapter 52. Although Ira couldn't understand how Naruto beat Shikaku so badly, he still launched an attack immediately. Sand Coffin. The sand under Naruto's feet instantly flowed and entangled his feet, and a large amount of sand wrapped around Naruto. The big toad immediately stretched out its long tongue to circle Naruto to avoid being trapped by the sand. Then Naruto exerted force, and a large amount of chakra wrapped his whole body. With the support of chakra, Naruto instantly broke free from the restraints. The freed Naruto ran straight to Gaara, and Gaara controlled the yellow sand to block him. Unfortunately, Naruto's speed was far beyond the reach of the sand. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to Gaara and punched him in the face. Naruto's fist was not so easy to bear. Gaara, who was afraid to sleep for many years, fell asleep immediately. This should be the deepest sleep he has had in all these years. Ningren-kun. Seeing the battle was over, Hinata was the first to rush towards Naruto. The thrilling battle just now made her very worried. The other spectators also came to their senses at this time and closed their mouths with their hands. Because of the continuous shock just now, their mouths were open for a long time and now they were stiff and couldn't close. Hinata suddenly stopped in front of Naruto, her face flushed with embarrassment. She was too excited just now and rushed towards Naruto without thinking, and then she reacted and stood here at a loss. She should have rushed over to hug Naruto, but unfortunately she suddenly remembered that their relationship had not reached that stage yet, so she became like this, neither advancing nor retreating. Ying. Fortunately, Naruto was not too dull in this regard. Seeing that the atmosphere had reached this point, he hugged Hinata in his arms. Sorry that I had you worried. This, Naruto-kun is hugging me. What should I do? Is it too fast? I'm so embarrassed. Hinata's heart was beating like a deer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several ninjas wearing ANBU masks appeared around. Well, although it seems a bit inappropriate to disturb you at this time, I still want to ask, are you all okay? If you don't get out of my sight right now, someone's going to be in trouble. Naruto's good mood was immediately destroyed. He had been single for more than 30 years in his 2 lives combined, and he was interrupted just when he had just felt the taste of love. Hinata ran away like a frightened deer. Naruto also knew that there was no chance for the time being, so he went back to the village with everyone. As for how the village would deal with Gaara, he didn't care. It was estimated that there was a high probability that the Sand Ninja would negotiate back. After all, he was not an ordinary ninja. The next day, the village held a grand funeral for the 3rd generation, and Naruto also participated. Naruto himself didn't know what kind of mood he should have for the 3rd generation. Because of a decision made by the 3rd generation, Naruto had lived in the disgust of the villagers since he was a child, but later the 3rd generation was very caring for him. When the 3rd generation was young, he was full of vigor and domineering, and dominated the ninja world for an era. But when he got old, he acted indecisively, which led to the decay of the elders and the root. Naruto simply didn't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, the era of the 3rd generation of Hokage was over. He had to speed up the pace of improving his strength to deal with the covetous Danzo and the members of the Akatsuki organization. Ding-ling-ling. Although it was not destroyed, the damage was quite serious. A shark-faced man on the Konoha wall looked at the village and said, "That prosperous village has been destroyed like this. How pitiful." Another man, also wearing a black shirt with auspicious cloud patterns, said, "Do you still have feelings for your hometown?" "No, not at all," the man said as he took another deep look at the scenery of Konoha, revealing a pair of 3 Magatama Sharingan. Sasuke was greatly stimulated after seeing Naruto's strength, and now he is practicing even harder. Naruto didn't go to find Jiraiya, knowing that he must be very busy at this time, and he was probably thinking of various reasons to refuse the position of the 5th Hokage. This was indeed the case. He had no choice but to push Tsunade out as a shield, saying that Tsunade was more suitable for the position of Hokage than him. Then he rejected the proposal to arrange for an Anbu to follow him, and decided to take Naruto with him to invite Tsunade back to the village. Naruto was eating noodles at Ichiraku Ramen at the moment. Now that he was famous, he would not borrow food for the time being. Anyway, he was financially free now. "Naruto, I knew you were here. Go back and prepare to leave the village with me." He came to Naruto in a hurry instead of looking for Jiraiya. He probably didn't want to talk to the elders, so he wanted to leave the village quickly. Kakashi was in crisis at this time. He ran into Hong and Asuma, who were dating, and mentioned Sasuke during the conversation, which caused Ataka's chakra to fluctuate not far away, so they confronted each other by the river. Facing an opponent of Ataka's level, Kakashi did not dare to be careless at all, and he opened the Sharingan, which was a great burden for him, early on. Those eyes are still the same as before. But he is the authentic heir of the Sharingan, so he must consider the worst-case scenario to deal with it. Kakashi thought to himself. It's really surprising. I didn't expect that besides Mr. Itaki, there are others with such eyes. I think I've heard you called Copy Ninja Kakashi. Shark-faced Hoshigaki Kisame looks scary, but he speaks surprisingly politely. I should be the one who was surprised. I didn't expect to run into Uchiha Itaki and Kisame Hoshigaki from the Hidden Mist village while strolling around the village. What are you doing here? Kakashi said. Nothing serious, just looking for something. You are here to find Sasuke. I advise you to stop as soon as possible. Kakashi said firmly. The 3 of them were all elite jonin of Konoha, and naturally they would not allow such malicious people in the village, so they immediately fought together. Kakashi is the person who knows the Sharingan best, he reminded Kurane and Asuma to close their eyes in time. Kakashi was hit by attackers Tsukuyomi to protect them, and was severely traumatized. Fortunately, Itaka stopped Hoshigaki Kisame from attacking on the grounds of not wanting to cause trouble, and their battle ended. The two did not go to find Sasuke as Kakashi had guessed. They stood on a high cliff and looked at a white-haired and a red-haired figure in the distance. This guy is not someone I can deal with, not on the same level. Well, if we fight him, we will probably be defeated, and the best result is that both sides will suffer losses. Itaki said calmly. I didn't expect that the person protecting him was one of the legendary 3 ninjas. If we were to face him, both you and I would become nobody. But no matter how strong a person is, they all have weaknesses, so let's look for opportunities. Itaka was not so kind to people other than Sasuke. Chapter 53. Naruto had just packed his luggage and was ready to go find Jiraiya, but as soon as he stepped out of the house, he was blocked by 2 men wearing black clothes with auspicious clouds on them. This guy is wearing this outfit, this Sharingan, it's Itaki. Are the guards of Konoha blind? They actually let the Akatsuki organization show up in front of me so brazenly. Naruto's alertness instantly rose to the extreme, knowing that they came for the 9 tails. Naruto was not worried about ordinary ninjutsu and taijutsu duels, after all, this was the heartland of Konoha village, and once a battle broke out, ninjas would come to support quickly. The only thing that made him worry was the Sharingan's illusion, he had never experienced it before, so he was unsure. I didn't expect that such an ordinary little ghost could actually seal the 9 tails. Hoshigaki Ghost Jiao was slightly surprised. Naruto-kun, please come with us. Itaka's tone was calm but unquestionable. Sasuke seemed to have sensed Itaka's arrival and opened his Sharingan in a hurry, frantically looking for Itaka's trace. Mr. Itaki, to prevent him from running away, why not cut off one of his legs first? Hoshigaki Demon Jiao was confident in his own strength and thought he could easily control Naruto. Itaka did not stop Hoshigaki Demon Jiao's proposal. As expected, he did not care much about the lives of others except Sasuke. Naruto was secretly angry when he saw Demon Jiao despising him so much. Seeing him leisurely drawing his sword and walking towards him, Naruto secretly gathered his strength and prepared to attack. Long time no see. Itaka suddenly said something inexplicably. It turned out that he sensed Sasuke's arrival. Uchiha Itaki, I will kill you. Sasuke stared at Itaka with hatred in his eyes. The hatred of exterminating his clan intensified in his heart, and it broke out immediately when he saw Itaka. Sasuke immediately used his strongest attack at the moment. Chidori. The Chidori in his hand emitted a strong breath of destruction, and Sasuke rushed towards Itaka desperately. Unfortunately, his speed after the blessing of Chidori was still too slow for Itaka. Itaka's hand accurately grasped Sasuke's wrist, and the uncontrolled Chidori instantly blasted a big hole in the wall. Itaka, who was supposed to act secretly, now allowed the ninjutsu to cause such a big commotion. I don't know whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally. Then he twisted Sasuke's wrist with a little force. Naturally, Naruto would not stand by and watch. Looking at the Hoshigaki Demon Jiao in front of him who regarded him as dough and could be kneaded at will, Naruto immediately punched him. Hoshigaki Demon Jiao immediately blocked with his sword. Boom! He obviously didn't know Naruto's strength. The moment the two sides came into contact, he felt a huge force coming at him, as if he was hit by a battering ram. Even though he tried his best to resist, he was still pushed back several meters, and both arms became numb. How could this brat have such outrageous power? Hoshigaki's face was full of shock. Itaka, who was standing next to him, was also quite surprised. Although Naruto only threw one punch, the power and speed he showed were extraordinary. He thought his brother Sasuke was already the ceiling of genius, but he didn't expect that there was a brat who was more powerful than Sasuke. After blocking Naruto's punch, Hoshigaki stopped making any rash moves. He also realized that this brat was not so easy to deal with. With a bang, Jiraiya made a brilliant appearance at this moment, carrying a woman in cool clothes on his shoulders, who seemed to be in a coma. "It seems that you still don't understand me. I, Jiraiya, have always been able to coax women around, and I have never been deceived by women. It seems that Itachi and his friends want to use their beauty to hold Jiraiya back, and then take the opportunity to kidnap Naruto. In order to lure me away from Naruto, you actually cast an illusion on such a beautiful woman. What a scumbag's method! This immortal will never forgive you." Jiraiya was extremely angry at this time. "I just don't know if it was for Naruto or for that little sister. I will kill this man." Sasuke seemed to be unaware of the huge gap between himself and Itachi, and struggled to stand up again. "I'm not interested in you now." Itachi, the doting brother, was dismissive of Sasuke on the surface, but in fact, it was all to encourage him to work hard to become stronger. Of course, Sasuke couldn't stand Itachi's disdainful look, and immediately rushed towards him again with his fists waving. Itachi hit him with a casual punch and hung him on the wall like a mural. Then he flashed in front of him and grabbed his neck. Itachi's Sharingan flashed slightly and pulled Sasuke into the world of Tsukuyomi, making Sasuke experience the tragedy of the night of genocide over and over again. Sasuke watched his people die tragically in front of him again and again, and immediately let out a sharp wail. How cold-blooded! Using Tsukuyomi to deal with his own brother. The demon dragon thought Itachi was just being cruel to his own brother. Naruto was not worried at all when he saw Sasuke screaming, because he knew Itachi was deliberately stimulating Sasuke's spirit, because the Sharingan needs a strong mental shock to evolve. At this time, Jiraiya quickly formed seals with both hands, and the walls and the ground of the corridor where everyone was suddenly covered with flesh buds, and Sasuke was pulled in to protect him. Itachi saw Jiraiya protecting Sasuke and immediately loosened his hand that was pinching Sasuke, and the play was extremely natural. The crazy flesh buds even bound the feet of Itachi and the demon dragon. Ninja method, toad mouth binding technique. You are now in the gullet of the giant toad of Iwajoku and Myabokuzen. Since you are all wanted criminals, I will turn you into food for the toad. Jiraiya said confidently, because no one has escaped from his ninjutsu so far. Ghost Dragon, let's go! Itachi pulled out his legs and immediately ran towards the entrance of the passage. The Ghost Dragon was also obedient, and immediately pulled out his legs and the big knife that was also bound by the flesh buds with great effort, and then chased Itachi. As the two ran away, countless tentacles stretched out from the wall and stretched out to the two, and the Ghost Dragon struggled to cut them off with the big knife. Seeing that the entrance of the passage in the distance was about to be completely blocked by the flesh buds, Itachi gritted his teeth and used the Manjiki Sharingan again. Boom! A black flame exploded at the entrance of the passage, and the flame seemed to never stop burning and devoured the flesh buds crazily. The two left quickly. At this time, Itachi was extremely exhausted. The more times the Manjiki Sharingan was used, the worse his eyesight became. The more serious the consumption. This time, 2 Sharingan eye techniques were used in succession, so the burden on the eyes was even greater. Jiraiya, who heard the loud noise, immediately understood that something had happened, so he and Naruto went forward to check. Naruto saw the black flames burning at the entrance of the passage and immediately knew that it was Itachi's Amaterasu. Although Jiraiya didn't know what kind of flame it was. It could actually burn a toad that could breathe fire, but he also had a solution. Then Jiraiya took out a scroll and unfolded it on the ground. Fire Sealing Seal. The Amaterasu fire has the ability to burn everything, and only sealing techniques can restrain it. Fortunately, Jiraiya has many means, and he has ways to deal with various situations. Chapter 54. After sending Sasuke to the hospital, Naruto and Jiraiya set out on a journey to find Tsunade. He was not worried about Sasuke's condition, Itake would not really hurt his brother. That lecherous sage! Why did the Akatsuki organization want to arrest me? Naruto pretended not to know the reason. I'm afraid they are after the 9 tails in your body. I received news that they are hunting down tailed beasts everywhere. As for the reason, I have not yet obtained it. Ah? Then I'm in danger. Lecherous sage, please teach me a stronger ninjutsu. Otherwise I can't beat them. Jiraiya's eyebrows twitched unconsciously when he heard this, thinking that you are such a pervert, it would be dangerous for others to meet you. However, thinking that Naruto's strength is now in a rapid rise, and he learns ninjutsu very quickly, he decided to teach him new ninjutsu. Then the two of them taught Naruto the random lion hair technique while they were on the road. After Naruto initially learned the training method, he separated 10 shadow clones and stayed halfway to start training, while the main body continued on the road with Jiraiya. Since Naruto's hair turned completely red, his physical strength began to grow faster. The chakra in the body also began to increase more significantly, and in a short period of time it has exceeded 10 cards, and is moving towards 11 cards. Lecherous sage, what kind of person is Tsunade? I think, in a word, he is a very annoying guy. Not only does he have a bad temper, he also likes gambling very much, and he has an extremely loud nickname. If she's so famous, it shouldn't be difficult for us to find her. It won't be too difficult, after all, she is a well-known fat sheep. Jiraiya said Tsunade's nickname with a sigh. I remember that Jiraiya seemed to be interested in Tsunade. I thought he would praise Tsunade as much as possible, but who knew Jiraiya would say that? It seems that he was beaten by Tsunade before. And don't be fooled by the fact that she only looks 20 years old, she is actually 50 years old. This guy often transforms into women of different ages to avoid his creditors. From what you describe, he sounds like a person with a bad personality. Orochimaru was insane at the moment because his hands were disabled. He had no choice but to take Kabuto with him to look for Tsunade, wanting to see if Tsunade, who was skilled in medicine, could cure him. Hey, boss! Send me your best wine and best girls! Naruto said as he threw a stack of cash on the table. The boss saw the thick banknotes and immediately sent them to the table. Naruto, you are really a rich man. Jiraiya felt comfortable as if he was at home when he arrived at the tavern. Naruto was not stingy with money now. When he arrived at a town, he would arrange for Jiraiya to spend money in the best tavern. He naturally would not stay with Jiraiya here. After throwing down the money, he went to the hotel to rest. The next morning, when Naruto was practicing, Jiraiya came to him. Naruto knew that Jiraiya must have gained something. Let's go, I've got Tsunade's location. It has to be said that Jiraiya's intelligence channels are really powerful, he can get information wherever he goes. Tsunade was about to go to the casino with Shizuan at this moment, but saw the building in front of them exploded. After the huge smoke and dust dissipated, a thick giant snake appeared, and standing on top of it was Orochimaru and Kabuto. The huge body of the giant snake crushed a large area of the building. Orochimaru really didn't care about the lives of ordinary people at all. Long time no see, Tsunade. I've been looking for you for a long time. Orochimaru started with a perverted laugh. At this time, the seriously injured Orochimaru's face was paler than that of a person who had died for 3 days, and his face was covered with sweat because of the great pain caused by the tearing of his soul. Long time no see, Orochimaru. What do you want from me at this moment? You're not here to reminisce about the past, are you? Tsunade said calmly. I have something to ask of you. Tsunade had noticed that Orochimaru was not in the right state. His extremely pale face, weak body, and abnormal hands were instantly seen through by Tsunade. Go find someone else. I don't treat people anymore. Tsunade immediately understood Orochimaru's intention and refused decisively. That won't do. No one can treat such injuries except Tsunade-sama, who is the best in the ninja world in medical ninjutsu. Kabuto said softly. Your hands are not ordinary injuries. What did you do? Tsunade naturally saw that it was not an ordinary injury. It's nothing, I got hurt when I killed the third Hokage. Orochimaru said this explosive news calmly, without hiding anything from the two. Tsunade and Shizuan couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. After all, the third Hokage is not only a highly respected Hokage, but also Tsunade's master. How dare you do this? Tsunade suppressed her grief. People will die one day, don't be so surprised. After all, you killed the two most important people, so you should know this best. Orochimaru ruthlessly revealed the scars in Tsunade's heart. Tsunade has never been able to let go because her most important person died in her arms, and she even suffered from hemophobia. That kind of death is really tragic. Orochimaru continued to add fuel to the fire. Shut up! Jingyan couldn't bear it any longer and immediately opened her sleeves to reveal a special hidden weapon. As she triggered the mechanism, several cold lights shot out and headed straight for Orochimaru. Ding ding ding! Orochimaru did not move, and Kabuto, who was standing next to him, immediately blocked the hidden weapon in front of Orochimaru. Shizuan had already rushed up again with a scalpel, and Kabuto also reacted very quickly and attacked Shizuan with his claws. Stop it! Tsunade shouted. At this time, both of their weapons had reached each other's necks. If they went any further, blood would be splattered on the spot. This follower is very powerful. Kao knew this was a powerful opponent. Orochimaru, you used to be like this. You know my character, don't play tricks on me. Tsunade's face was filled with a happy smile at this moment. She was extremely looking forward to Orochimaru telling her that he had just lied to her. 1 second, 2 seconds. Boom! Tsunade's smile only lasted 2 seconds before it turned extremely cold. She was so angry that she instantly smashed the wall behind her. She knew that she had just deceived herself. Orochimaru really killed her beloved master. I'm going to kill you, you bastard! Tsunade burst out with murderous intent at this moment. So strong. So scary. This person is definitely single. Looking at Tsunade's terrifying power, Kabuto made a judgment in his heart. Just when Tsunade's killing intent was condensed to the extreme, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. I can revive your beloved brother and man. It turned out that Orochimaru deliberately stimulated Tsunade's thoughts about the dead, and then threw out the bait. Use the forbidden technique I developed. Chapter 55. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was indeed shocked, and she began to hope that her beloved would be resurrected. Since you haven't made a move on me at this moment, can I understand that we have reached a deal? Don't you want to see them again? Seeing Tsunade hesitate, Orochimaru immediately added fuel to the fire. If your hand is healed, what will you do? Tsunade was indeed tempted, but she knew that with Orochimaru's character, he would definitely do more bad things in the future. I have never been one to lie. After I get what I want, I will completely destroy Konoha. Orochimaru said word by word, without any intention of lying. Run away, there are monsters. Naruto and Jiraiya suddenly saw a group of civilians rushing towards them in panic. What kind of monster is it? Naruto asked. Snake. A huge snake destroyed the castle in an instant. Let's run for our lives. Someone answered in horror. As soon as they heard the sensitive word snake, Naruto and Jiraiya knew that Orochimaru must be nearby, and immediately rushed to the ruins in the distance. Lady Tsunade, don't fall for their tricks. You should know that they don't want you to do this. Have you forgotten your original wish? Shizuan saw Tsunade lost in the thoughts of the deceased and immediately dissuaded her loudly. But Tsunade seemed to be completely unable to hear her words and was caught in a fierce ideological struggle. Her head was lowered so low that it was almost sunk into her chest. You don't have to answer now, we can give you a week. By the way, resurrection requires 2 living people as sacrifices, so you should prepare them when the time comes," Kabuto said to Tsunade. Hearing that sacrifices were needed, Shizune could no longer suppress her anger and immediately took out a kunao. "Lady Tsunade, now is a great opportunity. The two of us can definitely kill them together," Shizune said to Tsunade urgently, but when she looked at her, she still lowered her head and did not react. Seeing this, Orochimaru raised his arm with difficulty and bit his finger, and then blood dripped out. At this time, Tsunade really reacted immediately. After seeing the blood, her legs couldn't stop shaking, and she seemed to be unable to stand steadily. Her expression was also in extreme fear. "Ha ha ha, I am indeed very weak now, but I know Tsunade's weakness. It seems that you still haven't overcome this fear of blood," Orochimaru said confidently. At this time, Shizune and Kabuto also realized that Tsunade had no fighting power. "Looking forward to your good news," Orochimaru said and left with Kabuto. Naruto was still a step too late. When they arrived, there was no one except for the ruins. After a day of searching without results, Naruto brought Jiraiya to the tavern as usual. Who knew that he saw Tsunade as soon as he entered the door? Her beauty and the dazzling searchlight on her chest were too dazzling, it was hard not to notice her. "Tsunade!" Jiraiya exclaimed immediately. "Jiraiya! How come you are here?" Tsunade, who was greatly stimulated, was also very surprised to see her old acquaintance. "Finally found you. We are exhausted." Jiraiya was relieved. Naruto immediately looked Tsunade up and down carefully. After all, Tsunade's figure may dominate the entire ninja world. "Sister Tsunade! I finally see you!" Naruto greeted happily. "Sister!" Tsunetoki heard this name that he hadn't heard in decades, and with the stimulation of alcohol, he looked at Naruto as if he was his younger brother, Nawaki. "Tsunade, sister!" Jiraiya looked at Naruto with disdain. He thought that he had emphasized that Tsunade was already 50 years old. He immediately attributed Naruto to the type who was infatuated with beautiful women. The same type as him, Jiraiya. "Sister, I miss you so much." Tsunade instantly hugged Naruto's face and pressed it hard against her chest. Naruto had lived for more than 30 years in his 2 lives and had never seen such a powerful move. Although his whole face was buried and he couldn't breathe, fortunately he had a strong physique, so he only had one idea at the moment, that is, the longer he was buried, the better. Ah! This, when Jiraiya saw this scene, which he had been dreaming about for decades but had never been able to achieve, he immediately started dancing with excitement. This brat! Jiraiya wanted to kick Naruto away and then take his place. He despised Naruto just now, but in the blink of an eye he envied Naruto, and now he wanted to be Naruto. Tsunade, such a powerful ninja, certainly would not mistake Naruto for her brother, but just to comfort her longing for her brother. After a long time, Tsunade finally calmed down, and then pulled out Naruto who was still unsatisfied. Then everyone sat down together and started to eat together. Tsunade had no appetite at the moment, but just kept drinking one glass after another. "I actually saw all 3 of the legendary ninjas today." Shizune was feeling quite stressed. "What day is today? I actually met all my old friends." Tsunade was full of emotion. "Orochimaru has been here. What happened?" "Just a greeting." "What do you want from me?" Tsunade did not reveal Orochimaru's purpose. "I'm telling you straight. The village wants you to take over as the 5th Hokage." Tsunade and Shizune both paused when they heard this. This sentence undoubtedly confirmed once again that the 3rd Hokage had been killed. "Tell me your decision, Tsunade," Jiraiya said slowly. "I refuse." Tsunade hesitated for a long time between her family and the village and finally made a decision. "The same words I said when I confessed my love to you. I know this news is too sudden for you, I'll give you some time to think about it. Naruto and Jiraiya have settled down in this small town temporarily since then. The next morning, Naruto and Jiraiya began a new training in the woods. Ninja technique, random lion hair technique. Naruto's red hair suddenly grew, like a ferocious red dragon, and instantly broke several trees as thick as a human waist. In just a few days, Naruto has mastered a high-level ninjutsu. What a terrifying talent! Even someone as knowledgeable as Jiraiya couldn't help but marvel at Naruto's talent. I said, "Sir, can't you teach me some more difficult ninjutsu?" Naruto said with dissatisfaction. "What? Aren't the ninjutsu I taught you difficult enough? Well, it's a little easier for you." Jiraiya was about to get angry, but then he suddenly remembered Naruto's learning speed and instantly lost his temper again. "Then I will teach you the advanced moves of Raise Nan." Raise Nan is not only powerful, but also contains infinite potential. The fourth Hokage had anticipated some of its advanced moves, but unfortunately he didn't have time to realize them. "Today I will teach you its advanced moves," Jiraiya said to Naruto while remembering Minato Namikaze. Chapter 56. While the big ball Raise Nan will be more powerful, it will also consume a greater amount of chakra, but this happens to be a perfect match for you. After hearing the training method, Naruto immediately excitedly created a shadow clone to practice together. The big ball Raise Nan is much more powerful than the Raise Nan, and once you master this, how far will the next advanced move be? Naruto thought about the scene of throwing a Rasen Shuriken in each hand at the enemy, and he immediately became more motivated. He believed that with his chakra control, he would be able to perform wind-style Rasen Shuriken remotely. Jiraiya was not idle either. In addition to teaching Naruto, he spent the rest of his time in the tavern with Tsunade. But this time he did not just drink, but tried to guide Tsunade. Soon 7 days passed, and it was the time agreed upon by Orochimaru and Tsunade. On his way, Orochimaru told Kabuto to kill anyone who interfered. "Naruto, Shizuan," Jiraiya suddenly collapsed and came to Naruto with difficulty. "What's wrong with you, lecherous sage?" Naruto asked anxiously when he saw Jiraiya like this. He didn't think Jiraiya looked like this when he was being squeezed in bed. "Tsunade, that guy actually poisoned my wine. I can't use my chakra now, and I'm weak all over. You guys go and stop her from meeting Orochimaru." But Naruto didn't dare to leave Jiraiya here without any fighting power, so he immediately asked Shizuan to try to detoxify. Unfortunately, with Shizuan's level, he could only temporarily suppress the toxicity, so that Jiraiya could barely use 30% of his strength. During the period, under Jiraiya's inquiry, Shizuan also told the content of the transaction with Orochimaru. Then the three of them did not delay and led by Shizuan to the transaction location. "I will heal your hand. But the condition is that you cannot harm the village." Tsunade finally couldn't suppress her longing for the two, but she still insisted on not letting Orochimaru harm the village. "Okay." Orochimaru agreed without much hesitation. "Come on," Orochimaru said as he walked towards Tsunade. Tsunade's hands had already gathered rich chakra, and Orochimaru was about to put his shaking hands on them. A kunao shot towards Orochimaru's hands, and Orochimaru dodged it instantly. When Orochimaru saw that the treatment failed, his pupils were bloodshot. This was the first time he was so angry. "Why did you betray me at this time, Tsunade? It turns out that it wasn't Kabuto who betrayed Orochimaru. Why did you suddenly change your mind at this moment? You actually want to kill me?" "Don't worry, Kabuto, I completely trust you and your ability to see through Tsunade." Orochimaru also comforted Kabuto by saying, "Because I am also a medical ninja, I felt the murderous aura in her chakra." Kabuto explained the reason for his actions just now. "I really want to revive your family. I also promised you that I would not destroy Konoha. Why are you still doing this? How I wish I could see them again. Even just once, I absolutely don't believe you can't destroy Konoha. This is also the wish of both of them," Tsunade said as tears filled her eyes. Negotiations broke down. Looks like force is the only solution. Tsunade wiped away her tears with determination, her face instantly regained its firmness, and she fully demonstrated her domineering power as one of the legendary three ninjas. Come on! Tsunade's voice was full of determination. As she spoke, Tsunade jumped up and chopped down Orochimaru with her right leg full of explosive power. Orochimaru and Kabuto had just dodged when Tsunade's attack landed on the ground. The terrifying force smashed a large hole with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters in the ground, and the ground farther away was shaken violently. "We have never fought before," said Orochimaru. "Yes. But this first fight will be the time when you die," Tsunade said as she punched Orochimaru again. Wherever Tsunade attacked, whether it was the ground or the wall, it was smashed to pieces. What a terrifying power! "If you get hit, you're done for," Orochimaru said to Kabuto while dodging. "This kind of thing can be understood at a glance, right?" Kabuto said, and he and Orochimaru ran to the open space. The narrow terrain here was not conducive to avoiding Tsunade's attack. Tsunade was not going to let them go, and she chased them all the way with her fists waving. The places she passed were like a bulldozer, and all obstacles were crushed by her fists. When Naruto arrived, Tsunade had already chased Orochimaru away. Fortunately, the road was full of big pits destroyed by Tsunade, and they could be found as long as they followed them. Tsunade chased them all the way to the open space outside the town, and even with her physical strength, she was a little out of breath. Kabuto had almost exhausted his chakra just by dodging Tsunade's attacks, and quickly took out a military pill and put it in his mouth. Then Kabuto made seals with both hands and cast unfold the chakra scalpel. Kabuto raised his foot and raised a cloud of dust to block Tsunade's sight, then sneaked under Tsunade's feet and suddenly emerged from the ground to attack. Although Tsunade had not fought for many years, her reaction was still not slow. She immediately dodged and forced Kabuto back with a punch. Knowing Tsunade's extraordinary strength, Kabuto naturally knew to avoid her edge. Seeing Tsunade attacking again, Kabuto immediately hid behind a huge rock. When Tsunade attacked, he had used the cover of the huge rock to go around Tsunade from the other side. Although Tsunade reacted very quickly, she was still hit by him on the thigh and arm. Tsunade was about to attack again but suddenly found that she had no strength at all in the two places that were touched, but there was no visible wound on the surface. "I used chakra to cut a little bit of your arm and thigh muscles, so you can't use that kind of strange power," Kabuto explained calmly. Then he stepped forward and attacked Tsunade. Kabuto's strength is indeed not weak. Tsunade who can't use strange power, he hit the muscles between the ribs with his palm, which would make it difficult for the person to breathe and lose the ability to move. Seeing Tsunade having difficulty breathing, Kabuto thought the outcome was decided. But he was hit on the back of his neck just as he relaxed his vigilance. "Can you still attack in this situation? You are worthy of being one of the three ninjas." When Kabuto saw that Tsunade's attack just now did not cause any harm to him, he thought that Tsunade was at the end of her rope. He was about to raise his hand to attack, but before his hand moved, his legs suddenly moved. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately tried again, only to find that his body was completely out of control. The whole person was twitching on the ground like a short-circuited robot. Orochimaru had already understood the principle of Tsunade's attack. Although Kabuto's medical ninjutsu was outstanding, he was still attacking the flesh. And Tsunade could already cause damage to the nerves. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is indeed the strongest in the ninja world. Chapter 57. Tsunade used the palm magic technique to heal Kabuto before he recovered his injuries. Kabuto is indeed a genius. He actually found the rules of body control from Tsunade's nerve disorder during the time when Tsunade was recovering. After he recovered his movement, he took out a kunai and stabbed Tsunade. Before he got out of the confused state, he even made a flower with the kunai, showing his strong nerve coordination ability. Seeing that the kunai was about to stab Tsunade, Naruto appeared in front of Tsunade as if teleporting and kicked Kabuto. Kabuto was not panicked by the sudden appearance of Naruto, and instantly crossed his hands to protect in front of him. Unfortunately, what Naruto cared least about was other people's blocking. This powerful kick directly knocked him back, and the powerful force made his feet plow 2 deep grooves on the ground. Kabuto, a handsome man like you actually betrayed me. Naruto taunted. There is no way, who makes Lord Orochimaru so charming? Kabuto responded to Naruto while being shocked by Naruto's strength. Get out of the way. I'll take care of this guy. Tsunade pushed aside Naruto who was blocking the way and attacked Kabuto again. Although Tsunade could not use her super strength at the moment, Kabuto was also affected by mental disorder and could not use his full strength. Under Tsunade's attack, Kabuto was quickly forced in front of a boulder, and now he had nowhere to retreat. Seeing that he was about to be hit by a fist, Kabuto raised his kunai and blood splattered in an instant. The moment Tsunade saw the blood, her hands and feet stiffened and her whole body trembled. It turned out that Kabuto knew her weakness and took advantage of it at this time. Kabuto pierced his palm with a kunai to make Tsunade fall into fear. One has to admire his cleverness. The stimulation of pain unexpectedly restored his body to normal, and then he punched Tsunade. Naruto naturally could not let him achieve his goal, and instantly stood in front of Tsunade and repelled Kabuto again. Naruto, you deal with the guy with glasses, I'll deal with Orochimaru. Shizuan, you and that pig protect Tsunade. Jiraiya's strength still hasn't recovered, but fortunately Orochimaru is also half crippled. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he began to perform summoning. Kabuto and Orochimaru seemed to have an extraordinary tacit understanding. Kabuto bit his finger and drew the summoning formula on Orochimaru's hand without him saying a word. In the end, both sides actually used summoning at the same time. Unfortunately, after the smoke dissipated, Orochimaru summoned 2 giant snakes, while Jiraiya only summoned Gamekaki, the son of Toad Boss. Hey, long time no see. Gameji greeted politely. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. His chakra was far from being able to be used freely at this moment. It seems that you still haven't improved, Jiraiya. Even if you have poor talent, you can't be like this. It seems that Tsunade has done something to you. Orochimaru immediately mocked. Among the 3 of them, Jiraiya had the worst talent. Orochimaru immediately commanded the 2 giant snakes to attack. The power provided by the huge body of the giant snakes was not much weaker than Tsunade's strange strength. Everyone could only dodge in embarrassment. Earth escape Yellow Spring Swamp. Jiraiya used ninjutsu to turn the ground under the feet of the giant snakes into a swamp, and immediately trapped most of their bodies in it. It was a pity that Jiraiya's chakra could not be used at full power, and the swamp created could not completely engulf the giant snakes, but could only temporarily restrict their movements. Naruto started a physical confrontation with Kabuto at this moment. Kabuto held a kunai in one hand and used a chakra scalpel in the other hand, making it quite difficult for Naruto to deal with it. Naruto did not use large-scale ninjutsu to attack at this moment. He wanted to stimulate Tsunade again today to see if he could cure Tsunade's hemophobia. Puff! Kabuto's kunai instantly pierced Naruto's heart. Naruto took this opportunity to firmly grasp Kabuto's hand with his left hand so that he could not move, and then gathered chakra in his right hand. Raise Nan! Kabuto, who was unable to dodge, was instantly hit in the abdomen by the Raise Nan. Because the Raise Nan has a strong suction force, Kabuto, who has been hit, can no longer escape the attack of the Raise Nan. Then the violent chakra was released violently, and Kabuto's whole body was within the attack range of the Raise Nan. The Raise Nan, which was venting its destructive power, carried his body and flew more than 10 meters before being blocked by a boulder. The boulder was ground into a perfect semicircular hole by the power of the Raise Nan. It can be imagined how terrible the attack on Kabuto's body was. Naruto suddenly spit out a large mouthful of blood and fell on his back. Tsunade had no time to pay attention to the destructive power of the Raise Nan. At this moment, all her attention was focused on Naruto, whose heart was pierced. The scene of Rope Tree dying in her arms with blood all over his body appeared in her eyes. Looking at the exact same scene between Naruto and Rope Tree back then, Tsunade no longer wanted to experience such a tragedy again. She finally broke through her fear of blood and treated Naruto. "Don't waste your efforts. I have completely cut off his heart veins." Kabuto was hit head-on by the Raise Nan, but he didn't die. "You actually survived that attack. Tsunade knows the power of this ninjutsu. I covered my body with chakra to heal before the Raise Nan hit me. The reason why Orochimaru values me is not because of my talent in ninjutsu, but because of my strong natural recovery ability. This has been strengthened after Orochimaru's transformation." Kabuto proudly explained the reason to Tsunade. There is another point he didn't say, which is that this move will consume almost all of his chakra. It's a pity that Naruto's attack at the cost of his life was wasted, ha 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 ha. Kabuto laughed wildly. "I really don't know what you are so proud of." Naruto's voice suddenly reached everyone's ears. His voice was full of energy and he didn't look hurt at all. "What?" Tsunade and Kabuto were both stunned. Bang! Naruto, whose heart was pierced, turned into smoke with a bang. "Sister Tsunade, you finally overcame your hemophobia. It's worth it that I used half of my chakra to maintain the shadow clone until now." The unharmed Naruto slowly appeared in front of everyone. How could he be so foolish as to use only a shadow clone to fool me like this? Do was so angry that his teeth were about to break. He, who prided himself on his extraordinary acting skills, didn't expect to be tricked today. "Damn little brat! You feel happy playing tricks on me like this, don't you?" Tsunade was relieved to see that Naruto was fine, then she turned angry. "Duan!" Tsunade immediately gave Naruto a hard blow on the head. Then she held him in her arms and followed up with a suffocating blow. Seeing that Naruto's entire face was pressed in Tsunade's arms, Kabuto immediately prepared to escape. Although he felt that he could withstand the attack of the Raise Nan, the previous attack had already exhausted his chakra. Moreover, he had just faced Naruto's shadow clone. Now that his chakra was exhausted, he didn't want to verify Naruto's real strength. Kabuto's foot just took a step and he felt something was wrong, and his body fell uncontrollably. "How is it possible? With my recovery ability, I still got hurt so badly. The power of this ninjutsu is even more exaggerated than it looks." He thought that he could withstand Naruto's attack by stimulating cell regeneration to recover, but he was totally wrong. The attack of Raise Nan is far from that simple. Although it does not have the ability to directly kill cells like the wind-style Rasen Shuriken, the intensive attack of Raise Nan has already damaged his muscles and nerves. Even with Kabuto's body strengthened by Orochimaru, it is not so easy to recover. Naruto realized at this moment that he still underestimated the destructive power of Raise Nan. Chapter 58. Naruto, whose brain was deprived of oxygen, finally remembered that Jiraiya was still struggling to resist Orochimaru. "Woohoo, just a few days woohoo, oh, we have to save Jiraiya." Naruto was covered so hard that he could only make inarticulate sounds. Tsunade finally understood what Naruto meant, and remembered that the old pervert Jiraiya had not yet been cured of the poison she had given him, so she immediately let go of Naruto and went to the battlefield on Jiraiya's side. "Naruto-kun, you really have a talent that really opened my eyes." Orochimaru saw everything Naruto had just done, and at this moment he couldn't help but be shocked by Naruto's potential again. Thinking that the Akatsuki organization was also trying to capture Naruto, Orochimaru immediately left Jiraiya and rushed towards Naruto. "If we want to catch him, we have to take advantage of this opportunity now," Orochimaru thought to himself. He knew that with Naruto's growth rate, he would be more difficult to deal with in a while. Orochimaru, who had made up his mind, rushed towards Naruto instantly. Jiraiya saw that his target had turned to Naruto and immediately went to rescue him. Unfortunately, Orochimaru just spit out his tongue that was dozens of meters long and instantly wrapped around Jiraiya's ankle, then swung it like a whip and threw Jiraiya heavily to the ground. Then his neck bit towards Naruto like a long snake, and the posture looked exactly the same as when he planted the curse seal on Sasuke. Exactly the same. Naruto saw that Orochimaru was coveting his body, and he immediately got goosebumps. But he was not the Sasuke of the past, and he escaped from Orochimaru's attack with just a flash of his body. Tsunade, who had overcome her hemophobia, also joined the battle, and she immediately bit her finger to perform summoning. Naruto, Orochimaru, and Tsunade all thought of the same thing, and Naruto also bit his finger at the same time. Orochimaru instantly moved to Kabuto's side, and then Kabuto, whose hands had barely recovered, bit his finger again to carve a magic circle for Orochimaru. Bang! Boom! Boom! 3 huge clouds of smoke appeared in the field. Ha ha ha, Naruto, you finally summoned me again. Which tailed beast shall we kill today? After beating Shikaka with Naruto last time, Gamma boss Bunta is now looking forward to fighting with Naruto. After the smoke cleared, everyone stood on top of the huge summoned beasts. Tsunade summoned the slug, while Orochimaru summoned the snakes. Damn Scabby, did you eat a stink bug? You are so arrogant. When Quan Chi heard his old rival coming up and clamoring to chop off the tailed beast, he couldn't help but taunt him. It turns out to be you, little water snake. How boring. Now I simply don't like people like you. What did you say? The snakes were furious. Snakes and toads are enemies in terms of species, even snakes and toads that can talk are the same. The title of the 3 ninjas ends today. As Tsunade shouted, the slug immediately spit out a highly corrosive mucus at the snakes. After Orochimaru is done today, I want 100 sacrifices. After saying this, Quan Chi immediately swung his huge body to avoid the slime. Even with such a huge body, Quan Chi is still very fast. After avoiding the slime, it instantly wrapped the slow-moving slug tightly. Wen Tai immediately pulled out a 40-meter short knife and stabbed the snake's head. Unfortunately, Quan Chi's movements were extremely agile. He turned his head to avoid it and bit the short knife. Wen Tai tried his best but failed to pull out the short knife, while Quan Chi was still slowly shrinking his body. The slug could not withstand the entanglement of Quan Chi and was strangled in an instant. It turned into thousands of small slugs and recondensed in the distance. Wen Tai had to loosen his claws and retreat when he saw that he could not retract the short knife. Quan Chi shook his head violently, and the short knife in his hand shot towards Wen Tai with terrifying power. Wen Tai used his powerful backward kick to avoid it, and then the short knife was heavily inserted in front of the slug. Sister Tsunade, you step aside first. Boss Toad, use oil. As soon as Bunta heard Naruto's words, he knew what he was going to do. Shadow Clone Technique. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. The huge blue fireball formed by the triple combination of ninjutsu rushed towards the snakes with the power to melt everything. The eyesight of the 3 ninjas present was naturally extraordinary, and they could see the terrifying power of this ninjutsu at once. Not to mention the flesh and blood body, perhaps steel would also melt under such a terrifying high temperature. Orochimaru, how did you get involved with such a perverted brat? You're dead if you get hit by this move. As a cold-blooded animal, Manzanaka was sweating coldly at this move. Jiraiya and Tsunade stared at Naruto in amazement, both of them were shocked that Naruto could use such an exaggerated ninjutsu at this age. The scorching blue fireball exploded on Manzanaka's body in an instant, and the terrifying temperature would soon turn Manzanaka's body into ashes. Is it resolved? Tsunade asked. No, it shed its skin. Jiraiya knew the old opponent's tricks and immediately found that it used the life-saving trick of shedding its skin. The ground in front of Bunta suddenly exploded, and the snake's tail pierced out from the ground like a spear. Bunta immediately hugged the snake's tail and dragged it. At this time, the ground behind it suddenly exploded again, and the snake's head drilled behind Bunta and bit him. At this time, Tsunade actually descended from the sky holding Bunta's 40-meter short sword, and nailed the snake's head to the ground with one knife. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were not surprised at all that Tsunade did such an outrageous thing. It seems that they are very familiar with Tsunade's strange power. It's really too much to deal with two people. And Naruto's talent is really terrifying. Except for not having the Sharingan, he crushes Sasuke in all other aspects. Orochimaru wished he could get Naruto's body right away. The moment Tsunade landed on the hilt, Orochimaru's tongue also wrapped around her neck. He wanted to get rid of Tsunade first and then deal with Naruto. The injured muscles on Tsunade's arm had not recovered yet, and at this moment, she tried her best to finally break free from Orochimaru's restraints. The furious Tsunade pulled Orochimaru's tongue and exerted force, and actually pulled Orochimaru over. Then Tsunade punched Orochimaru hard in the face, but it was a pity that she couldn't use her strange strength, otherwise this punch would have smashed Orochimaru's head. After that, Tsunade ravaged Orochimaru like a sandbag. Orochimaru, who couldn't use ninjutsu, had no way to get away at this moment. After another punch that knocked Orochimaru away, Tsunade pulled him back by her tongue, and her fist full of power was about to kill Orochimaru, but unfortunately, this punch that was almost certain to win missed. It turned out that the muscles in her arms couldn't withstand so many punches, and now they are completely broken. That's enough, Sister Tsunade. Naruto didn't want Tsunade to hold on any longer. If she continued to fight, she would have to undo the Yin seal. Although that would allow her injuries to heal instantly, the price would be the loss of her life. After all, she was already 50 years old, so it was better to use such tricks as little as possible. Chapter 59. Naruto immediately pulled Tsunade behind him. Orochimaru's tongue, which had been weakened by Tsunade, instantly became strong again, and wrapped around Naruto like a giant python. Ninja technique, Needle Jizo. Naruto's means of fighting the enemy are now more comprehensive. The long hair like steel needles instantly wrapped around his body, and Orochimaru immediately stopped the tongue attack. Why do you keep learning these disgusting things from Jiraiya? Orochimaru complained in his heart. But Naruto did not give up, and continued to make seals with his hands. Ninja technique, Chaos Lion Hair technique. Suddenly, the hair continued to grow. Like a fiery dragon, it attacked Orochimaru. Facing the dragon covered with steel needles, Orochimaru was once again in a dilemma. His tongue obviously did not dare to touch Naruto's hair, and he could only dodge it with his speed. But Naruto's hair was also extremely fast, and with the support of his huge chakra, the length of his hair seemed to be able to extend infinitely. Orochimaru did not dare to pause for a moment, as he would be stabbed all over if he slowed down a little. Orochimaru rolled and crawled for 10 meters before he escaped from Naruto's attack range. He was covered in mud and looked extremely embarrassed at the moment. What an excellent body! Seeing Naruto's extraordinary talent in ninjutsu and huge chakra reserves, Orochimaru became more and more satisfied with Naruto's body. It was a pity that he didn't realize how good he was during the Chunin exam, otherwise he would have planted a curse seal on him at that time. Now his hands are disabled, which makes it impossible for him to perform ninjutsu, and half of his physical skills are also disabled, so he can only fall into the dilemma of being suppressed by Naruto. Naruto saw that Orochimaru looked at him with more and more greedy eyes, as if he wanted to eat him. Immediately, his anus tightened involuntarily, and his hair stood up. Naruto immediately became murderous. He attacked Orochimaru in an instant. Orochimaru is undoubtedly at his weakest now. Naruto's physical skills have improved recently. With the improvement of his physique, his strength and speed have greatly increased. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru spit out his tongue to attack again, and Naruto, who was holding his chrysanthemum tightly, exerted 120% of his strength, directly grabbed his tongue, and pulled him over in an instant like Tsunade before. It was even more difficult for Orochimaru to dodge with his vitals caught, and his hands were just decorations at the moment, so he could only use his face to receive Naruto's angry fist. Bang! The powerful force completely deformed Orochimaru's face. The feeling of each punch hitting the flesh made Naruto extremely happy. I let you bully the weak during the Chunin exam. I let you covet my body. I let you stick out your tongue all the time. Naruto complained while punching. Hey, Tsunade, why do I feel like this kid has been infected by you? Why has he become so violent now? Duan. How can I be violent? Tsunade immediately punched Jiraiya on the head. At this moment, the more Naruto hit him, the more he felt uncomfortable, as if he was not hitting the real Orochimaru. Moreover, with his current strength, even if Orochimaru was perverted, he should be beaten to death, but now Orochimaru did not seem to be fatally injured. Go to hell! Naruto didn't believe it. When he pulled Orochimaru back again, the chakra in his hand gathered crazily. Raise Nan! This is dangerous! Lord Orochimaru! Kabuto's heart immediately rose to his throat. He had just experienced the powerful force of this move. Seeing this, Orochimaru immediately struggled violently with all his strength, but it was a pity that it was meaningless. Even in his heyday, his strength was already behind Naruto. Although he kept warning in his heart, he could not perform ninjutsu and could only watch the Raise Nan hit him. The violent chakra tore his body frantically, which was not so easy to bear even with Orochimaru's means. The Raise Nan wrapped Orochimaru and flew all the way to Bunte's hilt before stopping. Orochimaru, who had lost his strength to support him, fell straight to the ground from mid-air. Seeing this, Kabuto crawled towards Orochimaru with difficulty. The winner has been decided, Jiraiya said softly. He was also deeply shocked by Naruto's ability to combine physical skills and ninjutsu so perfectly. Yet, Tsunade also agreed. You made me look so bad. I will punish you severely next time we meet. The snakes saw that the battle was over, and then turned into smoke and disappeared. Hachi! Hachi! Orochimaru was panting heavily. His physical strength and chakra were exhausted. He took a lot of effort to stand up. Even though Naruto hit him with a series of heavy blows and a Raise Nan, he still couldn't kill him. He is indeed one of the most difficult people to kill in the ninja world. You are indeed the child of those two. You inherited the power and ninjutsu so perfectly. I should have gotten your body earlier. Orochimaru naturally knew that Naruto was the child of Minato and Kushina. Hachi! Tsunade, even if you don't treat me, I still have a way. Hachi! I will definitely get your body, Naruto-kun. Then I will completely destroy Konoha. Orochimaru still believed that Sharingan had greater potential than Naruto's later stage, and he wanted to use Naruto's body before using Sasuke. At this time, everyone also clearly saw that Orochimaru, who was shattered by the Raise Nan, seemed to be covered with a layer of human skin, which should be the reason why he could survive Naruto's attack. Did he take over someone else's body in some way? It seems that this is a forbidden technique he developed later. He didn't have this feeling before. Jiraiya saw the problem. I am immortal. And you will eventually perish. Orochimaru said this and then he slowly sank into the ground with Kabuto and disappeared. Naruto did not chase him. Not to mention Orochimaru's fighting ability, but his ability to escape is definitely extraordinary. Tsunade and Jiraiya are very aware of this, so they did not chase him. Let's go to Konoha. Aha! Tsunade, you agree? Jiraiya still hasn't recovered. Duan! Don't call me Tsunade. Call me the fifth Hokage. Tsunade punched Jiraiya's big bump again. How can it be repaired? Tsunade, can't you be gentler? I just broke a few ribs. Jiraiya wailed. Naruto was very satisfied with this trip. Not only did he cure Tsunade's hemophobia, but he also successfully brought her back to the village. And his own physique, ninjutsu, and chakra volume have also greatly improved. He also beat Orochimaru severely to vent his anger. As for Orochimaru's threat of meeting next time, Naruto said that he would confront him head-on even if Orochimaru recovered next time they met. The journey back was very easy. Naruto left a shadow clone on the way as usual to continue practicing the big ball raise Nan. Whenever he passed a town, he arranged for everyone to go to the tavern and hot springs for entertainment. Of course, he no longer arranged a one-stop service for Jiraiya. He also wanted to match Jiraiya and Tsunade. After all, Jiraiya took care of him so much, and he had to plan for Jiraiya's later life. Chapter 60. After the group returned to Konoha, Naruto began to enter intensive training again. He was not confident enough in his own strength. Not to mention those far away, those who are watching him now include Orochimaru and a large group of people from the Akatsuki organization, any one of whom is a top-ranked strong man in the ninja world. In the dark, there is also the old sinister Danzo who is eyeing him covetously. Although they have not made a move, Naruto's powerful perception has already discovered their spying in the dark. After the death of the third generation, the Roots spying on Naruto has increased several times more frequently. It must be Danzo who wants to find an opportunity to make a move. It's just that Naruto has been with Jiraiya before, so Danzo didn't act rashly. Jiraiya is probably aware of this. Danzo, if you really want to know the truth, you'd better not show your teeth to me. Otherwise, I will not only break all your teeth, but also beat you to death, you old dog. As his strength grew day by day, Naruto also began to show his strong side. He endured humiliation for so many years. He practiced hard for so many years. Isn't it for the sake of not being threatened by anyone? Tsunade and Jiraiya immediately got busy after returning to the village. After all, Konoha was leaderless at this time, and had just experienced the destruction of the Sand Ninja and Orochimaru, so a lot of things had to be decided by Tsunade. There was also a ceremony for the inauguration of the new Hokage, which was also being prepared intensively. Tsunade's foundation in the village was still shallow at the moment, so Jiraiya would not go out for the time being. He would assist Tsunade as the Hokage to gain a foothold. The inauguration ceremony of the Hokage was not overly grand, but everything that should be there could not be omitted. After all, it was the largest ninja village in the ninja world, and it could not be too shabby to make people laugh at it. The day after Tsunade succeeded to the throne, she came to the hospital under the leadership of Naruto to treat Sasuke. As the #1 medical ninja in the ninja world, Sasuke woke up after a while. Sakura, who was with him day and night, burst into tears of joy when she saw Sasuke open his eyes. Naruto? Did you save me again? Sasuke has been unconscious for so many days and his consciousness is still a little fuzzy. Sakura, please take good care of Sasuke. Sister Tsunade, let's go to the next one. Naruto didn't forget that Kakashi was also lying in the hospital. It's really embarrassing. Two little thieves made him so embarrassed. Tsunade's arrival naturally cured the disease, and Kakashi soon woke up. However, he didn't dare to be dissatisfied with Tsunade's words. After all, she was at the top of the ninja world in terms of strength and reputation. At this time, Kai, a burly man, stood behind everyone, with an expression that seemed to be hesitant and impatient, as if he was a shy child. Okay. Kakashi-sensei is done, Tsunade sister, let's go to the last one. Of course, Naruto will not forget his good friend. Right, right, right. Please look at my disciple. Kai was more anxious than treating his own son. Naruto, your training has reached a critical moment, right? Tsunade only glanced at Xiao Li and said to Naruto. Naruto naturally knew what Tsunade meant. She saw that Xiao Li's injury was too serious and was afraid that Naruto could not accept it, so she wanted to send him away. Sister Tsunade, it's okay. I'm prepared. Just tell me straight away. Naruto was not ready to leave. Seeing this, Tsunade no longer insisted. I don't want to hurt you, so please stop being a ninja. After hearing this, Lee, who had been expressionless, immediately felt cold all over. Although he knew that he was seriously injured, he never gave up hope. However, the conclusion given by the top medical ninja in the ninja world undoubtedly sentenced him to death. You must be kidding me. Kai couldn't accept this result either. He knew best how hard Lee had worked to become a strong man. Sister Tsunade, is there no other way? There are a lot of bone fragments in his body, and they are all gathered around the nerves. Such a body can't fight at all. Tsunade explained. Although Xiao Li has not said a word until now, his heart is like a thunderbolt. A huge sense of despair enveloped him. Xiao Li, don't believe her. She must be a fake Tsunade-sama. Kai didn't even care about respecting Tsunade at this moment. Sister Tsunade, is there no other way? Naruto knew that if he could not be a ninja, it would be worse than death for Lee. The only option is surgery, and I am the only one in the world who can do it. And even in the best case scenario, the success rate is only about 50%. If it fails, only death. Tsunade slowly said this despairing conclusion. Lee couldn't accept such a result for a moment, and walked out slowly with a depressed look on his face. He was not afraid of death, he was afraid that he could not continue to be a ninja. He hoped that even if he died, he would die in battle, instead of dying on the operating table. Lee, don't be too discouraged. Sister Tsunade is the best medical ninja. Give her some time and she will definitely find a better solution. Naruto gently put his palm on Lee's shoulder and comforted him. Sister Tsunade, do you remember that guy Kabuto? He used the method of stimulating cell activity to gain super strong recovery ability. If this can be done, will it help Lee's treatment? If you can do it, it will greatly increase the success rate. But I have to go back and study it first. Tsunade's eyes lit up when she heard Naruto's words, and she immediately went to look for information. Did you hear that, Lee? Give Sister Tsunade some time. She will definitely be able to completely cure you. Make you stronger than before. Naruto comforted Lee again. Lee also listened to the conversation just now, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. I told you. Lady Tsunade will definitely find a way. You are worthy of being the most powerful medical ninja in the world. Kai changed his previous attitude at this time, and began to praise Tsunade desperately. Tsunade became even busier in the following days. Not only did she have to deal with a lot of official business, but she also had to look up information and experiment with ways to treat Lee. I guess she was also moved by Lee's spirit. Naruto, who was practicing, suddenly received a notice that Team 7 had a new mission, so he had to put aside his practice and go to the Hokage building. Sister Tsunade. You look so majestic sitting in the position of Hokage. Sister? Naruto, are you so close to the Hokage? Sakura asked suspiciously. I called you here this time because I have a new mission for you. And you three have to complete it independently. What? Lady Tsunade, are you saying that Kakashi-sensei won't be going with you? Sakura felt insecure when she heard that Kakashi wasn't going. You should have heard that all the senior ninjas including Kakashi have gone out to carry out the mission. And after evaluation, Naruto's strength is fully capable of leading you to complete this mission.